Good morning. Good morning. It's 10 a.m. for me too as well. So just getting kind of started here, kind of cutting through the fog. And I see Google is happily giving everybody that's against censorship a middle finger on a tweet I just shared. So that's fun.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Am I coming in clear or echoey? How about now? I'm going to start counting. I just want to make sure because I'm streaming on yours on America Missions too. So if you guys can look at your Rumble channel, Jennifer, and let me know. I'm going to start counting and just tell me when you can't hear me. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Can you hear me? All of them?
All of it.
On Rumble? What about on the space, guys?
On the space you can. I'm not on Rumble. I got to get somebody to log in Tor. So
Okay, so let me see.
yeah, we can hear you. Yep, we heard all the numbers.
On Rumble. Did not hear 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, all right. So then it's just the Twitter one that disallows me.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
Let's go. By the way, welcome everybody. Looks like Steve Scalise reports are that he's going to withdraw from the race, and we are in day 2 of the speaker chaos standoff. I'm here for it. Hopefully, this will be an opportunity for us to continue to withdraw concessions in a way that'll be great. Had an epic day yesterday. Matt Gaetz jumped into our space after everybody took action throughout the day, tagging members of Congress, making phone calls. Matt Gaetz stopped in, shared his appreciation. That was pretty awesome. Pretty cool way to keep things rocking and rolling today. Uh, Anybody got any news updates other than Scalise is likely out?
Did you hear Trash's about Google? He has a new thread. Trash, put that up in the nest, by the way.
Yeah, it was just a tweet. Basically, Google apparently back in September was participating in Cyber Awareness Month. Very, 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 very serious, serious cause. Basically flipping the middle finger to everybody, saying we partnered with CISA to make sure that you are safe online. So basically, just giving us all a middle finger. Just said, yeah, it's okay. Just go look at the Missouri v. Biden case. Start there. You guys can go fuck yourselves. So that was just a tweet. I just wanted to point out how funny it was. That really was a middle finger tweet. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't know who Google would have been talking to unless they were talking to people that were trying to fight them on censorship.
Google sucks. They really, really suck. No, they really do.
They really, really suck.
Like big tech oligarchs all day long. Just getting settled in, you guys. Retweet the space, all that good stuff. We'll get the calls to action going here in just a couple of minutes, right? I hope everybody came prepared to message, or I'm sorry, tag, email, and call their members of Congress today, or any member of Congress. We'll do some live calling right here on the space. We'll be giving some CBDC away and continuing to just make sure that they negotiate in public. I saw today Tori, General Flynn jumped on the bandwagon of yesterday's messaging. That was pretty cool.
All of us should have, privy to these conversations. So General Flynn coming out and, rehashing exactly what all of us were saying here yesterday, it would be fantastic. So this is something that we should, in fact, embrace, and hopefully he can come on the space too. Could you give us a recap? Because I was on another show of what insight Matt Gaetz gave yesterday, because unfortunately I wasn't here, and I'd love to hear what he said.
Yeah, would be happy to. Diligent actually came through in the clutch, so I'll kick it to Diligent because came through in the clutch. Make sure we had a recording of it, so I can parse some of that up here in a little bit. But we'll hit Diligent, hit Trash, and I'll give you guys a breakdown.
Yeah, well, I think it's very important what you just touched on, and it was the motion to vacate and how they want that on the chopping block, which Matt really confirmed hard yesterday. He said most, if not all, of my Republican colleagues want to increase the threshold for the motion to vacate, and I think that's really telling that they want things to go back to the way they were when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, when there wasn't any accountability for the actions that are being taken. So that's pretty disturbing to me.
Go ahead, Trash.
Yeah, I'll weigh in with some opinions and some analysis here with you guys as we go on. This is a housekeeping request, so this space will probably grow quite large today, and so I would ask everyone to try to refrain as putting much stuff in the nest as possible, because when you overload the nest is when it starts glitching, and that's when you seem to have most of the problems. So like putting it in the chat is a big deal. Also, in another housekeeping item, especially when you get a large space, if you guys have questions you want to come up, it's probably best that you actually put the comments down in the chat, and we can ask those questions of speakers that are going to end up on this panel. I'm going to be pulling some people in as well to get this quite large. So please refrain from putting too much stuff up in the nest. Thanks.
And by too much stuff, anything without asking will be taken down, and I'll boot your ass. Like, we have specific calls to actions planned today, and if it gets overloaded up top, people don't know where to go. So, for those of you listening on Rumble or on other platforms, that's some Twitter housekeeping that's going on. We've invited several members of Congress. I think we'll have some success there. I think the Matt Gaetz appearance yesterday will be a big part of that. I'll give that breakdown in just a second. I got to just run upstairs real quick. Give me just a minute.
Trash, do you have any insight as to what's going on with, like, who do you think who's next in the running after Steve Scalise?
Hearing Kevin Hearn, Tom Emmer are on the list. I looked into Hearn this morning. He's just a Christian conservative rep from Oklahoma. His voting record's not that great, but he's very, very conservative out of a very red district in Oklahoma. Tom Emmer, after talking with Jim Paff yesterday, kind of learned a little bit more about him. Those are a couple people that are getting floated around. I don't think Jim Jordan wants it, so it's most likely they're going to start probably whipping and moving towards one of those guys. I know they're entering into conference as of about 11 minutes ago, I guess. So we'll see. We'll see what comes out of there. I'm keeping my eye on it. I've got a couple people I'm talking to try to get some insight. But seems like Tom Emmert and Kevin Hearn are like on the list, high up on the list.
That's wild to me because Hearn is a rep from my state, and I remember when he was running last time. there was a lot of he doesn't have like the greatest the greatest record as far as voting and some of the ways that he gets his money either. So yeah, it's man, I hope we get the right person in there. It's a little concerning.
Yeah, I was looking at it this morning. Politically Savvy and I were looking at him this morning once I kind of got some word on that. Trying to figure out his voting record. It didn't look great.
It's just wild to me.
So what's
Go ahead. Go ahead.
what's going to be interesting is that because of the narrow margin of the majority for the Republicans, they're going to have to unite around basically a single person. And what's curious, are they going to continue to try to do this all behind closed doors? Which is, if they continue to do all the negotiating in conference, right, it means that they plan to not let us in really on what's happening, which is we'll get some updates from people outside the conference. All right, this guy's pissing me the fuck off. Bye-bye. All right, where was I?
Whoa, what's happening?
Were you getting a bunch of emojis?
Another
Yeah,
one bites
yeah,
the
no,
dust.
and did the thing yesterday where it's like, you guys are stupid. You need to let me on stage. If you want to not get on stage, like, put that in the comments. Like, and then if you keep bothering me, then I'll just block you, which is what I just did. Anyway, so right, I think we need to continue. I think we'll start the same way today that we started with yesterday. Our call to action will be to have them bring this to votes. Right, like I want they need to make the sausage in public, not hide behind the conference, right? It's not embarrassing. In fact, it's a perfect opportunity to showcase what the platform is and what issues we actually care about are. Now, if it's embarrassing to you because all you care about is fluffing your donors and making sure that they get everything they want under any circumstances, well, that's not our problem. We want to see that too. In fact, we most want to see that. So I think we probably will start today the same way we started with yesterday, with a call to action asking people to tag their members of Congress and ask them to like not do this behind closed doors, which is we need to hear what the difference between the different candidates are. My guess is we will cycle through several candidates. So Steve Scalise started yesterday, right? You can be sure that all night last night he was meeting, calling, right, trying to convince the people who were holding out like that they should vote for him for speaker. He ended up with more than 20 who refused to vote for him under any circumstance. So again, you can only lose 4. So 5, and you can't make it happen. So somebody's going to have to show like that they're actually persuasive. And this thing could drag on for a while. The good news about that, like, don't let them fool you, right? The good news is the longer this speaker vote goes, the longer until they get to write an emotional check to spend unlimited money to the military industrial complex. So let's again, and it was interesting yesterday. A lot of people, I think our number one issue was border security. Now there is a coalition that has formed. It's kind of wild because Chip Roy's the one who filed, like first announced it. So I think we may have even bullied Chip Roy into forming our first coalition, which I'm here for. Um, right? Bullying works, people. Like, bring it back in a strong way. So Chip Roy has started a coalition that border funding is non-negotiable. And so no speaker is going to be able to move forward without a commitment on border security. So that's kind of a win right out of the gate. We're going to start working on our procedural process. That'll be our first or second call to action today. The first is just staying on the message, like no secret meetings, bring this stuff forward so that we can hear what different speaker candidates actually give a damn about. That's actually, it should be a healthy thing for the party and for the Congress. And if they're not willing to do that, then what are they trying to hide? What they're trying to hide is that they don't serve us, that they serve the donor class and special interests. So that's going to be probably where we start and fire out today. Kim, good to see you.
Hi, guys. It's going to be a fun day. I just wanted to let you guys know that I put the documents, the script down in the chat, as well as the spreadsheet where we've got all the different issues that people put in the thread yesterday. And so I kind of sorted them out and then put, tick marks next to ones that were repeats. So you can see which one is the most important.
Excellent work as always, Kim. Thank you. Diligent, go ahead.
No, I was there was some things about Steve Scalise I didn't know about. Like, apparently he has blood cancer. That might have been a contributing factor to why he wasn't voted for.
That's, yeah, seems like kind of a big deal. Like, right? Like, whoever's going to do it, third in line from the presidency, with two of the most inept, corrupt people ever at the top. Right? So, like, you have a senile, old, geriatric patient idiot at the top, and then Kamala, I don't even know, like, the last time she had a coherent thought other than BJ's. So, like, third in line probably
And
should
not the
not.
pizza.
Why you got to blow my spot up like that? Maybe I meant BJ's Pizza.
Well, it was
Oh,
really
she just
interesting.
happens to like BJ's pizza. Uh-huh.
Maybe I'm trying to be. Actually, I caught myself like as I said that. Like, no, I'm trying to be like less hilarious today and more professional for the seriousness of this debate and the guests that we have lined up showing up today. So trying to be good. Although, man, do I dislike Kamala. Those knee pads are strong, baby. They're strong.
I saw something last. I think it was in the Ticker Talker last night where this guy was talking about how the Biden administration has such a profound moral compass, and I was like, what is this opposite day? What is happening right now?
Yeah.
I really do think that they there is some sort of disease that is eating their brain, and they think the same thing about us. It's just bizarre.
Can I just ask? So, did Matt outline to you guys? I know he was in a hurry going to Club 47, but did he like outline anything specific? Kind of like yesterday. Did you guys hear what President Trump was saying? I mean, he didn't talk about the speaker race, but he did a lot of calling out, and I wanted to know if Matt Gaetz actually provided any calling out here.
Not not specifically by name. He was actually pretty vague as far as the specifics go. He just said, he would say like if people were aligned with him, he said my best friends, or he said my colleagues or Republicans, but he wouldn't name anybody specifically. He did mention that he was for sure that there would be a call to have him removed from the Republican Party or even Congress altogether. Like he highly emphasized that towards the end of his speech here.
Interesting. I was hoping he would give us the deets. Vinny's back. Welcome, Vinny. And Anthony is on too. Welcome back, Vinny. I would say that I am kind of sad that he didn't tell us what they were negotiating. If he didn't, I haven't heard it, the recording, and what the problem that we have here is that we're obviously listening to the point that the Democrats say, well, we'll let this person if you change the rules of vacating the seat, which is one of the most important things. Like, if Cocaine Mitch, says that we need to not have the House Speaker feel like they can get fired, that's crazy. For every job you do, you should be afraid that you're getting fired. And, when people get elected into the Senate and Congress, the problem that we have as a people is that if they don't do their job, right, then we can't remove them. And it goes from state to federal, right? And I can't forget that guy from Lorain County in Ohio. He was like Super Trump, the footballer, Alexander, whatever. Somebody, if you know his name, jump in. And he was like all about it and Trump endorsed him, and he raised millions on that. And the day he swore in was the day he voted to impeach Trump. So nobody could remove him because he fraudulently collected, donations to his campaign and filled the coffers of the GOP on the premise that I am not going to go against President Trump. I love President Trump, and he impeaches him right on the spot after he swears in. And nobody could remove him. I actually looked into the whole process of how I could recall him. And it's like, oh, you got to wait a year and then you can apply. But what's the point? The seat's only for 2 years. So by the time I can recall him, right, we have elections. So, what has happened is fantastic, because now we are observing that we, the people, have no say on who actually sits there. And then we don't know what interest they're serving, because it's definitely not ours if they're keeping it in the closet. I mean, why wouldn't you have an open discussion if the interest were you? And so, this is something that we need to keep pounding. Aside from what they're doing of negotiations, we need to pound and say, no, we need to hear what you're saying. We need to see what is going on. We want to hear what the Democrats are saying. We want to hear what the Republicans are saying. This should not be done in secret. And that's the most important thing, because the Speaker of the House is third in line for the presidency. And if their job or their position, first of all, is not one we can fire, and second of all, is not one that we understand is how they got there. Did they get hired to that position because they're looking after the people's interests? Or is it because, hey, you're not going to allow this to happen. We're not going to pass this law. We're not going to be doing this. And, and these are just promises. Doesn't mean that they have to do it. And Dustin, yesterday you said something fantastic. We need a list and we want it to be signed, right? We need to know what they're doing. And if they want to play the party system, like Platt was saying, or was it, I don't remember who said it. Oh yeah, this two-party system, they do it all the time. Well, it's about time it stops, because they've been doing it so long. Look at where we are now. We have lost our state sovereignty, both digital and independent. They're blurring the lines between federal and state, which is a violation of the Constitution, right? We have an economy that is in the toilet, like third world, right? We have no money to eat. Gas is crazy. We're in wars that are not intended to be wars to resolve, right? Like Russia, Ukraine. Russia can obliterate the Ukraine in a matter of hours. And they're not doing it because they know that everyone's going to jump on the wagon and then it's world war. So they're being considerate. Now we have Israel, Palestine, right? Another perpetual war. Israel can crush the strip in hours, but they're not, which is a milk, right? Because if you're really going to war, you push that button, it's done, right? So what we're seeing is that all of these people there that are having these conversations are the same people that are funding all of these wars. So we need to know. Are they demanding that we give a Ukraine package? Are they demanding that we stop looking into the DOD's unbalanced purse? Because it was the House that looked into the $6.9 billion that is unaccounted for from the Pentagon that I had brought to Congress's attention in June. So these are very serious things that we need to be a part of, because they're using our tax dollars. They work for us, and we should be present in it.
So I want to give Gates a little more credit. Right, our recap so far failed to give like a lot of what he did talk to us about as far as the deal making that's been going on. So the first thing is on the motion to vote vacate. Right, it's not whether or not they're going to get rid of it. It's what the threshold of number of members needed in order to implement it. So right, and he said that he's willing to make a deal. The only deal he's willing to make on that, however, right, is surrounding very specifically ban on members of Congress trading individual stocks, a ban on members of Congress, a lifetime ban on members of Congress becoming lobbyists, and what was the last one? There was one third one that was very similar to that, related to the ethics rule that would be implemented as part of the House, right? So that on the motion to vacate, on the broader discussion about what was being negotiated, um, I asked him straight up, like, what he thought we should be advocating for. And his answer to that on the war funding stuff, like in the foreign aid, was that we decouple so that there's an attempt for them to tie any Israel funding to additional Ukraine spending. And what he said is probably our best bet is arguing to decouple the Ukrainian package from the Israeli package. So I mean that there was almost, in listening to Trump's remarks yesterday, he was very firm about wanting to, we will give Israel whatever it needs, and so it's tying it to Zelensky and more money to Ukraine that he thought that we should separate out. There were a couple other things
Term limits,
surrounding.
was
Yep,
that one of them?
the package that was promised with McCarthy in January, which included defunding the 87,000 new IRS agents, releasing the January 6th footage, which he was very passionate about. Like, right, he said that he had made a promise to the families of the people who are inside the DC gulag. That's his term, not mine, although I agree with it 100%. Right, but that he had made a promise that if all of the footage wasn't released to the public, that he would make the motion to vacate, and that ultimately was part of the decision to make that call. And so, props to him on that. The balanced budget vote, the term limits vote, the J6 footage, the 87,000 IRS agents, and I'm sure I'm missing one other one. But he did give us border security. He agreed that that would eventually be part of any practice. And it wasn't long after we talked to him that that coalition announced themselves. So yesterday, if you guys weren't here, just to recap, we started with our first call to action was just that they negotiate not behind closed doors. That we want to see what they're promising each other in order to try and get this thing done. And so that was quite helpful. And then our next call to action was asking members of Congress to form a coalition, right, that would refuse to vote for any speaker if they refused, right, uh, without a written commitment on border security and addressing the threat from people who've already crossed over. And so we already got that one accomplished. Chip Roy announced that one last night. So today we're going to work on our first order of business is going to be around procedural, making sure that there's no retaliation against Matt Gaetz and the other people who voted to depose McCarthy, making sure that the motion to vacate continues to exist. And listen, I'm okay if the motion to vacate, I'll be curious what the rest of the panel thinks. But motion to vacate, as long as it's less than the number of people who ended up voting to depose McCarthy, then I'm really okay with it. Right? So if we go from if the threshold goes from you need one vote to start the motion to vacate to 5 members have to do it, or even 7 members have to do it, I'm okay with that because you're going to need that kind of majority anyway for the motion to vacate to succeed and to actually remove the speaker, right? It's not like you make a motion to vacate and the speaker is just immediately removed, right? You've got to have enough votes to go with the opposing party to make it work. So if it did go from 1 to 5 or 1 to 7 or even 1 to 10, if there was a lot of good gets there, and what Gates said is the thing that they care most about, like he was unequivocal. The thing that they want the most is the change of the motion to vacate. So, right, he said, I'm playing Let's Make a Deal. And I'll be curious to see how it goes. Vinny, you co hosted with us throughout the day yesterday. Glad to see you're still allowed to do spaces, even though you were temporarily suspended.
Yeah, no. Apparently, you're not allowed to hope that Fauci gets what he deserves. Um, yeah, I got suspended. I think what's it called? That also had to do with yesterday going real well too, because that seemed like a really thin line to suspend somebody on. But I deleted the tweet. But anyways, what was I going to say? I'm glad to see that Matt Gaetz now is tweeting about I tried to put in the nest. So also I'm not allowed to put stuff in the nest for the next 12 hours. I guess I just figured out. But the new House Republicans discussions, I guess, going on right now. But he tweeted out about it and is asking for transparency. So is MTG. So I think we might be able to just, as long as this keeps going on and we keep getting this call out, I think we can get it out in the open, which is, our kind of a first goal. And then I think all the procedural stuff that Gates gave us hints at are good. And then I really like the idea that we were thinking about. We could almost like how a trust holds a property. We could almost give part of the speaker powers to a document that would keep them in check and make it so that if, say, the speaker doesn't do this or that, then the seat automatically gets vacated. So there could be some interesting ways to hold them accountable that I think they don't even realize that they can do. But I know from my experience with contracts and stuff, you can definitely have certain thresholds that aren't met and then certain things happen. So I think we should think about trying to incorporate that and then see if we can get it by Gates again and see what he thinks.
Ooh, maybe we could get Taco Bell to sponsor that, and we'll call it the Taco Bell to vacate the speaker clause. What do you think?
That would be really funny. Man, imagine if everything wasn't corrupt, and that would be like a great thing. Could you imagine all of a sudden C-SPAN having a sponsor with like the little Taco Bell thing? Like,
What's up, everybody? We're gonna have a great day today. Let's kick it around these hands. Diligent, go ahead.
Kim was ahead of me, man. Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, I was just going to say, so which issues did we cover yesterday? I thought we were talking about 5, right? And did we cover all 5 of those yesterday? Does anybody know?
We're, we made a strategic decision to go one at a time
Right.
because
So
if we don't go one at a time, then it becomes chaos as far
yeah,
as the discussion goes.
yeah, no, I'm asking which ones did we complete yesterday?
Border, border,
Border.
and illegal immigration. That's it.
Okay, so and then were we going to kind of review the results from the spreadsheet to talk about what other ones we were going to do today?
Nah, we're taking it under consideration, but it's not a full democracy thing, right? Because we have members of Congress that we're discussing with, right? And I want to show Matt Gaetz in particular and other members of Congress that their time coming to speak to us is well spent, which is that we take right into consideration what he was telling us and kind of help shape our arguments when they make sense. Obviously, it's not like, oh, we just do whatever Matt Gaetz tells us to do. But he did provide us with some very helpful feedback about what to expect. So
So
um,
we're gonna start with the house rules kind of thing and the no retaliation.
yes.
Okay. Well, I like I said, I've got the list of the ones that were most talked about, and it's pretty interesting. But the border was definitely number one.
Can we listen to do you have that pulled up where we can listen to like maybe clips of it of him what because he talked about the procedural aspects of it a lot yesterday.
Yeah, Kim, do you have the ability to play that or
Play what? The space from yesterday?
The clip of
Diligent,
Matt.
don't you have it?
I have it on my phone and my laptop. I broke my laptop the other day, so
Yeah, because I did not screen record anything. So if somebody's got it, they can certainly send it over, and then I can pull it up and play it.
yeah, I'll send you the link right now, Kim.
Okie dokie.
awesome? We'll play that real quick. Let's get to Chris, and then we'll play it, and then we'll go to the last 2 hands.
Currently trying to swallow. Sorry about that. Um,
No worries, Chris.
I I sent a tweet to Elise Stefanik. It's in my feed. You can retweet that if you want. It has to do with transparency in the process of this behind the doors negotiation for speaker, and it basically says you're the chairman of the conference. What the hell is wrong with you? You know better. The American people deserve better, and you need to bring this out, to the light of day. And it's copied to Gates and Scalise, Jordan, Anna Polina, MT, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert, and Andy Biggs. So, enough to make a difference. And I just, I think that if it gets a little bit of play, then and they just need to know that people are watching them. That's all. And she's the head of the conference. She's supposed to be running stuff. Whatever. That's
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. You said it's on your wall, or did you put it down in the purple pill? Or whatever color it is. Chris? I don't know. Where'd Chris go?
Chris, you're on mute.
it was copied to American Mission too, but I'll copy it and put it in the pill.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you. Kim, do you have that audio?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
That's one big deal, but obviously going to be curious to hear what Matt says.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Well, I've had some drama at work. I don't know about everybody else. Look, I'll bring you in the room. We went in, we heard nominating speeches. Everyone knew that it was a closely divided caucus with kind of deeply entrenched constituencies on both the side of Jordan and Scalise. I didn't want to having launched this process, I didn't want to truncate it. I listened to both men. I prayed about it. I went over their plans, and I voted for Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan lost by 7 votes. And thereafter, it seems he's offered a willingness to nominate Steve Scalise. I think that we have to take just a moment and step back and see what's happened here. I mean, Kevin McCarthy's the guy who went and raised $1 billion in special interest money, and now all those special interests are holding IOUs that are worth about as much as Confederate money after General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. And so there's a lot of turmoil among the interests that often put our fellow Americans last. I've seen some of my colleagues say that they're not quite there yet on Steve Scalise. I know that my colleague Lauren Boebert, who I have deep respect for, just had a meeting with Scalise and talked about her desire to see any aid packages regarding Israel and Ukraine lumped together. First respect, she went into a meeting with Steve Scalise as a no vote. She made specific demands, on releasing the tapes from January 6th. And she came out of that meeting, maybe not with 100% ironclad commitment on every priority, but certainly with enough comfort to indicate that she would be voting for Scalise on the floor. And, while I think there are people out there who've commented on social media that this isn't precisely the outcome they've desired, I think you got to take some directionally correct progress here. Wasn't going to be me. Wasn't going to be any of my 5 or 6 best friends. I thought Jim Jordan would have been the best choice who could have won. And he came up, just 7 votes short. And Jim's still a major voice and figure in our party. I'm going to be his right-hand man still on the House Judiciary Committee. And hopefully we'll be able to get some of the subpoenas through that Kevin McCarthy was slow-walking. Hopefully we'll be able to get Hunter Biden in a witness chair. Hopefully we'll get the J6 tapes out. I don't think we really saw best efforts from Kevin McCarthy on balanced budgets. Steve Scalise said in one small group meeting that the way he was going to try to pursue the politics around this tragedy in Israel was not, just to try to lump Ukraine and Israel in some sort of omnibus aid package, but instead to demand that the Senate take up our bills on defense and on the Department of State and Foreign Ops. Those bills have massive cuts in some areas, particularly the Department of State, but they meet our obligations vis-a-vis Israel. And I think that the idea of leveraging single subject bills is more prescient in the mind of Steve Scalise by far than it ever was in the mind of Kevin McCarthy. So that's kind of the lay of the land as we sit here now, but very eager to get a sense of everyone here's sentiment and feedback. And in a few moments off to depart, I'm actually back in Florida for a moment. I'm going to give a speech here and talk to President Trump. But I'll, as they say in Congress, I'll yield back for any questions.
Well, thank you for joining us, Congressman Gates. And I can't tell you how much accessibility and coming to talk to us. We've been active all day. The way we see this is that if we get a band of congressmen together, a coalition of 5 around any single issue, can't they extract a commitment from any speaker candidate to take specific action?
Well, so long as it doesn't create a group of 5 or 6 or 7 on the contravening position that could utilize the same leverage, right? Because one thing, I think you all have seen how I've utilized leverage in the last few weeks, and it is not in a vacuum. There are other externalities at play. There are concessions that any speaker needs to make, and there are rule changes that no speaker will be able to make. For example, I've had a lot of questions about the one-member motion to vacate. Oh, does that go away with McCarthy? No, it does not. The one-member motion to vacate will remain unless there are 217 or 218 votes to take that out of the rules. And I can tell you as of right now, there are not even close.
That was my second question. So on our first call to action, and it's up on the Jumbotron, right? We've had people calling their members of Congress, asking to put a coalition together around securing the border and getting a handle on any immigrants who are here, right? Especially in wake of the Israel stuff. Is that effective? How could we be dialing in our influence with all these people who are making contact?
Well, I can tell you what the Biden administration wants. They want a bill that's going to be $28 billion more for Ukraine, a bunch more for Israel. And keep in mind, Israel's on a $3.8 billion auto pay. They are not constrained in their aid distribution the same way other nations are. You can like that or not like that. It's the way things are, and it actually enjoys a great deal of bipartisan support. So with that as the case, and the other thing they would lash onto that bill, the administration has signaled, is what they call migration assistance, what Republicans in the Senate might call border security, but really it's just more money to process more people into the country illegally. So that would be a bad, corrupt deal to wind all those things together. And I would suggest as a call to action, however people think about Israel and Ukraine and the border of our country, those things deserve their own dignity, and they need to be dealt with separately, not lumped together.
That's a great point. I want to give a couple other people, I know your time's limited, Jen, and then Diligent, and then Phenom.
Hi, Congressman Gates. Thank you for joining us. I know something that's on our minds, a lot of minds of Americans, and I know it's on your mind as well, is these January 6 tapes and the thousands upon thousands of hours that Congress is not releasing to the public and releasing so these guys can use it in their trial. What can we do to get those released? And I think that is another top priority that we the people would like to see.
You're absolutely right. And Kevin McCarthy's unwillingness to meet his own commitment on the January 6th.
Do we lose it?
I don't think so.
Um,
It may have been. Hang on. Let me work on this for a second.
By the way, I I must have missed it yesterday, but that the Democrats are calling border security migration assistance. Are you effing kidding me? You're really calling it migration assistance is what they're calling border security. I like when he said it yesterday, I guess I missed it. Cause like holy crap, what the F? That's that
Hey,
that is
Dust.
that's some ridiculous language stuff. That's like next
Hey,
level. Yes.
Dust. Patrick Burns is joining us right now. So I'd like to welcome Patrick to the stage whenever
Always good to
he's.
see Patrick. Great to get his take.
Can you get him on because I can't see him?
Hi, Patrick here.
Hey,
Patrick here. Can you
Patrick.
hear me, sir?
Yes, we can
Coming
hear
through loud
you.
and clear.
How are you?
Hi. Well, I've been listening for the last 10 minutes. I'm over in Africa. I got a text from Tori to come on. I've caught the last 10 minutes. What would you like to talk about?
The speaker race.
Standing call. Say again?
The speaker race. You know, they're doing all these closed door negotiations that have been ongoing for forever. The Democrats do it and the Republicans all behind closed doors negotiating to see who they're going to put up. And one thing that we were advocating yesterday, and you know, we've got the attention of Congress on, is why are they doing this behind closed doors? You know, because they're trying to negotiate. Well, we'll let this person, if you know, you modify the vacate the speaker seat. What are your thoughts on them doing all of this in the background? Because I was so excited to see that General Flynn actually tweeted the same thing, that they're doing all these discussions behind closed doors.
If I'm not mistaken, the constitutional language specifically refers to this being done in a general, open, public forum. Does it not? If you look at but anyway, the explanation is it comes from Bismarck. Bismarck said there are two things you should never see being made: law and sausage. You know, if you understood what went in them, you'd never. There's all kinds of log rolling and back scratching and deal making going on for people to win each other's support. I think even for Scalise to win as much as he did, because I doubt Jim Jordan did any log rolling or backside. He doesn't want the job, it would appear. So that's they just don't want the public to see the kind of deal making that's really going on.
Do you think that we should change that though? Because if it's not, you know, if it's not constitutional, then why is it happening? Because, you know, we have a lot of things as a people that we want addressed. You know, the Speaker of the House, as we all know, has very big power, and it's third in line for presidency.
You know, fortunately, we have something pretty unique right now. We have something, you know, I wish they made Donald Trump Speaker of the House. That would solve everything. One of the things that would solve is Nancy Pelosi built a $4.5 billion Gestapo, and that would all report to Trump, and he could, soon enough, in January, he could put his own people in. And written into the bylaws of Nancy's Gestapo, the Capitol Police can be used in overseeing and getting involved in elections and making sure they're run with integrity and such. So it would actually solve our 2024 problem of having an election run with real, because there'd be federal, you know, I wish in my dream world, my fantasy is Trump becomes speaker and he makes Michael Flynn the head of the U.S. Capitol Police in January. Oh, we'd be out of all our trouble. We'd be out of all our trouble. But if that's not going to happen, Jim Jordan's great. And they just, you know, we actually have the high ground. We can shut that. There's at least 20 pro-freedom members of Congress now, and they really do have a veto power. So I think the establishment's going to have to budge. I think the establishment's going to have to budge on this.
So Patrick, this is in my 15 years of like professional politics. I don't know that I've ever seen a strategic opportunity like this, which is if we get five
Right.
members of a Congress to agree, like five Republicans to agree on any single issue, the speaker will have to make a commitment in order to become the speaker. And so I see this as a long opportunity. Strategically, they're trying to say that, oh, well, we can't respond to what's going on in Israel, or we can't respond, continue to send money to Ukraine as long as this, but that's all nonsense, right?
Well, I'm not going to address the particular issues here. I want to stick to the form of. I think that it is a great opportunity for us, and I think we should sit the pro freedom side, the truth movement side should stand tall. Look, there's now enough evidence of things going on in every nook and cranny of the Biden regime that it is clear that it's indisputable, we are going through a soft coup, a soft coup d'etat, a slow motion soft coup d'etat. And I'm not a politician, but if I were the Speaker of the House, or I think if General Flynn or someone like that were the Speaker of the House, they would say, we're not going to talk another minute about how many light bulbs the Air Force gets. We have evidence of a coup. We're going to get to the bottom of it right now. I'm going to fly out, Tory's laid out things. I've laid all kinds of things that can be checked in a day. The Speaker of the House is going to fly out to Salt Lake City and find the guys that Patrick Burns is talking about and ask, is Burns' stories true? And if Burns is not lying about what he did, then we're going to prosecute him. But if he's not, we're going to stop the coup. And when the coup stops, we'll go back and talk about how many light bulbs the Air Force gets. But no more of those we got the first priority of the House is the chamber closest to the people. If we take that House, this fight's over. Constitutionally, we got all the power. We've got our own, those of us who believe in the Constitution, we'd have a Capitol Police who actually will, a little federal army on our side. That Nancy Pelosi made it a Stasi, made it with offices nationwide. We can turn that to be a force for good and bring integrity back to the United States. So this is maybe the biggest opportunity I can think of in a long time. I think they're not going to do the right thing, which is to give it to Donald Trump. I don't know why. That would be the closest, that would express the will of the people more than anything else they could do right now.
Yeah, but would we get the Democrats
So,
to be okay with it? I mean, here for
but
Jim
here's the
Jordan,
thing,
they're asking.
Patrick, I have a question about that because I've heard that tossed around a lot, and I think a lot of people would enjoy seeing the liberals get upset about it, and we know Trump would shake things up. But if we're about to see an impeachment inquiry into Biden, don't you think that it's giving the other side the ability to say that it's if Trump's the one overseeing it as speaker, that it's it's lacking it basically that they could say it's biased, or they could say that it's
They
Trump
can
going
say
after
anything they
his
want,
political
but
opponent.
Republicans have been afraid of their own shadows for years because they say, the Atlantic Monthly is going to write an article accusing us of this or that. You know what? And it's a whole bunch of Republicans who care about getting invited to the Hamptons next summer. Who cares? Who cares what they say? We know what the truth is. And the truth is they stole the country. They may not even be loyal to this country. They may be working for a foreign power, and they stole the election. And that's all that matters. And I don't care what they say. We're past caring what they say, I think. I am.
Right, but how do you think that might affect the 2024 election? Like, do you think that the polling would show in favor of Trump if Trump was in there, basically being the main one as speaker with this Biden impeachment inquiry? I mean, aren't we handing them the ability to say that Trump's then trying to interfere in the 2024 election the same way we've been saying that Biden is trying to interfere by going after his political opponent?
Whatever we do, I've learned this running a public company. All the time, you're in situations where you're faced with all these choices, and whatever you do, the other side's going to be able to say, well, if you connect this dot to this dot to this other dot, you see what he was really doing was this. No matter what you do, they're able to say that. So you end up just stopping caring. Who cares? Let's just do it. And
Patrick,
I think that I think it would help immensely. I think that by having the U.S. Capitol Police be run by an actual patriot starting in January, and the speaker gets to appoint that itself would tremendously change the election, because the Capitol Police, thanks to Nancy Pelosi, made it a Stasi that has sort of rights of inspection throughout the elections procedures.
Patrick, can I ask you something? You said something quite interesting. You said that they might have loyalty to another country, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
they're so compromised.
Yeah, no,
compromised.
I agree, because Rep. Rosendale from Montana actually introduced a bill in February, and I've been baying this, and people aren't picking what I'm putting down, that was actually titled, it's HR 946, Dual Loyalty Disclosure Act. And that one was introduced on the 9th of February, 2023, and it hasn't moved. And co-sponsors are Higgins, Posey, Biggs, Good, and MTG. And no one has even touched that. It was introduced, and no one else. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Why would
What
that
does
bill?
the bill do?
Well, the bill, the short form, I put it in the nest yesterday. I can do it. It says it's dual. This bill requires a candidate for federal office other than a nominee for vice president, which is weird, who is a citizen of any country other than the United States to disclose such citizenship in the candidate's statement of candidacy. A statement of candidacy collects basic information about the candidate and is where the candidate designates their principal campaign committee. So it's HR 946, 118th Congress, 2023-2024, Rep. Rosendale, Matthew M. Let me reshare that into this space, if I can, because that's quite
My
fascinating.
phone. I'm not.
Pardon?
Okay. I'm on my phone. I'm not going to.
Yeah, no. That's fine. That's fine. It should be. It'll pop up at the top. I'm just going to get it because I have to like search for it. I think I just retweeted it actually. So I might. Yeah, there. So I'm going to share to space, and I did. And so it's interesting that you mentioned that because that was something, if I'm not mistaken, that I've been that I said was clearly important. They annotate how Michelle Bachmann, I believe, was a Swiss citizen as well as an American citizen. So she had to denounce her Swiss citizenship and disclose it before she can run, or there were some discrepancies. It's a very short bill, but it's just been sitting there and no one's touched it. And the fact that you brought that up is extremely interesting, because I think that should be a topic that we should all be discussing, at some point. But right now, with Congress without a speaker and these deals that they're doing, could it be what bills they're going to be putting through? These are the things we need to be seeing, the discussions that they're having, and they should be out in the open.
Yeah, well, transparency is, well, like I say, I think it's actually called for in the Constitution, and this process has to be transparent, and they're not. But that's just, I mean, is anyone enforcing the law at all these days? Look how corrupt they're all turning out to be at the top. So this is just one more. This is a long list of things they're just violating the Constitution with impunity. Anyway, so yes, we agree. We want transparency. I think the Republicans should stand tall until it goes to someone like Jim Jordan. And I don't know if there's any compromise candidates after Scalise. Is there anyone else you could think of?
Oh,
Anyone
for
here?
candidates, I guess I would. I actually saw Nels. He's like a new guy. Perry. I love these guys. They speak eloquently, correctly. I know that Perry did a lot of things when he was on the committee with DHS, as per Mayorkas. There are people there fighting, but we're not hearing about it.
I know Scott Perry. And he's solid and intelligent.
Mhm.
He's not always been reliable on a couple issues, but
He's new.
Well, I'll tell you what, out of
also,
all of
you know who's
these
thinking?
congressmen that we met in Nashville, Scott Perry was the only one who actually really sat down and gave me and Tori the time of day and was willing to actually look at the information that we had. Many of the other ones literally just wrote us off, including Jim Jordan. Lauren Boebert actually got in contact with me wanting to find out more, but Scott Perry, he was the only one who really gave a damn about the information we had.
There's another one that's not on anyone's radar, but he'd be a wonderful candidate. It's Admiral Zinke.
Zinke?
And he ran Zinke.
Tell me about Zinke, because I've been looking into him too.
He's a real, he ran he's a SEAL Team 6 commander, and before SEAL Team 6 turned bad, my theories about SEAL Team 6 from Tim Szymanski forward was there's some real problems on it. There's a book called Code Over Country that people, or Command Over Country, that people should look at about the corruption of SEAL Team 6. It's really, there's an element within it that has become arguably the Praetorian Guard of the deep state. And that's at least the thesis of a lot of people. And anyway, that there's an unholy alliance between them and the Clinton-Biden nexus of corruption. There's a long connection between Biden and a man who went anyway. But before all that happened, it was run by a guy named Zinke, and he went on. He was wonderful. He went on within SOCOM, and he became he was something under Trump, Secretary of the Interior. He's a congressman now, and he's a real leader. He's a real leader. He's keeping to the back. I think he's a first or second term congressman, but he could step forward and do this. I think he's not the kind of guy who would put himself forward. But you ought to take a hard look at Admiral Zinke, and now Congressman Zinke.
Yeah, and Patrick, I have to agree with Millie on the President Trump thing. I think that they would use that against him for presidency and going after him. I know for a fact that we're having problems with subpoenas, and all of them are hostile witnesses right now in regards to the Biden investigation per Congress. What do you
You
think
know how
of
long?
Comer or
For,
Massey?
well, I like them both. I've spent time with them both. I like them both. I didn't know that was Millie. God, I was in the Presence of Greatness, Millie. Well, that's nice to speak. Nice to hear from you again. I didn't catch you when you started to speak. That was
Yeah,
Millie.
good to
I
hear from you too, Patrick.
I always stay in touch with your work and admire it. Um, yeah, that could be. On the other hand, if Trump was speaker and he would do something, I know it's unconventional, put something like Mike Flynn over, not that he would volunteer or take the job. Who knows? I'm just speaking out of my
I don't know.
bat
Would they
for
let him? That's the question. Would
U.S.
they let him?
U.S.
Because
Capitol Police. The
well,
choice alternates back and forth.
I'm talking speaker.
I think Trump should put Flynn as his VP.
No, I think, well, they can't. They're both from Florida. But Trump could put, if Trump took speaker, put Mike Flynn as head of the Capitol Police. How long do you think it would take? In 30 days of honest hearings and honest investigations, everything would be exposed. Everything that happened in 2020, everything that happened on November 3rd, everything that happened on January 6th. That would take a guy like Mike Flynn 30 days, if he took a vacation in the middle of it. Okay. These congressmen, and the way Congress operates is that Flynn, I operate at entrepreneur speed. Flynn operates at general speed. These congressmen operate at they're like 1/18th the speed that they should operate. This stuff could all be over in 30 days. It really could be. So that's why I think.
Is it true Tom Emmer might be throwing his name in the speaker's race?
Oh,
Who's that?
Tom Emmer? Give me 1 second, Fino, just 1 sec. And I actually want to hear that too. But, speaking of the speaker race, right? We can have someone from outside of Congress. And so the question is, I would actually like Alveda King. Maybe she could be Speaker of the House. It would be really hard for the Democrats to say no. She's Martin Luther King Jr.'s, niece. She's conservative. She's pro-life. She's level-headed. And, I think up until the next elections, she would be fantastic. What are your thoughts on that?
I love that idea. I love that idea. I hadn't, but what a great unifier. Really, in a way.
That's what we need right now too. More than anything, we need unity amongst not just Americans, but just as humans in general, because we've lost our humanity pretty much. Fino, not to interrupt, I'm so sorry because I can't put a hand up or anything. Please restate the question to Patrick. I just know that his time is limited, and I wanted him to chime in on the.
I'm just hearing Newsmax reported that Tom Emmer is thought to enter the speaker's race.
So it's not surprising because he's the majority whip, right? So he's third on the majority side anyway in leadership, has been working his way up. But he actually is, in my opinion, more squishy and swampy than Scalise. I'd put Tom Emmer as probably the closest to Kevin McCarthy that we could likely get.
I agree with that.
So there's no, if Scalise can't drum up the votes, there's no way Emmer's going to be able to drum up the votes. But this is what I've been saying the whole time: the egos in the House. These guys are you could not find a bigger group of like narcissistic egomaniacs than the House of Representatives. We're going to watch them one at a time think that they could do it and get slapped down. And so I think we should expect.
Hey, Dustin. Hey, Dustin. Also, we gotta also remember too that listen, I gotta say, Jim Jordan is not the perfect tool in the toolbox, but you know what? I'd rather have him over Kevin McCarthy, though. Would you? I would have him over Kevin McCarthy. I'd have him over Scalise. I'd have him over a bunch of other people. We don't have a bunch of perfect tools in the toolbox, but you know what? I'd rather pick a MAGA candidate, but obviously we're not going to get that with a couple people. So that's just all I got to say.
Right. Jim Jordan might be the best option we can possibly get in this scenario, because you guys have to remember we have to we have to be able to come to a decision working with the rhinos, because otherwise we won't have the votes. End of discussion.
Well, then
We
why
won't
don't
have
we just go for another outside candidate? That's what we can advocate for. Like I strongly believe, just looking at the demographics, right, that if we have Alveda King at the front, it's game over. I mean, it's going to be really difficult for them to say no. The Democrats more than anything. And now that the Black American community has shifted, if anybody follows social media, they have their own websites and own social media. They're talking about how they just can't stand the fact that they got duped to not like President Trump, and they need a unifier, and he seemed to be just a rough around the edges unifier to them. So Patrick, I mean, how do we get this to them to stop looking within themselves and start looking outside? I even suggested Roseanne Barr. That would have been fun, just at least to see where it would go. But Alveda King is a solid, very intelligent woman. She's eloquent. I mean, how do we start making ourselves more vocal? Hey, we're not all very happy with the people within. Let's go on the outside.
That I do know that Alveda King has some kind of close relationship with the Trump camp, and I mean that there's anyway, just what I said. So I think that's a great idea. Frankly, you talk about a unity. Put the Democrats in the position of having to challenge, Alveda King. That'd be great.
I would like to see how CNN would spin it. What would they say? Martin Luther King Jr.
They'll say the black face of white supremacy. That's what they say.
Well, they can't do that to her, because remember, she comes from a line of people that have been advocating for, to end discrimination, racism, and to treat people equally. I strongly believe that if they put her name on there, it's game over. And in the meantime, for at least to give time, discussions will start to be had. And negotiations, she's a private citizen. She may be like, well, why aren't we doing this out in the open? Why aren't we discussing these things? She is that type of person, Patrick. I don't know if you've met her, but she is a person that likes to speak, truth, and she loves transparency. And like you said, she is very close with centrists and conservatives. And that's I just don't know what avenue you would suggest for us, the people, to be offering alternate suggestions. Like Millie said, Jim Jordan seems like the best option right now from what they're offering us. But we have 350 million people in the United States we can pick from. It doesn't have to be them, right?
Do we know where Alveda King stands, though, on political issues, and would she be prioritizing and agreeing to the list that we've kind of put forward? Because look, at the end of the day, I don't want to engage like how the left does on all this, like, race politics games. And, I think that at the end of the day, it just boils down to, we need somebody in there who's going to stand for the policies and the things that the American people want to see get done. That's really what we want to see. So where does she stand with those issues? That's what I would be willing to.
Yeah, well, you can see her Twitter account. It pretty much says. But Patrick, you've met her. I mean, I speak from experience too. So
I think she stands with us. The truth is, to me at this point, I'm reminded of the British philosopher. What the heck was his name? Anyway, he said, the fox knows many things, but the hedgehog knows one big thing. And that, what I mean here is the only politician I'm interested in is one who knows the big thing. And the big thing to know is that the United States is being hijacked through corruption. It's reached the point, it's not just corruption, it's like a coup where a uniparty is taken over. And we need someone who believes that. And there's a very small pool of people who believe that, who have the presence and nationwide presence and such we need. And if they believe that, I'll accept them. And we can work out later how we view, policies on what rent control should be or something like that. But to me, that's the main thing to know. That's why I would accept RFK, notwithstanding that there's a bunch of policy things that RFK and I disagree with, at least from the past. He used to be quite lefty. But the important thing about RFK is he knows that big thing that Trump knows, and Alveda King knows the same big thing. And that is what's really going on in Washington. Is nation-ending corruption,
I mean, he just called for a ban on fracking and for taxpayers to pay for addicts to live on organic farms. I mean, on the backs of
RFK
taxpayers.
did that?
Yes, he did. He has like a 10-thread tweet about banning drilling and fracking and plastic.
Yeah, okay, well, that's not so smart. That's not so smart.
Well, I think if Alveda King were to come out and say, if she took a very hard stance on border security and protecting the border, at that point, I think that, yeah, it could work, because I think that the number one thing that the American people care about right now is the millions of illegal immigrants that are flooding into our country. Many of which from cartels or terrorist dominated countries. So people are definitely concerned about the border. That's like the number one thing I think that people are concerned about. So if Alveda King were to,
Alveda King she's good on that. The NAACP used to be very much on the America First side on that. It was only, Che Guevara was a Hispanic organizer of American Hispanic people against illegal immigration. The NAACP was very much against illegal immigration until like the early 90s, when it became about social justice. They understood illegal immigration provides wage competition for a lot for the Black community, or more disproportionately for the Black community. So I believe Alveda King's very much on the correct
Well,
side
actually, Alveda King, like I said, if you look at her Twitter thread, the tweet that she put out on October 10th is national sovereignty and security is critical in the days of which we live. She has a picture of the border wall, a country that is for its people, upholds integrities of the barrier. I'm putting it in the nest. So she is, I believe, the best option that we have in respects to unity and balance. And Patrick, and I come to you for advice on things like this, on how to strategize to get things in front of the right people. How would we get this request in front of the right people properly as a people? Just, the mom that's listening right now on, anywhere in the United States, because we're not just on X right now, we're on multiple platforms globally. I'm streaming this. People want to engage. And it was so effective yesterday that Congress actually heard us demanding transparency. And so, how do we get this in front of the right person?
I don't know if there is a right person. There isn't a right person. It's, all the normal feedback mechanisms are broken. Probably the best thing is to get, trending on Twitter or something, if you really want people to notice it. I don't know. I mean, the right people, there are no right people at this point. They're a bunch of folks with their heads cut off, chickens with their heads cut off. Mike Flynn, I'm going to run this conversation past General Flynn.
Yeah, I invited him to the space because he tweeted that, where's the tweet? I retweeted it. Let me read it so I don't miss.
I know that he's pro Alveda King. He's fond of Alveda King. He thinks the world of her, he's told me.
Yeah.
And she has experience. She was a Democrat, Georgia House representative in 79 to 82. But I wouldn't hold that against her, considering a 79 to 82 Democrat would be wonderful right now.
The Democrat Party used to be different too. So, so that's I'm trying to find General Flynn's tweet. There it is. He says, and I'll share it in the nest so people can see it. The members of the House of Representatives must immediately come out from behind closed doors and publicly vote for the next speaker. We the people's House of Representatives. No more behind closed doors. No more inside compromising deals. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. There is already enough distrust in our federal government. Debate in public and vote in public. No more hiding at GOP. That was fantastic, because yesterday, that is the first call of action that we did, was demand that they do this outside. And I thanked him, obviously, on Twitter, because it's really important that we start pushing transparency, because with transparency, we can avoid, endless wars, crimes against humanity, and our nation pretty much tanking. We are extremely vulnerable with an open border. We have absolutely no money in our coffers. We are not energy independent. These are big factors that our enemies are watching. And now we have someone presenting themselves as president, looking to drag us into a war while we're broke and with a weak military. So, I did invite him. I mean, what are your thoughts of going forward? Like, without a Speaker of the House, we can't declare war, which is a good thing for me, right? But So I'm okay. I actually advocate, hey, if you don't want to find someone, let's drag this out. Let's start nominating random people and delaying the process. I'm okay with that too. I mean, what do you see?
Eventually, I think that Jim Jordan would be acceptable to me. Do you think that I think that eventually the establishment Republicans will break, or it's really what's beautiful. It's a beautiful litmus test. We're really getting, to me, yeah, if we have to go outside the house, that's something. But to me, I think that we got to stand firm behind Jim Jordan, frankly. He's the only MAGA guy who's going to be possibly acceptable to the establishment. And if they're against him, let's make them go on the record and vote against him when every other option's been exhausted. You may as well leave the Republican Party at that point. We'll all know them for who they are. So I want to still play at the Jim Jordan string for a while. And when that's run its course, if we don't get anywhere, then we start talking about other things. But Alvina King's a great idea. Is that your idea, Tori?
Of course it is. I've been advocating for her to get a position somewhere at some point because she's so eloquent and such a centrist. It's really difficult to find actual centrists, and her only interests are people. And when your interests lie in something so simple, right, as just the people, the good will of the people and her country, it's a big deal for me. And I think that's really important. But if we do, Patrick, stick on hey, Jim Jordan's like the best option right now, they might cave to deals just to get it done. And we should, be reaching out to Congress and saying, don't rush, take your time, because this is a really important slot, third for presidency. And that's why I'm saying maybe we can give them alternatives to look outside of the House. And, it's only going to be for a year anyway. We have elections coming. So why not? A lot can happen in a year.
I mean, here's the thing. The Democrats are never voting for anybody like Alveda King, right? The Democrats vote in lockstep, and they'll be voting for Hakeem Jeffries. I'm with you because I want the chaos, because they can't declare war, they can't spend endlessly like on foreign war. So I'm open to that. I agree that Jim Jordan's probably the best we can get, although I have my suspicions and am gearing myself to be disappointed on several fronts. But that is the same with any politician at this point, right? Like we're
what is
never
the
gonna.
rap on Jim Jordan? What is the rap on Jim Jordan? Is he Trey Gowdy 2.0, or is there what's the other?
Gosh, you just nailed
it.
Patrick.
Yeah, so I've had a bunch of experiences with Congressman Jordan, where he does great on all right. He says everything we want him to say on Fox News and in his media appearances, but when it's push has come to shove on subcommittees, especially relating to big tech and big pharma, he's done the bidding of big tech and big pharma.
And that's because of his portfolio. And Patrick, I'm in Ohio, right? I had conversations with Jim. And, I don't say this very easily about someone that's there because I understand the intricacies of, how things function in the House and the Senate. But, he says enough to fill his coffers, and he does a lot of hearings with a lot of nothing in the end. So that's a problem for me. And the fact that he fought in the Freedom Caucus to keep people out of it, and it was specific people that we know now are fantastic and are fighters for America, that hurt me too.
Like who?
Like Perry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think good things of Perry. Perry said something dumb recently that shocked me. Perry said something really bad recently. I forget what it was, but it was like he wasn't sure if election 2020 had been rigged or not, or it was something that made me wonder.
No,
if it was really out of character.
He knows it is. The funny thing is, I've been to the Freedom Caucus things a lot, and I've seen the dynamics between the people that are part of the Freedom Caucus, and not all of them are on the same page. There's a lot of them that are there clearly just to be there and not really be about freedom. But again, it seems like he's doing a lot that gives us nothing when he should have. I mean, we failed to do a lot of things, and he sits at the front of everything. It reminds me of Lindsey Graham during the Kavanaugh hearings. He was saying all these great things, but then, he would flop. It was like he was taking out a sword, every now and then when he needed to raise money. And that's what it seems like. And from my personal interactions, he doesn't take his constituents seriously. I've seen people approach him that are his constituents. He doesn't even give them the time of day. Whereas, and if he does, he just brushes them off. I've had people tell me, don't give it to Jim Jordan. He won't do anything.
There's a lot worse options out there, though, than Jim Jordan. And I think that where Jim Jordan kind of went wrong here was he set the stage by when everyone was voting to remove McCarthy, he voted to allow Mark McCarthy to stay. And I think, whether that was a strategic move on his part to have some of the more, rhino Republicans back him, I don't know. But it set the stage, and I think in a lot of people's minds that, he's part of that group of people that think that they don't have to be held accountable for not keeping their word. So I think that kind of, it set the stage in a bad way for him. But it might have just been strategic on his part, trying to, gain enough votes to get in through the door on either side. I don't know.
Yeah. General Flynn is in. General Flynn is in the house, guys. General Flynn is here. Hi, General, and Nate Kane, our Uranium One whistleblower who's running. Fantastic voices to hear on what they have to say. Can we bring them up? I see them.
Please.
Yeah, Tori, you can send them speaker invites, and I'm just moving people off the stage right now. I would love to have them come up.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just saw him. Hi, General. Hi, Nate.
I got Nate. We got to clear one more spot.
Yep. I can't see the
clear me if you need a spot. I want to hear from the feet of the master.
No, you're not going anywhere, General Patrick. Flynn. We got room for you, buddy. Patrick's the
General
man.
Flynn, while they're getting this organized, the question, this is Patrick. I came on about 15 minutes ago, and the question before this, I guess, body is Speaker of the House. What should we do? What should we be shooting for? How can citizens help? So, Tori, turn it over to the General.
Yeah, of course. General Flynn, welcome. I don't see him on there. Jennifer or Dustin, take on that task because I'm on the web thing because I'm
streaming. I sent him an invite and then it dropped off, so I'm not sure.
I think it would be fantastic for him to kind of re-highlight exactly what he tweeted, the things that we've been talking about, that we need transparency in these discussions and possibly looking outside of Congress to make a speaker as well. Like I said, I just suggested Alveda King. I'm open for anything because President Trump isn't part of the House and everyone's nominating him, right? So these are things that we can do. Or maybe we can get people that are running for office, that are candidates that we like, that we can nominate, like Nate Kane, the Uranium One whistleblower. He's running for office right now. Why not nominate him for Speaker of the House? We have a lot of options more than just Jim Jordan, who's been in office for a very long time. And I think getting some new blood in there and, rallying up the people. But, again, Patrick, I go back to my Alveda King thing.
Hey, Tor, yes. I don't see General Flynn in the audience anymore, so you might want to text him.
Okay. Patrick, would you shoot him a text? I saw him.
I'll shoot him a real quick
text. And Nate, please take the floor.
Hey, if I lose you, it's because I'm on the road, but awesome space. And you know what? I think that's the best, your suggestion, and not necessarily me being speaker. I don't think I have enough support from the establishment to make it into that spot. But I do like the idea of nominating a speaker that is not in Congress, because part of the problem is who do we have in Congress that can get enough support from all of the Republicans and is not compromised by God knows what. I mean, with Section 702 of FISA, who knows how many of these guys are being blackmailed, and how many of them the Dems have dirt on, or the FBI for that matter.
Yeah, audio's a little rough.
I see General Flynn in the audience. Can someone add him on, because I'm on the web browser, so I can't.
Working on it, Tori.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Nate, I'm just saying I'd like to hear General Flynn speak on the matters that we brought up to Congress and yesterday in the space that Matt Gaetz graced us with, talking about transparency and having these discussions out in the open, but also on chiming in on having an outside candidate. We don't have to look in the House. We have so many options. For me, this is just me. Alveda King would be fantastic. Fantastic. It's a year-long appointment. We have elections coming up. She would be fantastic.
Hey, Tor.
Yes.
I sent General Flynn a speaker invite, so he just has to accept it.
Okay.
It's right down on the left
bottom left.
Okay, if he can see it in his DMs, because I couldn't send him the DM. This is another account. I still haven't got mine back, so he's not following me on this.
Well, right now in the space, he pretty much just has to request to speak,
yeah.
and it should bring him right up.
Yeah,
I
if you
sent him
press
the
the little
invite.
microphone, General, you can. Well, he knows how to use this. He's been on before. Maybe he's just. It's
He's
just.
got to turn General Flynn, Patrick here. You need to turn your microphone on as well in the lower left. It's a bit strange.
So picking different candidates. How many people do we have running right now that are running for Congress that are fantastic candidates?
Tori, we have General Flynn.
Oh, there we
General
go.
Flynn, good to
Go
see
ahead.
you.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, go
yeah.
ahead.
I,
Subject is speaker.
I just changed from one old phone to a new phone, so I'm still going through the gymnastics of it. So here's where I'm at with this. The vision of the founders to create this position without having to be an elected position or somebody from the body of the House, was probably one of the more brilliant things, that is found in our Constitution. So, I think you just mentioned like Alveda King as an example. I mean, how many people are in our country that are just extraordinary leaders who, remember now, this is three or two heartbeats away from being the president of the United States, right? The Speaker of the House. So I've sort of jumped on the train of maybe you get a guy like a Trump, but you know I say that, and I say that a little bit tongue in cheek, and he obviously doesn't want the position because he's already endorsed Jim Jordan. But I just think the fact that we cannot find inside of the current House of Representatives somebody with the requisite leadership and the guts to be able to do the kinds of things that need to be done, and I mean in a very, very short period of time. I mean, as soon as the person's appointed, they need to step right in, and within 30 days, they're literally, changing the world here, or changing the world as we know it here in this country, because that's what they're supposed to be able to do in the House of Representatives. So, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it needs to be this person or that person. I just do know that the founders allowed us this idea to be able to put somebody in there who, maybe it's somebody who formerly served in government. Maybe it's a former governor who really was extraordinary. Maybe it's a former senator. Maybe it is somebody who's politically savvy and understands Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know, but I do know that that none of the members of the House that are there now, and I have no time for Jim Jordan. I'm sorry. I know him. I've met with him. I've spoken to him. As soon as he made himself the head of the weaponization subcommittee, and what we've seen the weaponization subcommittee is do nothing. That tells you everything you need to know about what he is likely to do as the speaker. Now, he may end up being the speaker. He will be a caretaker. That's all he'll be. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm for what the founders wanted, which was let's look and find it quickly and see if somebody's willing to step up and be that person to literally set America on fire metaphorically, and really get the people, which is us, right? We the people who are represented by the House, by the lower chamber, to be truly represented, and to start holding people accountable and start demonstrating some courage to be able to do the things that the House is very, very capable of doing. I mean, the most people don't know, but the most important committee in Congress, both sides, is the Appropriations Committee, a House Appropriations Committee, because everything before money goes out, it all comes back through that, and that committee is so powerful. And the Speaker, whoever the Speaker is, whoever's in control of the House, has a lot of authority to be able to decide how money is going to be spent. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal, especially with the fact that we are real potential, and I mean real potential, that we could see a gigantic war start in the Middle East, much more than what we've already gone through in 20 years of war in Afghanistan and Iraq, both losers. So anyway, that's kind of my 2 cents. I don't know. I'll stand by for a question or two.
Yeah, I have a question, General. So thank you very much for coming on, first of all. And Alveda King, I've been so promoting her to have some kind of say, because she's such a fantastic centrist and has such love of country and so intelligent. And considering that this is a position just for a year, she would be a fantastic candidate, because it would be very difficult for the Democrats to strike that down. And it would be very difficult for her or anybody to make deals with her, because she is so firm. But another suggestion, and I'd like your opinion on this. We have a lot of people running for the House, like Nate Kane, our Uranium One whistleblower, right? There's a lot of great candidates. Why not propose that these candidates that are going, and they're outside of the House, right? Because like you mentioned, we have that provision. Why not put people that we know are America first and, want to maintain a buffer and some balance in our nation, and give us a voice? Do you think that would be something we could do? And how would we get that into the ears of our congressmen properly to say, hey, why not look outside the House? Because I agree with you on Jim Jordan. He's done a lot of hearings with a lot of nothing in the end when he had the power to do so.
Yeah. So here's where I think the country's at when it comes to answering this question. I don't think that we don't have the time for somebody to be trained while they're in a position like this. We have to have somebody who is of such extraordinary abilities, leadership wise, and demonstrated, and also experienced with a lot of life experience. I mean, putting in somebody who's an America First candidate, so what? You'd like to think that everybody that's in political office, believes in this country, but sadly, everybody knows that's not the case. But we don't need to have somebody that's going in just because they're a good cheerleader for America First, values and principles. We need, this is a time when I do think, and I'll say it like this, I guess we need somebody that's sort of a graybeard type, but has got to have the energy and the intellect and the knowledge of how our government operates. We don't have time right now to screw around this position. And frankly, like I said about others that are in there now, I don't think we have anybody that's not compromised. I think somebody as I came on, I was trying to fiddle around with my speaking role here. Somebody talked about, who's not compromised in Congress. Honestly, I don't know who is not compromised. So I just think that, Alveda King, fine, is, she would, certainly bring a name to it. I'm just not sure she's got the skill set. Now, can she advise somebody? Fine. But I do think we need to have somebody who, and we got to come up with this pretty quickly. Sadly, and I'm saying, maybe another week. I could wait another week if it's the right person, because we only have a year left before we could lose the entire country. That's kind of where I'm sitting. And if you follow me on X or anywhere else, you'll know exactly how I feel. So it's got to be somebody of such extraordinary leadership and capability and skill set to take this job.
General
Would you
Patrick.
be willing to take this job, General Flynn, if you were nominated? Because I know a lot of people in this room have suggested you would be a perfect candidate. So if somebody nominated you, would you be willing to take that duty?
My life is of service, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you yes or no. I just think that, these are the kinds of conversations that have to happen, though, and we've really, really got to think outside the box, so to speak, right? To use a euphemism that's old. Yeah, somebody's
Patrick,
talking.
Patrick here. Quick. Have you considered the possibility that somebody who gets appointed, or who's ever speaker gets in January to appoint the new chief of the Capitol Police? That's Nancy Pelosi built that into a Stasi with a $4 billion budget that actually has supervisory powers within elections. Literally, if someone took that job and made you or someone like you head of the Capitol Police, you could fix the 2024 election from that seat. Has anyone thought of that?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing, so I'll tell you, the first thing that just tactically, the first thing would be to release all video to the public. Let the public. I mean, God help us, we know how many people are on the internet, and I call them digital soldiers that would be able to just rifle through. I'd ask the public to help us out to solve this problem, and believe me, the other thing would be I would go to battle with the Department of Justice on how they're treating, the gulag. Insane. So that's chief could do, as well as a couple of other steps too that they could take.
So can I just jump in? But Alveda King, as a Democrat years ago, is very familiar with it, and I believe that she wants to fix everything. I mean, I'm totally shilling for her, and I have no close relationship with her to do this, but I watch her and what she says, and I think that she would bring that unity we need. And yes, and I think, Patrick, your idea of General Flynn taking Capitol Police, we would get that all sorted out. J6 would be sorted out. Everything would be out in the open.
30 days.
Yep, not even less than that.
Mike, I said you would in 30 days you could sort this out with time for a vacation in the middle of it. Yeah, you know that how quickly. My dream is you as chief of Capitol Police, you could get to the bottom of what happened on November 3rd, what happened on January 6th, and what's going to happen in a year. It's actually it's only because Nancy Pelosi screwed up and turned it into this, has this stop power.
Yep. There's a lot of little things. I'm not against. I like Alveda. I've met her. I know her. I've spoken to her. She's a wonderful person. But don't make this about, well, because she's a Democrat. Don't make this about that. Make this about
no.
the best, strongest leader that we can possibly put into that role right now, who has the guts to do what's necessary.
Yeah, I think she's unwavering, though. She's not unapologetic on where she stands. I think
that's fine.
From what
that's fine.
But you know her better than I do, General. So I'm urging Congress to look outside of the House because, like you said, who's not compromised, right?
Yeah.
Tori, can I jump in real quick?
The point here, though, is that if we have somebody who's wet behind the ears in there, I mean, we don't have much time. We actually have to make really big moves in a short window of time. So I think what General Flynn is saying makes exact sense, that we need somebody who has experience and is going to, because of that experience, be able to make the necessary moves and not question themselves because they're new to the role.
Well, like we said, we don't have to, we can't trust anyone, right? Or we're thinking about that. We could put it into the procedures of the contract like Matt Gaetz did for people to come in, and we could have the contract vacate the seat or do certain things if things aren't followed. So we can the tighter the restraints on the agreement would be for person we trust, less, versus if we, say Donald Trump got in there, who cares? We wouldn't even need the vacate spot.
So General Flynn, you pushed today, and it echoed what we were saying yesterday. We really appreciate it. Most importantly, I think these discussions need to be happening in public. That we need to see the kind of deals that are being made. That we need to call people to action to continue to demand that they do what they're constitutionally mandated to do, which is to discuss like who's going to be speaker, so that we could see what they're horse trading. Right? Who are they actually serving? Can you speak to like that transparency and how they're trying to do this behind closed doors, and help us call people to action on that specifically?
Yeah. So let me tell you, when McCarthy was cutting deals to become the speaker early on, I mean, all you got to do is follow the money, right? Go to his PACs plural, and you look at how much money was moved from his PACs into other people's PACs and pockets. I mean, so yeah, this has to be, like I said, the sunlight, right? Sunlight. And even, they're in these caucus rooms and they're cutting deals with each other. Who's going to have this? Who's going to get that? This is the insanity of the corruption that we're facing, and this is in our party, right? This is in the conservative Republican Party, right? I mean, I'm sick of it. So what we've got to do is they should be having these conversations, and they should be coming out on the floor. We went through however many days to pick McCarthy. I don't have any problems with going back through that. I like the ugliness of democracy. I love it. I love the chaos. It's controlled because it's supposed to be run like this, and it is. Like Churchill said, it's a horrible type of way to operate, but it's the best thing on the planet. So yeah, we need to put these guys out on the floor, and they need to debate on the floor. And when somebody comes up and nominates somebody, they need to be asked, well, what did you get for this? They should be asked that, right? What did you get for nominating, so and so? And they ought to have the guts. They ought to have the guts to stand up there and say, I nominate, whatever, Jordan. And the reason why I'm nominating him is because he guaranteed that I was going to be the chairman of whatever committee. Okay, at least now I know the guy's being honest or the gal's being honest. Right now, none of them are being honest by hiding inside of closets and hallway, boardrooms instead of being out there on the floor. This is we the people, not the Senate. The upper caste does not represent we the people. The representatives represent we the people. Okay, that's what people don't understand. And so these people should be right out there in the middle of the daylight talking exactly, having this conversation. They should be having this conversation right here.
100%.
Yesterday we even suggested, General Flynn, that maybe all of them should get on a X space and have this conversation where we don't chime in, we just listen to the whole process, that we listen to them speak. It's a free
I love it.
platform. And I tweeted it out to Elon Musk, hey, maybe we should get them on a space and we want to hear their discussions and their deals out in the open. I mean, a majority of them will be scripted, of course, because it's not like they're going to say the truth, right? Like you said, they're not going to say, he promised me a seat, but they might. Maybe we should be that fly on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. Boy, wouldn't that be something?
That would break records on X.
Great to see you, General Flynn. Another thing that we've been really concerned over was CISA and this censorship industrial complex that we have found out through the Twitter files and through a couple other great people here on Spaces who's been deep diving that information. What are your feelings on that, and how can we go about it? Did we lose General Flynn?
I think he rugged.
Yeah, I think his connection was a little bit spotty. And so he'll probably come back up. But he made some excellent points that we do need someone that's seasoned. I believe that Alveda is seasoned from her actions. But, obviously, what do I know? I'm just a constituent. But I see that it's...
No, I don't think he's saying... But
no,
Tori, wouldn't you agree that there's a difference between having 40 years ago having been 40 years ago in a state house versus stepping up and being the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives? That's a pretty big step.
I agree. But, these are different times, and we just need someone that's level-headed. She can read. She's very intelligent, very highly educated, and we know where her moral compass sits and what she stands for, which aligns with everything we want, border security, right?
Real quick, Tori, do you mind if I just reset the room? Welcome, everybody. While we wait to get General Flynn back, I want to point to people to the one call to action that everybody agrees on, which is we can have the discussion about who we want to have to be Speaker, right? I think that's going to be a fascinating process. As Matt Gaetz told us yesterday, this actually is an opportunity for us to show the world exactly what we care about, what we want them negotiating for, and what our platform actually is, because the media is never going to tell the truth about what we're actually standing for. It's always all this crazy nonsense that they're pushing out. So it's an opportunity, but this is an action space. And so I'm going to push everybody up to the Jumbotron and ask everybody to go ahead and tag a member of Congress in that tweet from the Council on Blockchain, right? Tag a member of Congress and just ask them to bring the discussion to the floor of the House and have actual votes, right? All we're calling for on this one is transparency. We'll go through, we'll reward a bunch of people with CBDC tokens and have a great time with it. So that's our call to action to get everybody in while we get General Flynn going. Go ahead, Tori. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to reset the room real quick.
No, don't. Patrick was telling me that she was,
So guys, I'm seeing a lot of polls though on Twitter or X. And what I'm noticing is that it's always like Scalise or Jordan. Those are the polls, and overwhelmingly, it's all Jordan. over Scalise. So I find that interesting, to say the least. But in all actuality, as much as I'd love to see somebody else that's outside of the norm, I think that we're probably going to see Jim Jordan be the next person to be nominated.
And well, yeah, that's the way they want us to think. We have the power to change things. We can demand change. And I understand that's why there's the mitigation where we're telling them, hey, we want you to speak about this. That's fair. But we don't have to say, well, what can we do? We should at least fight for it and make our voices heard. I mean, it was incredible to see that there were so many people, advocating the same thing. And like the general said, it's embedded in our Constitution. And like Patrick said, it's in our Constitution. This has to be done out in the open. And I really wish that Elon would, host the space himself. He doesn't even have to talk. He could just be in there and have all of them there, having these discussions back and forth so that the public can hear. This is a public, agora, isn't it, Patrick X? When we have these spaces, it's like
it is.
Agora.
It is amazing.
Right. And we should.
I probably every day I think, where would we be if Elon had not done this? And he says he did it on a wild hair. He really didn't want to close. It was a terrible buy financially, or so he thought it might be. He's done a great job with it, but to get it to break even. But where would we be if he had not done this? Remember how things were a year ago.
Yeah, remember when you started Locals, right? I said there was an app called Stereo that did just this. It had just people speaking. It's a British little company. It was an app. You can only do it through the app. And so him seeing, these emerging technologies and methods was incredible for him to implement, because we actually get to have a voice. Obviously here we just have thumbs ups and hearts, and the other one we have snowballs and we could throw tomatoes at people, which is quite interesting. But I think it would be a great forum, to just have discussions and listen to them talk, because they don't let cameras in. Well, let's have them with their official Twitter accounts that we know are theirs, right? So it's not like they could say, oh, that was AI, I didn't say it. They're verified with their little gray government check mark. Get them in there. Let's hear them talk. Let them hash it out. I think that would be.
So Tori, I love this idea so much that really, because Matt Gaetz came in yesterday after we requested that he come by, right? And he saw everybody. By the way, none of us, it wasn't that we reached out and got him to come because we called his cell phone or something. I really believe he just saw the amount of people who tagged him throughout the day yesterday. And so I'm gonna push again for everybody to go up top, tag a member, any member of Congress, and ask that they come into a Twitter space with us. They'll be treated with all the proper respect and decorum, right, of their status as a member of Congress. But come in and at least tell us what's going on behind closed doors until you bring it to the floor of the House. So I'm going to expand the call to action. Tag a member of Congress and ask them to get in here. Go ahead, Millie.
So, all right, I got it. Seasoned gray hair, been in the political world for a long time. The perfect person that's a centrist that would know how to curb the inflation rising. Ron Paul. I mean, that there you go. There's somebody who
I don't think
he would be caving to the establishment. That would be somebody to throw out there as an option.
20-year member of Congress, and that I don't know anybody who's a bigger expert on Robert's Rules of Order and the functions inside the House than Ron Paul. I freaking love that idea, Millie.
Yeah, I mean, he would know how to curb the inflation too, and all the spending. He would be like, "Let's stop spending all this money." Now, I don't know what his stance would be on the border, but I'm guessing it would be on having a closed, secure border, just from hearing what his son says, Rand Paul, oftentimes.
Yeah, Ron Paul, though, the Democrats will be vehemently against, because he's extremely outspoken and not controlled, even by the rhinos. But it would be a great proposal.
But that's what I keep getting at, Tori. They're not the Democrats vote in lockstep. And it doesn't matter if we nominated Jesus Christ, they're going to vote in lockstep for Hakeem Jeffries. It doesn't matter if it's Alveda King or Martin Luther King Jr., right? They would vote for Hakeem Jeffries because that's what they're told to do.
He's got a point there.
Yeah,
I mean, they do just lock and step vote that way. And so if we're not trying to appeal to Democrats anyway, right? We're trying to appeal to Americans who are upset about the current situation, the conservatives, and I just think that it would be a good man for the job.
Well,
Millie, who do you think will commit to closing the border? Because I think that's probably top of mind for most America First, like in true conservatives, that will actually have a chance of getting the votes to count. Because in my eyes, for what it's worth, which is not much, like closing the border has to be non-negotiable for the a commitment to doing it for the next speaker, in my opinion.
Here's the good news on that, Jonathan. Right. So yesterday our call to action was like reach out to members of Congress and get them to form a coalition that would force the speaker to agree in writing, right, to fully funding border security and dealing with the threat from the people who've already illegally crossed. And we already have that coalition in place. Like, I can't believe it. It's Chip
That's
Roy who actually
fantastic,
like
Dustin.
announced
That's
it. So
fantastic, buddy. Well done.
yeah, so we were able. The cool thing about this is the majority actually being so small gives us a lot of leverage, and that leverage is if we get 5 members of Congress or Republicans to say no, I'm not, because the Democrats vote in lockstep, to say every speaker has to agree to X, Y, or Z before our coalition will vote for them. They have to agree or they can't be speaker. And so we're planning to do this on probably 5 separate issues, right? Which is we started with the border. The next plan we have today is to move to some procedural stuff. No retaliation against Matt Gaetz, right? No removing the motion to vacate the chair. Like we're calling it the procedural. And then we'll move on. And as this thing goes out, it gives us the opportunity to negotiate stronger and stronger deals and the same kind of mechanisms that we negotiated to get when Speaker McCarthy became Speaker, right? Which is the reason we're here is that we forced the Congress to put a mechanism of enforcement in case McCarthy didn't live up to his deals, because a lot of us were warning everybody that McCarthy couldn't be trusted. He had no intention of releasing all the J6 footage or defunding the 87,000 new IRS agents or any of the other promises that weren't delivered on. And now he's out on his ass. And I think we're a better country for it.
Yeah, well, that's what I keep. That's true, and that's what's it called. I think we're definitely a better country for it. But that's why I keep thinking we have to focus in on the deal. The person doesn't matter if we can put enough fail safes and constraints on them. It could be Hitler because as soon as he goes to do something, he gets removed. So we can literally build the deal, and we don't, and then we can compromise by who it is. Like I was saying before, we wouldn't need any fail safes if they give us our miracle Donald Trump, but say it has to be Jim Jordan, then let's take let's write up a contract with how far we think we would trust him and where he would get up and what could be removed. Or just let's think about if it was if it had to be a Democrat speaker, let's think of it like that, and then how we would want them to be constrained. And then that way, if we even get, say, Scalise somehow comes back, well, then at least he'll be removed quickly, or we'll get what we want done. And I also think this thing with Scalise might have been a way to get support for Jordan. So I still like the idea of letting them think that it might be closed for a year. I think is a good way of scaring them into stuff. That's why I like the idea of nominating crazy people. Like if all of a sudden you're like Roseanne Barr, and we get behind that, then maybe we can pull the Overton window where all of a sudden they do let in somebody like an Alveda King or something like that, or something outside of the box. But if not, let the hose do what it's supposed to do and make them miserable.
May I respectfully? May I come in quickly? Just first, may I respectfully
Well, I've got my
request
hand up for a while
that
too.
we avoid language like it could be Hitler. Just remember how everything gets quoted out of context. So let's just respectfully let's avoid language like that.
I was trying to be bombastic to say that it doesn't really matter
I
who
understand, but I hear you, and you're, but you know how the people.
Yep.
quote,
No,
quote things.
I think it's smart for us to be extremely on caution. I was very interested to hear General Flynn's take on Jim Jordan, and I was happy to hear that it echoes what we've also been telling people about, right? Jim Jordan, Trey Gowdy 2.0, right? He likes to talk a good game, but when it comes time to deliver, we just haven't seen the results. And we need somebody who's results oriented in the speaker. I do want to say on the call to action, Instead, I see everybody tagging your members of Congress, which is excellent. But please add, like, don't just put like at and then their name. Like, put a sentence in there. It makes it vastly better in the algorithm, and it's more influential when they see it. If it's not just their name tagged, right? So, like, hey, come to the space, or please bring this to the floor, like for all the discussion. Like, you got to add those things when you tag it for it to be most impactful. Thanks, guys.
Now, one thing I will
Phenom.
say,
Oh,
well, hold on really quick. Let's go to Phenom because she has had her hand up for a minute, for a long time. So go ahead,
Yeah,
Phenom.
Thanks, Millie. I hope General Flynn comes back in because I think this is a really important time when we see what's happening in the Middle East and with Russia and Ukraine and with our border, and now with known narco terrorists threatening the lives of border agents. And then what Dustin said earlier about this migrant assistance, that is because of this global UN migrant agreement that Biden put us back in. We have a treaty with with the UN to bring in these migrants. So one of the remedies that we have that I think makes a lot more sense to talk about now is the plenary authority of the legislators to appoint the votes to the Republican nominee. We're getting to the point where they're doing everything they can to keep in power, and they're going to remain doing that. So I think this is a larger conversation. You've got Josh Barnett and many members of the Freedom Caucus in Arizona who are having these conversations and trying to talk to other Freedom Caucus legislators in other states. This is a serious solution. It's a very constitutional and legal emergency. In case of emergency, break glass. And I think you're going to be hearing more about it. The last thing I would like to say is I don't think that there is a lack of names of people that could be speaker in a perfect world. But I think we have to look at how expensive it is to win a seat in Congress. And so the vast majority, I mean, maybe Gates and a few others, are all put in office because of either big ag, big tech, big pharma. Wow, there's some serious background noise. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's getting a little choppy, Phenom.
I think that's Tori's actually open mic.
It's Patrick's.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Patrick's open mic.
So who they're really going to be held accountable to, sadly, is to those people, not us. It's, Gates is accountable to us because he doesn't take their money. But at the end of the day, they're going to continue when they're making this deal, they're going to vote for who they think is going to best support them in keeping those promises they made to the big ag, big tech, big pharma, etc., big defense that got them into office. And I think that's the reality of where we are.
Those are great points, Phenom. I know Patrick's calling in all the way from Africa. We appreciate him being here with General Flynn. And really curious, General Flynn, I was not all, actually, I wasn't all that surprised, like, right, to hear what he said about Jim Jordan. But he gave the same warning a lot of us have been giving as it regards to Jim Jordan, which is the guy talks a big game, but when it comes time to deliver, he brought up specifically the weaponization committee, and I think we need to stay on that as well. So here's what I expect. I think's happening. To recap, we're on day 2 of the speakers race, right? We have the craziness that happened in Israel, and I can promise you that the military-industrial complex lobby is pushing incredibly hard right now to get Congress to write a giant blank check for more war and funding for everything that you could possibly want. And they are besides themselves that the House does not have a speaker and therefore cannot vote to give a blank check. They have everybody all emotional, that right? Everybody is all worked up over the crazy, horrific terrorist attack that happened in Israel. And the war machine expects like their money. Like usually what happens when people get emotional like this, the Congress throws money at the problem. Right now, they're not throwing it money at the problem. And so the pressure that members of Congress are receiving right now from the military industrial complex lobby has to be immense. But they're not able to get anything through, and that's a good thing, right? So you're welcome, America. Like, we don't have a speaker, and they're going to say, oh my God, we can't spend all, we can't throw the money. What are we going to do? What are we gonna do? We could be writing a massive, unfathomably large check that we'd be like getting rich off of right now. So right now, we should be in no hurry. Right now, our calls to action are very specific. We want accessibility and transparency. So accessibility, Matt Gates came into this space yesterday and had a conversation with us. He told us why he vacated. He told us what he's negotiating for, what he sees the negotiations happening between other members of Congress and Scalise. It's come out today that Scalise doesn't have the votes and is likely withdrawing his name from consideration. So now it's open to who's going to be next. And whoever that speaker is going to be, all it takes for us right here in this room, if all of us just take action, right? We just spend a little time to take a little action, right? It only takes 5 Republicans who to form a coalition around a single issue in order for them not to be right to say, I will not vote for a speaker unless our coalition gets this commitment. And that's how we drive what's going to happen in Congress, whoever becomes the speaker, is by putting several of these little coalitions together. We've already been successful on the border security and dealing with the illegal immigration problem. There's a group, Chip Roy. Even after we bullied Chip Roy mercilessly after his video screaming at MAGA people, he came out, he put a border coalition together of right, and they it's non-negotiable, fully funding border security and dealing with the illegal threat. Boom. Right? There will not be a Republican speaker if they don't agree to that. That's how we're taking actual action today that matters. Please participate.
Hey,
Please get involved.
can I throw out some other names? Like, what about Rick Grinnell with his sexy satchel? Or, we can have someone like Kash Patel, which would be polarizing, I think, for the left. But Rick Grinnell would be fantastic. Devin Nunes, right? There's a lot of people that are seasoned that could possibly be thrown into the race. That we can suggest, because we're all looking just in the House because we want expedition of this. Whereas for me, I don't want it expedited, because the more we don't have a Speaker of the House, the more we can't declare war, because they can't do it with an interim. So for me, either way it goes, it's fine. But the expedition, why not look outside? There are a lot of people that are well seasoned that we can have in there. There are people that were in the State Department under President Trump that were conservative. I can throw out a lot of names that we can look at. And I think the most important thing we should do is, in regards to picking, just like the general said, even if it takes a week or so, I'd be happy as long as it's the right candidate. Finding someone that will bring unity and level-headedness in the House, right, is of utmost importance. We need to secure our border. Yesterday it came from cables that on Friday at rallies or soft targets, they're targeting Israeli communities. And I put that out. The FBI has put out a notice, hence why I said don't advocate to go out with guns, right? That was the premise for it, because I was still having those communications with people. All the embassies were alerted. This is a big deal, because we have a bunch of people we don't know coming through our border. We need someone that's going to stick firm on it, right? And bring that unity where we have the left coming to the table with us, agreeing with us. So this is why it's imperative that it's transparent, that we see what they're doing. I mean, even Nate Kane, he's a whistleblower. He's been in the government. He knows how things work. Yes, he's never been in the House, but he has experience. He's running for office. He is our Uranium One whistleblower. That could also be polarizing, but it's all suggestions. And like you said, Dustin, what we need first is, to get things on the table. And, Jim Jordan thing, everyone agrees on that. That, right now they're making it out, oh, you have to pick a side, pick one. No, we have 350 million Americans we can pick from if we actually look at it that way. But now we have to reduce that pool to people that are actually capable of executing. Now, I've invited Mike Lindell as well to come on to speak. He's pretty good in, throwing out ideas on doing things. So hopefully he can join us. This is a really important thing. Now, Congress is actually having meetings right now in their little secret circles. So, see, we should be part of that conversation. We should be on X right now or anywhere right now listening to them cut these deals and deciding between them who would do it. That's the key here. I mean, I would have loved Matt Gaetz, but he was the one that removed McCarthy, so we can't get that done. I'm even like, let's get MTG in there. Why not? Or why not get that, representative? What's his name? Let me pull it up. It's Rosendale, who proposed the bill, who was the sponsor of the bill, that says that we should have a dual loyalty disclosure act. There are a lot of people that are already in the House that may be someone we can look at, but there's a lot of people outside too. So, it's really important that we have the right people representing us and having these conversations.
When the first debate happened and it was televised, it was live streamed on C-SPAN. Remember, Matt Gaetz publicly and on many news segments suggested that he wanted all of the business to happen that way. He wanted the cameras to be on them at all times, but that just fell flat. They don't want that to happen. They don't have a lack of ideas of people inside or outside of the House. The only way that we are ever going to change that is by firing all of them every 2 years, members of Congress, every few years, a third of the Senate. And that's what, again, makes the most important issue is our elections.
Can I just say, Marjorie Taylor Greene had tweeted out, and I'm trying to find that tweet. Let's do this on the House floor instead of behind closed doors. Stop dragging it out. Kevin McCarthy had to go 15 rounds. Then the next speaker should be able to do the same or more if they have to. Our job titles are representatives of the American people. Let's go. New GOP member discussion today at 12:15 p.m. House Republicans, GOP member only discussion. And she tweeted that out. I'm looking for it though, where she put it. And I can't seem to find it to share it. Just got the screenshot from one of the other feeds.
Diligent, go ahead.
I was just gonna wanted to go back to the procedural aspects of this, since we were talking about earlier, and I'm just curious because when I asked Matt Gaetz about this yesterday, about the deadlines, right? So he had said that there were deadlines in place for McCarthy, and that was part of the reason why he was ousted. But I mean, look how long it took. So is there a way that we can kind of smart contract this thing, like Benny was suggesting? Maybe get the voting members that agree to put somebody in there, say, well, if you don't do this by this, we automatically file a motion to vacate, not wait 10 months down the road, because we don't have another 10 months. We don't have another 5 months, really.
So this so gets to like everything that we're doing with technology, by the way, right? So like everything we talk about you guys have heard me say, right? Put the government on chain, right? This is the kind of stuff that we could build into like how that functions. You've agreed to do this, you didn't do it, bye-bye. Bye-bye, you're not speaker, you have leadership now, like automatically built in. Like all of this technology is available if we start applying it this way. And the reason I'm so like just bullish on this conversation, right? And what we're doing here is we're starting to see it like bleed through. Everybody keep taking that action, right? Keep contacting your member of Congress or any member of Congress. Just on that tweet above, invite them to come to the space and just talk to us about what's happening. I saw Banksy, crazy little ass, put out AOC. Like, oh, get AOC in here. Like, tagged AOC. Would love to have AOC come in, right? Would love to have that discussion. Like, come rip on the Republican. This is what we can do with the technology to make our government better. And so it starts, again, accessibility and transparency, right? And we can have these discussions. I think what's about to happen, though, right? Remember that you could not find 435 bigger narcissistic egomaniacs than the House of Representatives, right? And so they're not going to go outside their own until like it's exhausted, that there's no one from within that they could pick. So I think what we're about to see is, right, Tom Emmer's going to try to round up the votes and fail. And then it's going to be, right, some other member of Congress going to try to round up the votes and fail. I think we've got several days of watching them one by one humiliate themselves because, right, they think that they're going to be the ones that they could totally do it. And I bet you that Scalise and Jordan get the closest, and then everybody else it'll get further and further away. And then what we'll see is them start making arguments about, oh well, maybe we, right, and maybe they end up going back to a Jordan or Scalise, or
Hey, wait,
maybe
Justin, they already did. Breaking. Chuck tweeted this out. Justin, closed door meeting leak reveals Jim Jordan as the only member who can purportedly receive the 217 floor votes required to become Speaker of the House. Do you support Jim Jordan for Speaker? Now, listen, the one thing, putting Scalise up, people started digging on him and they looked at his portfolio, and his interests, right? No one's done that for Jim Jordan, and they should, because it's the equivalent of the same stuff as Scalise. And
so Chris down in the audience sent me that there's a release from Trump where he is endorsing Ellie Stefanik. Has anybody seen that?
Yes, I had made that suggestion last week. Elise Stefanik would be fantastic, actually. And I wanted
I don't know about
he
that.
popped off. No, I actually do think so. Sometimes people say one thing because they go with narrative, kind of like President Trump. That's the genius of President Trump. He'll just go along with the narrative and they don't even see him coming. He'll just pander to whatever mainstream conservative ink, and the left, far right, neocon, he'll just pander to that. And they don't see him coming because they're like, oh, he's talking about the stuff we're talking about, reactive. No, he's a planner. So I see Elise Stefanik as somewhat the same too.
All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw a poll up, and we'll start with like 4 members of the House, and poll the people who are in this audience, who they like. We'll do Jordan, Stefanik. Who else should I put on there?
Ron
Scott.
Paul. Ron Paul.
Yeah, Ron Paul.
Here's
And what about Massey too?
Think about it this way, though, guys. Like, Ron Paul is very much anti-war, and the current situation right now is we have a lot of the rhinos are going to be definitely wanting to go into war in Israel, right? And then we have the Democrats who, it's kind of divided. Some of them very much don't want the U.S. to get involved in Israel. Some do, some don't, right? So somebody like Ron Paul, who's known as being very anti-war, anti-getting involved in other people's things, he might actually pull some votes from the Democrats. It's possible over what's anticipated following the attacks on Israel.
Okay, so Ron Paul. What about Thomas Massey? I mean, he's holding up a lot of the stuff. I mean,
Put Flynn on there too.
Well, Flynn wouldn't be able to do other things, but he's not in the House. He said we're sticking to the House because if we're doing everything,
I actually think we should do 2 polls at this point, right? So we'll do 1 poll of people who are in the House, and then a poll of outside the House. And well, Tori, you have definitely
you guys don't like the is Stefanik the lady with the heavy accent?
She's from New York. She was a never Trumper who then turned into a non-never. I very suspicious.
Didn't Trump re-truth her, or am I thinking about the different lady? Yeah. Well, I want Carrie I'm talking about the one that she has a real heavy accent. She comes from like communism or something like that, a background. Oh, you're talking about the oh, I know who you're talking about.
No, not her.
On the ground. What's her name? The foreign one. Ooh, that would be a good one. Alpha. Stop it. That was like sexy talk right now. I know who you're talking about. She like laid it all out, the crimes, right? Does anybody remember her name? That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, I know. What's her name? Oh my gosh, she would be fantastic. And she represents exactly why people,
Okay, so who's the lady with the heavy accent?
Let me look. Let me check my feeds too. Anybody remember the
Is it
I think she was Russian,
Sparks,
or Polish, or
Spare? There are people texting me like 3 different names.
She's Ukrainian.
It's Spars, Victoria Spars.
Okay, she's Ukrainian.
Sorry, I'm trying to type up our poll. You guys are killing me.
Hey, can I jump in for a second? This is Nate.
Go ahead, Nate.
Hey, thanks. I might have a good signal here for just a tad, but one of the things that I have not heard people talk about, and I think this is something that we need a national call for,
we need to be praying right now and asking God to help the right speaker get in there. That is probably the most important thing I think that we could be doing. And of course, one of the things that I want to just speak to what Phenom said that I think is incredibly important is that there are a lot of people in Congress who are completely plagued by favors that they owe to their paymasters. And it's important that we look and see who is funding these candidates, who is funding these people in Congress, who owns them. Because at the end of the day, the part of the problem of why we don't get what we want and what we deserve is because the people who get elected oftentimes are the people who are paying for the campaigns of these candidates. I am dealing with that right now in my own campaign, where I'm looking and I'm seeing an opponent who is completely going to be owned if he gets in there, because he's got all the PAC money behind him, he's got all of the establishment behind him. Shoot, he even had McCarthy giving him his endorsement, and Steve Scalise giving him his endorsement. So that should tell you everything you need to know about the person I'm running against. But this is the issue that I think is happening all over the country. It's not unique to the race that I'm in, and it's also not unique to the people that are in Congress right now. I think a lot of them are owned, a lot of them are compromised, or they're bribed one way or the other, and that is a problem.
And if I could add to that, it's not going to ever stop. It will never stop. It's not going to go away. Those big industries will always back people. And if somebody votes the way the people want, then those industries will back someone else. And there's a big probability they will win. There are two ingredients that are needed in order to overcome that. And one is ground game, people in the precincts, on the ground, getting out the vote in person at the polls. And the other is grassroots, like money bombs and donations. Those are the only way to overcome it, and it will remain that way.
Well, that's
You
because
know, I thought he said that prayer is the number one thing. So we should be
Digital.
praying
Don't
for money.
start
Which one?
digital. I
Prayer or
pray for
money?
your
Which
soul
one?
daily.
Rachel Maddow has
Prayer or
entered the
money?
chat. Rachel Maddow has entered.
Huh?
Okay, I'll stick to praying.
Okay, praying is important because that's the best currency. But what Nate what Nate said, all of them are owned by their money. And if you heard it correctly, the only reason Speaker McCarthy was actually selected was because he filled the coffers, right? And what they're looking at is who's going to make the GOP money. Okay. And this is constantly going to perpetuate if we keep perpetuating this two-party system where we allow that to happen, because no one can get anywhere unless they're going to attract money. And so our politics is driven by money. Money is attached to corporations and interests. And therefore, the people that actually do get in office are controlled at the top by corporate interests and who funded them. So this is a very big problem. And Phenom, we need to get this done. But how do we get it done when all the people that are sitting in the House, all the people that are in the Senate are the same thing? Compromise. They're not of the people, for the people. They're of the corporations that pander to the people. We're the consumers being consumed. It's like we're on a hamster wheel, and then we're trying to ask, for them to work for us. It's really difficult because they work for the person that pays them. It goes back to even the discussions we've had about journalism. When you are paid by someone, you will express those interests, period. You cannot right hand that feeds you.
Well, thank you for Citizens United. That helped. That was great. You guys did a great job there.
We need to get rid of that.
Yeah. Do you know when that got decided? Do you know who the advocates for it were?
Years ago. Yeah, the Republicans.
Do you know who the advocates?
The rhinos were.
The Koch brothers.
Yes, it was the rhinos, and the Democrats loved it too, because now corporations are considered people. This is why we get Zuck bucks and everything. But
let's just start with that then, huh? Let's start with that.
We're not idiots here. I don't know why you're stating it like that. That's not the topic of discussion right now. But what we need to look at is to get these people to, if you can't find someone in the House, look outside. We're not going to settle.
Millie, money in politics wasn't the core of the discussion.
Wait, did you just say my name?
I said, oh, sorry, I don't know who's Chaos.
It's Chaos. Listen, we are talking about money because that drives politics, right? But we're not going to get into the delving of how can we undo that right now. That's insane. What we need to delve into is why are we settling? Because all of us in here are like, well, Jim Jordan might. Why are we settling? We're in charge. We should have
Phenom,
a
I think
say.
had the Phenom, I think had the right recipe, which is you've got to have people that are going to run ground game, and you're going to have people that are going to be willing to put in the work and the effort, and and also going to be able to raise the support from individual donors. But where I was talking about, to answer Fidgetal, where prayer comes in, is that there are black swan events that can happen. Some people call it luck. I call it the hand of God, or the hand of providence. And I think we need both. We need to have people that are going to work hard and that are going to work for they're going to be principled and have integrity. But we also do need a little bit of luck, or as I would put it, we need the hand of God's providence in this in order to get us out of this jam that we're in. And as far as the speaker goes, we're going to need that, because I think we are facing a situation here where it is going to be hard to find somebody that is not going to be owned or compromised. And so the other alternative is you get somebody that all of a sudden has a change of heart and decides to start being a principled person instead of being compromised and owing favors. And I don't know who that person is. I certainly don't think it's Jim Jordan. I think that, I've seen nothing out of him that would indicate that he is the real deal. In fact, the weaponization committee, I was actually had given an opportunity for myself to speak on the weaponization committee, and I was told by people in the know, don't waste your time, because Jim Jordan was not going to do anything, and that's pretty sad. But that's what we're facing today. So I don't know who that right person is if it's in Congress, but I do think that outside of Congress, and I agree with Chaos on this, I think that there is some opportunities to find somebody outside of Congress, somebody that can, that maybe is a little bit less controversial, that can bring the party together, and but also has those principles that they're going to stick to.
Now,
And
here's an interesting thought. What if we, the people in the grassroots, we nominate someone that we think would be good for the job when we complete this polling? I know Dustin put a poll up in the nest, but I think you're supposed to put one poll for the people in the house and then another poll for the outsiders. So there should be two, right? Okay, I see 'em.
I put them both up there now. Right, we have outsiders and insiders, and I added another category. You have to comment below if there's somebody else. But I love this idea. Keep going, Millie.
And then just like the tier where you did with the tournament for the whatever, right, the hacks tournament, you could do a tier where the top two in each of these polls that we find, you put all four of them on, and then we let the people vote then. And then once we've picked somebody who we feel should be nominated and at least given the chance to be voted for, we should put out a movement to have everybody call their Republican representatives and to demand that they get behind this person, and that if we have enough people, the grassroots can actually tell their representatives who they want to be speaker, and they might listen. I mean, because it's their constituents. People could say, we're not going to vote you back in come election day, if you don't do what we want you to do.
Well, that sounds sound, but they're rigging the elections anyway, and that's another thing. I had suggested, what about Carrie Lake? I mean, now that she's running for Senate, I don't know how that works, but
they can't rig 100% of the vote, right?
No. And who's been at those meetings?
So the person can't win if nobody shows up to vote for them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I guess.
And we had huge polls like a week or so ago that the entire social media was saying Trump. MTG was saying Trump. Polls, cat turds polls, hundreds of thousands of people were saying Trump. It's not that they don't know what we want. It's, again, they're just not going to budge. If there's a bunch of us that want one thing, but a defense company wants something else, they're in Virginia taking them out to steak dinners. What we really have to do is we're going to have to just probably settle this time, and then we're going to have to get in the ground and do a better job firing the members of Congress. We have to show up at these elections, and we have to also fund directly the candidates.
Oh, I have an idea. Fidgetal, give me 50 grand. I'll fly to DC. I'll take everyone out to steak dinners. What do you think?
Which rejects are you going to take out?
All of them.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll
so
pass.
you know Ivan Raiklan, he was in the room before. I don't know if he's still in there. He's been down in Congress all week. He's been down there all week. I don't know if he's still in there. I
I
go on. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I had brought him up on stage. I don't know where he went. But we do have. I see everybody down in the speaker queue, guys. We're doing our best to like move people around. So, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, let's hit some hands. Get Destiny. Trump Frog, I think you were next, and then we'll go Destiny. And if we cycle you down, don't take it personally. Just re-request. We'll bring you back up.
Yeah, and I think Mike Lindell was on the phone with Joe Altman, but he wasn't. He was bumped off too. So we'll see how that goes. If Mike has time to come back.
First off, thank you, Jennifer and Dustin and Tori. This is a great space. A lot of really smart people. I love what you guys do in American Mission. Talk about it all the time in my little space that I do. And first off, I thought Tori's idea of Richard Grinnell is fire. I would definitely probably try to go outside of it if possible.
Boom.
The other one I thought of was Dan Scavino, because then that would just absolutely make people's heads explode. Amazing communicator. It would bring a lot of fun to the house. But my point that I wanted to make is, Trump has a history of putting people up to expose them, like you said, so people can look. I'm not sure people are aware that Jim Jordan has made $21 million in Congress. He gets $100,000.
Is it just me he cut out for?
Yeah,
He
he
rubbed.
cut out.
Oh, Trump, we lost you.
Gates is speaking. I don't know if anybody can stream it. He's calling it Gates for Speaker with a question mark.
What? Let's
Gates
go.
can do it.
That would be
Yes.
genius. That would be freaking genius. Let's see. Where is he?
It's on his account
Let me get
at Rep Matt Gates.
all right.
Now that's interesting. Do you think Gates has the
Here,
vote?
let me try it. Let me try it because I'm streaming. Maybe you guys can hear it. Let me try it.
As we saw, it certainly can create resentment if you take away the goose that's laying the golden
Because
eggs.
Devin
for
Nunes
some
would be
of
a
these
great
folks,
choice
even
also.
if that
I
money
don't know
is
why.
He's so funny.
ill-gotten,
He's calling it
from
Speaker
the
for
standards that I
hire.
hold, that we shouldn't be raising money from
Can you hear it?
lobbyists and PACs
No.
and special interests
Darn it.
who want to
At
influence
least
the
that
decisions
we know
here in
that Gates would
Washington
be
so
keeping
that
his
the needs
word,
of the
because
American
he
people
seems to be
are
very adamant
subjugated.
about people keeping
And
their
for
word,
holding
and
that
he would look
viewpoint,
like
I
the
have
biggest
not
hypocrite if
gained
he
a ton of
didn't.
friends in this town.
So
The
there's
LA
that.
I can stream it,
Times
guys, if you
observing
want.
Matt Gates
Yeah,
is
no, please
widely
do.
hated in Congress. Doesn't bother me too
Doesn't
much.
bother me too much.
He was able to
He was
oust
able
Kevin
to oust
McCarthy
Kevin
anyway. Both
McCarthy
of those
anyway.
things
Both of those
may
things
very well be
may
true.
very
So
well
I
be
think
true.
we
So
can
I think we can
very likely dispense with
very
the notion
likely
that I
dispense with the
have
notion that I have
candidacy or a
candidacy
prospect to be
or a
Speaker of the
prospect to be
House.
Speaker of the
So
House.
sorry
So
to
sorry
Eric,
to
who
Eric,
put out that very
who put
kind
out that
tweet.
very kind tweet.
But I think that also says
But I
something
think that
about the
also says
makeup
something
of the
about the
Republican
makeup of the
conference.
Republican conference.
We need
We
more
need
America
more
First
America
congressmen.
First congressmen.
We have far too many
We have
people
far too
here
many
that
people
are
here that are
vestiges of a
vestiges
Republican
of a
Party of
Republican Party
yesteryear
of
that does
yesteryear
not
that does
reflect
not
the
reflect
dynamism
the
and
dynamism
energy
and
and
realignment
realignment that a lot of
that
our
a lot of
most
our
enthusiastic
most
activists and
activists
supporters
and
reflect
supporters
in how they
reflect
approach
in how
politics,
they
how they
approach
think
politics,
about a
how
lot
they
of
think
these
about a
things.
lot of these things.
In a lot of ways,
In
the
a lot of ways,
Republican
the
conference
Republican
here
conference
in Washington,
here in
D.C. and
Washington,
the House of
D.C. and the
Representatives
House of
is not a
Representatives
leading
is not a
indicator
leading
of where the
indicator
Republican
of
Party
where the
is. It's a
Republican Party is.
lagging
It's a
indicator. The
lagging
leading
indicator. The leading
is really
indicator
the
is
sentiment
really
that we
the
draw
sentiment
from
that we draw
folks,
from
whether they're
folks,
commenting
whether they're
right now on our
commenting right
live
now on
stream,
our live stream,
engaging with us on the phone, in
on
the
the
mail,
phone, in the
digitally.
mail, digitally.
And the American
And the
people
American
want to
people
see
want to
Washington
see Washington change. That is coming through. Representatives are hearing that message as we engage in this contest for Speaker. But for people who hold views like me, to have a greater say in Washington, D.C., it is not ambition that is the essential ingredient. It is a constituency of the membership. And on any given day, sometimes it's 4, 5, 8, 20, 25, 30. We've finally gotten a majority of the majority to oppose U.S. involvement in the war in Ukraine, but that took some time. Again, Congress has the lagging indicator, not the leading indicator. And so mark this as a moment where we rededicate ourselves to the concept
of having more America first principles and values and people here in the United States Congress working on the stuff that's important to the American people. There is a lot of enthusiasm for Donald Trump as a potential speaker candidate. So as many of you will remember, I first nominated President Trump for Speaker of the House back in January. I'll give you a listen to that clip.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
To place a name and nomination for the position of Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
My friends, when Donald Trump was president, taxes were cut, regulations were slashed, energy was abundant, wages were rising, capital was returning from overseas to fund the dreams and ambitions of our fellow Americans, and the economy was roaring. And so I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again. So I gave that nominating speech, and I can't say that the movement took off. President Trump only got a very small handful of votes. I think me and, well, it was mostly me that was voting for President Trump in those ballots and in those contests. There have been a few other of my colleagues, Troy Nehls notably, Greg Steube, have said that they are eager to vote for Donald Trump for Speaker of the House. I was with President Trump last night in Palm Beach. We talked about this. I can tell you straight from the horse's mouth, President Trump does not want the job. He is laser focused on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue because he believes if we do not hold the White House, no matter which party controls the Congress, no matter who is the presiding officer, we will not be able to take the country back. We will not be able to make the changes at the border, in the economy, and really in just how our administrative agencies operate with Congress alone. We have to have the executive. So he is putting his time to best use toward that objective. The only circumstance in which I think he ever considered it or would consider it if there was an extremely short interim basis where he could come in, put us on the right track, set a vision and an agenda. I don't think that's the direction this is going, but I think that the president's focus is appropriately on the Article 2 powers reflected in the presidency. President Trump also endorsed Congressman Jim Jordan for the position of Speaker of the House. We showed you that in our last episode. And we've got folks from a comment from Hello America News on the live stream. Devin Nunes for Speaker. I would totally vote for Devin Nunes for Speaker. But let's get to Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan, a lot of enthusiasm for him in the base. You will recall back in January, this was another play that I attempted to run. I tried to nominate Jim Jordan. I believe in Jim Jordan. Here was my speech in January making the case for Jordan for Speaker. Play the clip. Well, sometimes we have to do jobs that we don't really want to do. And sometimes we have to do jobs that we are called to do. And so, my colleagues, I rise to nominate the most talented, hardest working member of the Republican conference who just gave a speech with more vision than we have ever heard from the alternative. I'm nominating Jim Jordan. I gave that speech right after Jim Jordan had nominated Kevin McCarthy. I was not successful at getting Jim Jordan to vote for himself, though I got a number of other members enthusiastic about his candidacy then, and I think there are people still pretty psyched about him to this day. That said, yesterday, we had a vote in the Republican conference between Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan lost that vote by 7 votes. Now, we've heard from a lot of people about the nature of that vote, that it was behind closed doors, that it was anonymous. People's names didn't necessarily have to append to the vote that they were casting. A very different thing than you saw back in January on the floor with Kevin McCarthy, and that you'll see again with whoever we elect for speaker. So why is that happening? A lot of people concerned about that methodology. When I knew that the motion to vacate was going to be successful based on the roll call votes vis-a-vis Speaker McCarthy, it was my belief that immediately, right then and there, without taking a week off for everybody to go have a good cry, without retreating to our respective conferences, I thought right then and there we should have begun with nominating speeches and votes. And you know what? It would have been messy and it would have taken a while, but it probably would have been done by now. Instead, they wanted to reschool the fish, reconstitute the caucuses. And what I have to tell you is that decision is not one that I got to make, not one even that the majority of the body got to make. That decision rested with the pro tem and the pro tem alone. Now, this is not an elected position, not even a position you could vacate. It was a position that was appointed by the outgoing speaker. This is a weird quirk of how the parliamentary process works. The outgoing speaker has a list of who would serve in the event of their incapacity, in this case by vote, but there could be incapacity for all other reasons. And the person designated was Patrick McHenry. He made the decision to send everybody home for a week. That was a bad decision. And then the decision of the conference chair, Elise Stefanik, in coordination with Patrick McHenry, is to engage the process that usually we do at the beginning of the year, where people cast their votes. Then when someone has received 50% plus one, they're officially the designated candidate of the party, and we move to the floor as a consequence of that. So Jordan loses, and then the question is Jordan going to mount a campaign on the floor, similar to what we saw with McCarthy back in January, or is he going to back Scalise? And we've got some reporting on that I want to share with you. First, from Jake Sherman at Punch Bowl. Jake Sherman tweets, news, Jim Jordan just offered to nominate Scalise on the House floor. Jordan getting behind Scalise. That reporting confirmed by Olivia Beavers at Politico. Olivia tweeting, Rep. Jordan plans to vote for Scalise as Speaker on the floor and is encouraging his colleagues to do the same, per source with direct knowledge. One thing that I have experience in is being more for Jim Jordan than Jim Jordan was for Jim Jordan. And one thing I've learned is that if it is challenging at times to get Jim Jordan over the line if Jim is not for Jim. I say that to you because I voted for Jim Jordan in that conference. I did not vote for Steve Scalise. Jim was my preferred candidate. And while both Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise represent an upgrade over Kevin McCarthy, I do believe Jim would have been the better choice. Now, Jordan is nominating Scalise and backing Scalise and working to whip votes for Scalise. So that brings us to Scalise. Let's talk about his candidacy and who can think about Steve Scalise without remembering the tragic moment where he was shot on a baseball field by a radicalized Bernie Sanders supporter. Play that clip.
Washington correspondents that the president and the vice president have now been informed of what have happened. And you can see here what looks like like a member of Congress that I recognize, but we'll wait for confirmation. We do have it, Nora. We've told that the congressman who was shot in the hip has been identified as Steve Scalise. He is the Republican House Majority Whip. And as you can see there, it appears that they are medevacing him. The Alexandria Fire Department and first responders are medevacing him to get treatment. And the shooting happened in the dugout of the baseball field.
And as of this time, we do not know, even though we assume he's in custody, the name of the shooter and his motive or intent.
We are back live. Pat on Facebook giving me the comment that Jordan is not trusted because Jordan did not vote to vacate McCarthy. Let me level with you politically. 8 Republicans voted with me, including my own vote, to vacate McCarthy. None of those people have any chance of being elected Speaker of the House this term. The bad blood with the other Republicans, not all of them, but a sufficient number of them, would preclude myself, Andy Biggs, Bob Good, Tim Burchett, Nancy Mace, Matt Rosendale, Eli Crane from really being considered speakers of the House.
All
Even
the
though
names I
several
mentioned.
people on that list probably make a pretty good Speaker of the House, that is a political reality. So that's why that would probably be a path that would not be productive for us to pursue. I also want to talk about the bad blood between Scalise and McCarthy that seems to have impacted this race. Because while Steve Scalise won the original caucus vote by 7 votes, he does not have 217 votes right now. He may get there, he may not. He does not have 217 votes right now, and that is the magic number. It's not 218 because there's a vacancy because Chris Stewart of Utah retired and the special election hasn't filled that seat. So that's the important math. But there are a few areas that really contributed to the bad blood between McCarthy and Scalise that may be affecting Scalise's vote tally right now. First is the debt limit. When Kevin McCarthy went to negotiate the debt limit with the White House, typically that negotiating team would be led by, or at least heavily informed by, whoever the majority leader is, the number 2 in the House. But instead of involving Steve Scalise in the debt limit deal, which I assume almost everybody watching this program and getting this report would be against, I was viscerally against that deal. Steve had no role in negotiating it. He was cut out, and he was replaced by Louisiana Congressman Garrett Graves and North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry, who's now the pro tem. The second thing that contributed to this, I think, bad blood between McCarthy and Scalise was the way that McCarthy negotiated the continuing resolution. Scalise was cut out of that. And then finally, we heard reports of a secret side deal between McCarthy and the White House on Ukraine. And Scalise was cut out of that as well. And so this may be creating a rub where some of the remnants of McCarthy world are simply unwilling to deliver their votes to Scalise because they know of the drama or tension that existed between McCarthy and Scalise during a lot of the time when they were both members of the leadership team. Now, on Ukraine specifically, I've gotten a lot of comments about this because I do not support more funding for the war in Ukraine. I was one of, I think, 3-4 members who from the beginning has opposed this. And both Jordan and Scalise were asked their perspectives on Ukraine, and they gave the exact same answer, even though they have a very different voting record. And I align with Jordan's votes, of course. They both said that the White House hadn't produced a plan, that a majority of Republicans were against continuing to fund this, and they were both pretty negative on it. Now, circumstances change. Got to evaluate people not just by what they say, but how they vote. That's how all of us get evaluated. But I wanted to bring you to that point because how people are thinking about Ukraine is informing a lot about how folks think about the direction of the House and how it should be led. And there are equally strong passions on both sides of that. I mean, we have some members who will not vote for somebody that doesn't want to have an America last policy and send every last dollar to Ukraine. And there are some of us who have a real hard time ever pulling the lever for someone who thinks that this is going to be America's new costly forever war with high risk of escalation, accident, and sleepwalking us into World War III. That's Ukraine. So now we're in a circumstance. We just got out of a meeting with the Republican conference where Scalise asked those who opposed him to come forward, share their concerns. He was talking through those concerns with them, and I didn't see a lot of votes move during that particular meeting. And so, then the question becomes, what happens if neither one of these guys can get the votes? What happens if some of the Jordan people, even though Jordan apparently has said he's going to nominate Scalise, is whipping votes for Scalise, even though that's happening, there may be Jordan people that don't want to vote for Scalise. There may be Scalise people that don't want to vote for Jordan. If that were to come to an impasse, and I would actually hope that it wouldn't come to an impasse, you could see a move by the current number 3 in the House, the whip, Tom Emmer of Minnesota. And he's not a candidate yet, but if things were to dissolve with the 2 people that were running, with the 1 person that was designated, it would be my expectation that Tom Emmer would mount a campaign alongside perhaps Kevin Hern, a congressman from Oklahoma, who currently leads the Republican Study Committee, which is the largest Republican caucus in the United States Congress. So we've got the speaker's race. Underneath that, if Scalise is ultimately elected speaker, he will vacate the position of majority leader. Several people have expressed an interest in that, including my friend and Florida colleague Byron Donalds. And if Emmer were to run for that, it could even create a vacancy for whip. So a lot of moving parts. This is part of the politics that really drives Washington. If you watch the television show House of Cards, what I think they get right in that dramatization of all this is how much time and energy and effort and focus members of Congress put into these leadership elections. It really is the alpha and omega for some of them. And as I told you at the top of the program, not for me. Throughout all of these personalities and all these zero-sum machinations of power, the most important thing to me is that we put downward pressure on spending and we constrain the Biden government from doing the grave harm that they are doing to the American people right now. It's not about personalities. It's about the plan. And we cannot continue to underwrite Joe Biden's debt, advance his spending that is crushing people through inflation, all alongside the Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell negotiated policies that I want to rip out of United States federal code. And the only way to do that is single subject spending bills. And I'm fighting real hard for that, no matter who ends up in what leadership position. But my commitment to you is I'll keep you informed. I'll keep you up to date. I'll let you know. You deserve to know not just what my perspective is. Again, I went in and voted for Jordan. Some folks don't like that on the live stream. Some folks really do like that. But what you deserve to know is how the case is being made and what it means for you and the power centers here in Washington if certain coalitions advance or dissolve or are able to constitute a functioning majority in the United States House of Representatives. Been a whole lot of whining about, oh, well, McCarthy's gone. Oh, the House is in chaos. We don't have a functioning legislative branch of government. Spare me the breathless pearl clutching. We had been failing for 9 months under Kevin McCarthy. No budget, no release of the January 6 tapes, no subpoena to Hunter Biden. We didn't have a functioning House of Representatives when we did have a speaker. So it is worth it to rip off the Band-Aid, to get this right, and to put ourselves in a position where we have a leader who can inspire and who the Republicans in our conference can trust. And I know that means we got Republicans from East Coast, West Coast, rural, urban, suburban, everything in between. But I know that for us to be able to drive action, we have got to have more boldness in the speaker, and we've got to surround them with a team that is willing to go to battle against the Biden administration and the Chuck Schumer-led Senate. I also want to update you on some important work that's going on at the committee level in the Congress just today. And keep in mind, even though there is this leadership drama that overlays the Beltway, there's also a lot of committee work going on to see that we're doing what the American people need on oversight, on legislation. And one of the things that you should all be worried about is the level of crime in D.C. I used to love it when in 2017, 2018, I'd learned that Northwest Floridians would come to our nation's capital, and I'd be so eager to set them up. Oh, you got to go to the Washington Monument and the Jefferson Memorial, and you got to go to the Spy Museum and park the car, walk around, use public transportation. And in the years that have passed, our subway system has become dangerous. Our beautiful monuments have become camping grounds for the homeless. And, I'm not blaming the homeless, but you can't have a situation where our fellow Americans cannot enjoy our nation's monuments and our history and our national story because people are deciding to turn it into their residence. That is not okay for the rest of us. And most notably, crime. We are seeing crime levels just absolutely skyrocket in our nation's capital. We had a hearing on it in the House Judiciary Committee, and this was some of the content that we reviewed. Play the clip.
2023 is undoubtedly one of the deadliest DC has seen in decades. There have now been 200 homicides so far this year in a district. The district is in a state of emergency due to the high crime risk. So far in 2023, 12 children have been shot and killed. The murder rate in the District of Columbia skyrocketed. Crime on DC public transit has jumped to horrific rate. All crime up 25% and 24%. Motor vehicle theft up 107%. A violent weekend unfolding in the district. 2023 is now the third year in a row DC has reached 200 homicides. Police are investigating a series of shootings that includes a mass shooting. 16-year-old shot and killed, and then bullets flying into two classes. Some neighborhoods have seen homicides increase 280%. The vast majority of them are just fine.
Are you rugging,
We
Mace?
have to do better, and there are federal equities. And I want to make sure that when all of you come here to be with us, that you can be safe with your families and that you can be proud of your country and your capital and our great national story. I've got to say, one of the benefits of this episode, everyone is chiming in on the live stream with their favorite dark horse off the wall candidates for speaker. We heard Devin Nunes earlier. Kash Patel. A lot of love for Kash Patel on the Rumble thread. Former New York congressman and New York gubernatorial candidate Lee Zeldin getting some love. I saw on YouTube someone mentioned Trey Gowdy. I would definitely be opposed to Trey Gowdy as speaker. I thought that he was all hat, no cattle when it came to oversight and accountability. And Wanimal says just put me in charge. So I don't know. Maybe you think you can be speaker and you're on the live stream. Either way, I'll keep you posted. Make sure you're subscribed. Do us a favor, give us 5 stars if you're listening on Apple or on Spotify. That gives us the best opportunity to be able to share this content, keep people engaged and informed. If there's any way my efforts to change this town will be successful, is because people like you will share this content, engage our fellow Americans, and then take action to demand better. I'll keep you updated. Make sure you're subscribed. Roll the credits.
I really enjoyed that. Whoops. Sorry, guys. That
What?
was so good.
No, what? Hey. So the thing about Matt Gaetz is not only does he do that, show me anyone else who's given that in thorough of a explanation of what the hell is actually happening right now. And B, he also followed, right? He was in this space yesterday telling us the same things, right? Like giving us the same breakdowns, which is so incredibly helpful as we get it. Now, we also, at the same time, like everybody here, we are also like polling to see what you guys think. The inside the house poll is really interesting. Jim Jordan, 33%. Elise Stefanik, 23%. Nobody likes Tom Emmer at 2.7%. You're out of here, Tom. I shouldn't have even put you on the poll. You shouldn't have even qualified for your name on the ballot, Tom. Don't even try it. You're not going nowhere. Although, it sounds like Gates thinks like I do, that what we're going to see is we're going to watch Emmer try it. We're going to watch several of these guys try to mount a campaign and likely fall short. Now, outside the House, Millie, you're going to love the results so far on this one. I'm with you on this one. I put my vote for Ron Paul. Ron Paul, 28.4. Alveda King, 27.4. And General Flynn, 25.4. So we have a dead heat in the outside between Ron Paul, Alveda King, and General Flynn. Get up there on the Jumbotron. They're the two right before the Matt Gaetz podcast, and cast your vote and continue to take action. We're giving CBDC tokens away to people who tag their member of Congress and cordially invite them to come join the space and do what Matt Gaetz is doing. Come tell the people what's going on. You have an obligation, members of Congress, to come talk to the people about what is happening in our house. So please keep those tags coming, keep those votes coming, and we'll keep you guys informed as things come along. Destiny, good to see you.
Hey guys, I'm really glad you guys are having this conversation. Great space. I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in on what I think about these candidates that, I understand that Trump could be speaker, that technically that's never, we need him really as president, but you can do both. It hasn't been done since James Polk, but it is possible. But I want him to be president, and I would prefer that he is solely focused on those duties, because I do think that General Flynn is a really good candidate. I'm hesitant with Jim Jordan's just because he does have a pretty gnarly looking history with the back, his old scandal at Ohio. So that was a little, who knows what actually happened. So I can't really say, but it doesn't look good. And also it would be a shame to have him not in the position he's already in. So General Flynn, though, when I think of the speaker's roles, the speaker's very administrational. Like everything they do is managerial. Everything they do is really has to follow very strict rules and keep other people in line. And that to me sounds like military, like somebody with a great military background. They're literally bred for that kind of mentality. And of course, General Flynn has got a very extensive military background. So I see him doing good. But not only that, he has a bachelor's degree in managerial science. And then he's got 3 master's degrees that are in business and master's in arts and science and strategic studies and national security. Like that to me sounds like somebody who could really handle the job compared to maybe other people that are being suggested. And he is a Christian, and that does matter to me, and it matters to some Americans as well. And so to me, like, I'd really see General Flynn being great about it. He's very verbal and in connect with the people, and that's something we really need from the speaker as well, which Trump would do good at, and I think so would Jim Jordan's. But I think that General Flynn is probably going to be one of the best bets, if not bar none the best. And that's my 2 cents on it. I just want to throw that out there.
No, I love that. And when General Flynn was with us earlier with Patrick Byrne, what was interesting, the idea of General Flynn becoming the like top of the Capitol Police, because Nancy Pelosi diverted huge amounts of funds, right, to the Capitol Police on things like election integrity. And so, right, this might be a case where, right, one of my favorite sayings, right, no, a weapon formed for evil can be used for good. Like if can you imagine General Flynn at the top of the Capitol Police investigating January 6th, investigating November 3rd?
My gosh, that would be amazing because it would all unravel down to the the Awan brothers too. Remember, that was Capitol Police. You know, everybody forgets about the Pakistanis. I have been mulling on that for over a year and a half, trying to track that down. That's Capitol Police too. But
I'll tell you what, if he does that, I'm dropping an application there.
man, that's what's up. And you know what else? I just, I said this yesterday. President Trump endorses people and talks about people when he wants freaking spotlight on you, right? And now everyone saw he didn't talk about Scalise, but everyone's looking at Jordan, and suddenly the truth is coming out. So he's spotlighting people for people to see them for who they are. And people are now in the sense where they're not listening to pundits anymore. They don't give a crap what I have to say, what anybody has to say. They do their own homework. They look at it and they look at the actions, and then they look at the portfolios, and then they look at what their track record is. Because I keep hearing people shilling like crazy. Oh, well, it's the best bet we have. Why are we settling? You don't settle, you fight for what's the best thing to have. And right now, just like you said, Dustin, General Flynn himself, if whoever speaker can appoint him as head of the Capitol Police, it's game over. Not only for J6, not only for the elections, but it's game over for the Awan brothers, because we need to start talking about what was on that computer. And unfortunately, a lot of us that are privy to that can't, because you're not allowed to. So there it is. And that is key here. So who do we get in? Doesn't have to be in the House. But if it is in the House, who do we pick? Who can we trust if they're all compromised? Matt Gaetz would be difficult to be for speaker because he's the one that removed Kevin. So they're going to be like, oh, he removed him and now he wants in, and then the narrative goes and it becomes a clown show again. Rick Grinnell, fantastic, I think, right? Rick Grinnell would be a walk in the park. They wouldn't be able to say anything. Nunes, anything, if we're talking about people that have been in the House or at some point served the government at a level that would make them allegedly capable, because anyone is capable. The Constitution says it could be your donut man down the street to be Speaker of the House, or your food cart guy can be Speaker of the House if somebody nominated him and they wanted him. So we should always be not thinking like the establishment. Well, I don't know if, they'll be good enough. Okay, I understand that. But the Speaker of the House is just supposed to be level-headed. We just need someone that can read and that can stand by what is right and what is wrong. This is going to be a temporary position. It's just 1 year. So these are the things we should be thinking about and pushing. I really enjoyed that, by the way, what Matt did. That was awesome.
Clutch. Everybody keep listen. What a fire space. We also, by the way, we are hardly done with the guests that we have lined up. Like we've really put the effort to get the invites out. I see you guys inviting members of Congress. Keep that going. We'll start handing out the CBDC rewards here in a little bit. I think I'm gonna have to modify our poll questions a little bit. Seems like we might need to add a couple people. I'm seeing a lot of Kash Patel. I'm seeing a lot of Rick Grinnell. And I'm seeing a lot of Devin Nunes. So pretty interesting.
I can say something on that. Like Kash Patel, I would be okay with, but there's a lot of people in the non-rhino movement that don't, that are not okay with it. So that would be, he's too aligned with President Trump, and that's it. So it would be very difficult for him to get the votes, even though he would do a great job. I'm game. Patel would do a great job, but I don't know. What about Ezra Cohen?
Hey, Tor, I want to get Jake's take on this. Jake, how are you today?
I'm great, Jennifer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope all's well on your end.
Well, this is my thinking on all of this stuff regarding the Speaker of the House and all members of Congress. Okay, is that if they're not talking about bringing to the House floor or the Senate a single bill voting law, if they're not talking about term limits, age limits, mandatory drug testing for all Congress members and staff, if they're not talking about criminalizing lobbying, seven-figure fines, expulsion, and prosecution for insider trading, if they're not talking about, for example, banning or abolishing the Fed and giving the Treasury authority to issue currency, or say defunding and abolishing antiquated federal regulatory agencies, purging obsolete laws and statutes, if they're not talking about rewriting the US tax code and abolishing the IRS, releasing the J6 footage, securing the southern border, if they're not talking about things like defunding the Ukraine proxy war or releasing the disruptive patents, etc., auditing the Pentagon, then you guys, they're not representing the people. And if any one of these things that I just mentioned can be introduced to the Congress and we get to see who votes these things down, then we know who we have to vote out. Because it really doesn't matter who it is that's Speaker of the House if they are compromised. And most of Congress at this point has shown the American people that they don't represent us. They represent the lobbyists. They represent special interest groups. They represent the bureaucracy. And so these people are being placed into the checks and balances portions of our government so that the whole system doesn't have to be corrupt. Just the checks and balances portions of the government need to be corrupt in order to centralize power. So my thinking is that introducing a bill, something like what it is, any of the things that I just mentioned, let alone all of the things I just mentioned, can allow us as the American people to see who it is that's on our side, because we've wanted single bill voting for a long time. We've wanted for the government to do something like, say, abolish the Federal Reserve. We've wanted to criminalize lobbying. We've wanted term limits. We've wanted heavier penalties for insider trading and prosecution, because if any of us does insider trading, we get prosecuted, but not Congress members. I mean, we've wanted the IRS to be abolished. We've wanted a lot of these things, and nobody in the Congress is doing this. It seems to me that it's all political theater. They're voting on whether or not they should rename post offices and stuff like that. This is frivolous and it's silly. And they're doing earmarks in a lot of these bills where if you don't pass this bill, then you don't want funding for the VA or for soldiers. But then there's all this other spending in there that has nothing to do with the name or the title of the bill. So that being said, whether it's Matt Gaetz, whether it's Jim Jordan, Scalise, whether it's Donald Trump or General Flynn, if they're not introducing these things, you guys, then they're not listening to the people. They're listening to the lobbyists. And that's why, like, you said, anybody can be a Speaker of the House. Lots of people have joked about myself being Speaker of the House. I wouldn't, I'm not throwing my hat in officially. But my point is that, yes, thank you very much, dear. What I'm suggesting here is that if they aren't saying these things, which is the things I would be saying if I was Speaker of the House, it's the things I think most of the people in this room would be saying if they were Speaker of the House, then they are not representing the people. And anybody that votes against these bills is not representing the people. And we actually have a chance now for very real transparency to see who is for us and who is for their own agenda and their lobbyists.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Jake. We appreciate you. Doc, I saw your, with what Jake just ended on, I saw your vote, your prediction of Tom Emmer being the next speaker. Tell us why.
I just think that they're going to run to safety. The conference is split really right down the middle. The vote here between Scalise and Jordan sort of set that table. I don't think that table is going to change. I think they're going to have to come to consensus candidate that's got some experience, that is not offensive to either side. So I think we're just going to get, just milquetoast. Not to say that we shouldn't be advocating that you guys aren't doing a great job, because you are. Last night's space with Matt was great. This one with the general, awesome. Guys are killing it. But I admire Jake's passion and the suggestion, which I agree with, that Congress and the House, particularly, not that the Senate is any better, doesn't represent the true voice of the American people. But I just don't see the energy and the push to break new boundaries politically in the House right now. I don't see the rhinos fearful enough, which I had hoped would be the case at this point, this close to the election, fearful enough of the voters to start turning their efforts toward a more America First alignment, because I think that's what's going to get people reelected. And I think going along with the status quo, going along with the rhinos, going along with the Democrats and with Biden is going to kill most candidacies. At least that's my hope. So Emmer is he's just the guy, and he's the guy that you send in the middle of two parties just throwing shit at each other. He's I think he's just going to be the consensus candidate. But unlike Jake, I'm happy to throw myself into the ring, and I'll accept any nomination for speaker anybody that wants to make. Thanks.
Well, I'll take it too. I'm just saying that, I mean, at this point, I don't actually believe that even if I was introduced as a candidate, there's not like, and nobody in the Congress, maybe a handful at the most, that would say, yeah. But what I'm saying is contrasting the legitimacy of Congress members if they don't do it. So they know what it is that we want. And if it takes me saying, yeah, I'll be candidate for a Speaker of the House just to get these talking points or these bills introduced onto the House floor, then fucking A, I'll do it. Absolutely. But I'm also have enough of a reality check. I'm objective enough to realize that the likelihood of such a thing, especially in a place like DC, is slim to none.
Well, if you're going to sell something, you got to make the ask, right? So I'm making the ask.
All right, I'll make the ask too. Yeah, hey, Matt Gaetz, introduce me as Speaker of the House nominee. I'll do a better job than half of Congress has for over 10, 20, 50, 100 years.
Well, I'll defer to you, Jake, because you've been there. You've literally been there, and I haven't. So go for it, dude.
All right, Mice Media, what do you think about all this? Mice, you there?
Bren.
Can I just address something?
Oh.
I just wanted to address something in any case someone listens. While we were having the space, there were a lot of staffers that were trying to get their people on, and I think Lindell too. And I just want to express that, yesterday we had glitches with Twitter Spaces. If you all remember, once we stopped on the space, the whole thing went like blank and everyone didn't exist, right? So please don't feel bad if you are bumped off or anything. I mean, I've been telling them that on text. I just wanted to put it out there so people know that, there are glitches and you weren't removed. It just happened because it was, these people are extremely busy that were coming on and they were constantly being kicked off. And I was trying to explain that to them. And it didn't go. I was getting a earful, but okay. So I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead,
Bren. Go ahead. Jen, he can't hear you. So.
Yeah, Jen, I'm so sorry. I love you, but I can't hear your voice at all. I think you're like rugged for me personally. But one thing real quick is I was listening to General Flynn on there. I was trying to listen for any hints as well. But as people are going through and talking about candidates for that speaker role, to me, I think Flynn is kind of a prime candidate for that VP role, especially as you see us being pulled into some world wars or some wars, some global conflict. You look at the complementary skills between him and somebody like Trump. I think it's a ticket that might not be predictable, but I think it works. And I don't think that Trump would pick somebody again like Pence that wouldn't follow orders. And I think with someone like Flynn in that spot, you'd have somebody that would execute whatever Trump wanted. So to me, I mean, I think it's interesting for a speaker role, but I think we might see him as a VP. But interested to if anybody agrees, disagrees, but I think it might work.
In order to, oh, I'm sorry.
I I've really warmed up to the idea of General Flynn as being Trump's VP pick. I started out a little like hesitant. I want whoever is going to be on the biggest mission and has the biggest chip on their shoulder to outroot the deep state. And who better than General Flynn at this point?
Well, we had
Well, wait a
discussions.
second. That was brought up a little while ago that
Yeah,
they both live in
Oh, sorry. I
Florida,
was just
so
going
and
to
they
say
that
real
can't,
quick. Then
and they
I'm
can't.
sorry.
Well, somebody's going to have to take one for the team and move out of the state of Florida.
Well, no, there were
Like,
discussions already on the East Coast about that, of the VP thing that I was privy to. And that was one of the prime factors, but also utilizing General Flynn's skills are better applied in other places, kind of like as Patrick Byrne said, as head of Capitol Police. So those discussions have been had. And, you know, the GOP race was supposed to be the audition, which fell flat like a potato. And everyone was being highlighted as not capable. So there are names on the table, but General Flynn is to be put for a position that he can actually effectively do more with the extensive experience that he has. And I think we discussed that, didn't we, Jennifer, earlier?
Yeah, I thought we did. I'm not sure. There's a lot been happening. And apparently mice can't hear me, so I'll have to drop them down and bring them back up. Phenom, jump in here.
Hey, so I loved Matt Gates's analysis. I appreciate that he does that so much. That's his podcast called Firebrand, and I wish more members of Congress did that. One of the most important parts of his analysis was really telling us that we need more America First people in Congress. We just simply don't have enough to get any of the things really that are on our major wish list done. And so to piggyback off of what Nate Kane was saying earlier, really we have a republic if we can keep it. And it's not an easy thing to do. We all need to ask ourselves, how often have we been involved in our districts in electing congressmen, knowing who is running or getting involved in volunteering? Because again, either we stay active and keep a momentum going, create a momentum and then keep it going, which is the hard work of a republic if you can keep it, by getting involved, filling county and precinct committees in the parties, and really making sure there's a ground game. There's always going to be, again, the special industries, special interest industries that are always going to be putting people in those seats if we don't. And so we have to ask ourselves, are we just like living our lives, working, grocery shopping, coming home, watching Netflix, and then mad because we don't have a member of Congress that votes the way we want them to, even though we didn't take any part in who they were or how they got in office? In Kevin McCarthy's district, less than 25% of Republicans voted. Less than 25%. That's how we end up with people like that, because there's plenty of big money and big special interests that want people like Kevin McCarthy there. So we kind of have to blame ourselves. And I think that Gates was saying in a very gracious way that it's time to pay attention, and it's going to take time to fix this, but we can't wait anymore.
That's fantastic. Yeah, you're right. We're busy picking backsplashes and not paying attention and then complaining that things are going wrong. And that's correct. I appreciate that sentiment. That's something that we should constantly be hounding. And I know life is a lot, but we should be paying attention. So that was fantastic, Phenom. I just wanted to say, Michelle Bachmann, that had the balls in a session to call out John Brennan for using unmanned drones without authorization from Congress back in the day, would be also a great candidate. She's been in office. She's not. And she would be fantastic because we know exactly where she stands, because she was the only one that had the cojones to call Obama's administration to the carpet when they were bombing people. And, you know, that is a fantastic suggestion too. Other people have said Rudy Giuliani. That's another suggestion. You know, these are things that like Phenom interpreted, that we should be paying attention. And he was looking at what people were saying. And unfortunately, you know, I'm juggling 10 streams and I couldn't get on there to just throw names like, you know, Alvida, Rick, you know, all these names. We should be talking to them. And it's fantastic that we had Matt Gaetz on there, because he's talking to the people. And that's what we need. We need them to start having the conversation with us.
So, quick update. Since we're talking about like the polls, I'll put a couple. We'll cycle. Like I'll do some new ones. Ron Paul at 32.6. Alveda King 27.9. General Flynn 26.8. Like that is a 466 votes on that one. Like super interesting. Please get up there, vote, and then also share it out so we can see what other people think. Like the broader the universe of the votes, the like better feel we have of what you guys actually want. On the in the house preference poll, hate to tell you, Doc, are people not liking Tom Emmer? So Jim Jordan 38.8, Elise Stefanik 20, Tom Emmer 2.
I predict that no one's going to be happy with a person who gets the speakership. I think it's going to be half a loaf for everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the most common sense, logical thing. That's I think that you're right, Doc.
Sorry to be a killjoy, but
No, I agree, because the thing is no matter what, we still have to. The rhinos are going to have to come to a compromise.
we're going to go to the
They're not
well.
going to
How
get
about
somebody
Scott
they
Walker?
want,
I always love what
and
he
the
did
MAGA
in
people aren't going to get fully what
with
they
the
want,
unions
because at the
back
end
in
of
the
the
day.
day, we aren't going to have both. We're not going to have enough votes without the other side. Right. So we're going to have to figure out a way to come together and vote for somebody, no matter the way it goes. But we can
Wait,
hold somebody
Doc.
to their feet to the fire.
Doc, can you hear Millie?
No, I'm rugging. I can hear someone like click clacking, so I'll come down.
Okay, I'll bring you right back up.
In order to really change the deep state, you guys, we have to have people in positions, especially in the checks and balances portions of the government, that understand what the deep state is. And the deep state is something that can actually be very easily explained. In short, it's the bureaucracy. And the bureaucracy is empowered with all three branches of government power. They have the ability to write laws basically through writing regulations, which they're writing on behalf of international corporations to enforce their monopolies. We also have their ability to enforce these regulations with their own law enforcement agencies, and they have their own administrative courts for these bureaucratic agencies for people that violate the regulations. So what we have here is essentially a consolidation of all three branches of government power into what constitutes a fourth branch of government. And then we have the quote unquote Congress members that are supposed to be representing the people, that are also, their campaigns are funded and they are backed by the lobbyists and the very corporations that are working in conjunction with the bureaucracy, using the government's monopoly on the initiation of force to reinforce these corporations' monopolies on our labor and on our resources. And this is what is keeping the Washington, D.C. dinosaur circus machine going, is that this money is being used it's being taken out of public hands through our tax dollars and being placed into private hands of non-government organizations, corporations, contractors, etc. So anybody that is going to come in and try to disrupt that is not going to get the funding that they want for their campaigns. They're going to get smeared in the Mockingbird media. They're also going to likely be under the microscope of certain weaponized federal agencies, etc. And this is the issue here, is that nobody is really explaining what the problems are in a simple fashion so that everybody can understand. The real issue that we're dealing with here, you guys, is a lack of education, a lack of information. Because if the American people understood the nuances of the deep state, what it is, how it works, where it came from, how it relates to debt-based fiat currency, etc., then we wouldn't have these issues, because everybody would be demanding that something that be done. And if something wasn't done, then these people would be voted out of office. People like Trump would be able to get in and fire the people that are the heads of bureaucracies that are standing in the way of very real progress. So I'm of the belief that we are the ones we've been waiting for. Kind of like what Phenom was saying about how, like, we have to basically get on the ground. We have to be active. Twitter Spaces are good, and I'm glad that we're talking, but it's no good if we don't take what we're learning and the momentum we're gaining in these spaces out into the world. I'm currently looking at a video here from Arizona State University where there's droves of people that are protesting in favor of Palestine. And then we have all these people over here in the deep state and stuff that are pro-Israel. And so our country is largely divided based on the Mockingbird media's propaganda campaigns, when we could easily unite around all the things that I just listed should be on the House floor, should be in the Congress, these bills that should be passed. Everybody in the country can agree on this. And these things would actually eliminate the deep state through legislation.
Welcome everybody. Thank you, Jake. Listen, this is a big part of what we're doing here, which is what do you want from the next Speaker of the House? What commitments would you like to see the next Speaker of the House make? Well, first and foremost, our call to action today is to demand transparency around the vote. General Flynn was gracious enough to join us earlier with Patrick Byrne, and he got real fiery on that subject. We need to drag the negotiations from the back smoke-filled rooms in Washington out onto the House floor so that we know what they're horse trading. Who are they representing? What are they getting in exchange for their holdout votes? Why are they holding out? All of that stuff right now is happening behind closed doors. Our first order of business is to drag it out. So we've got a lot going with that. Please, right? The other big part about that is we can't have transparency without accessibility. So we've got a reward going for people who tag in the comment section, right? Just tag a member of Congress and cordially invite them to join us right here on this space. Simple as that.
And please retweet and share the space, guys.
Yes, let's keep this momentum going. Listen, the more of us who speak out all at once, the better it goes. Matt Gaetz joined us yesterday. General Flynn already this morning. We have a rock star lineup. We are also simulcasting on X and Rumble and YouTube and WeChat and Locals and like a dozen other places. So we are expanding our reach as far as we can expand it, and we need you guys' help with that. Like they don't want us talking, but we're going to do it anyway, and we're going to continue to influence what's happening in the speaker race. And if we all work together, right? So I want everybody just, like, be prepared. You're going to send a tweet to a member of Congress. You might even give them a phone call or send them an email, right? Those things matter if we all use it, if we all do it all at once. And so we're going to keep organizing, keep hustling. The beautiful Jennifer Lawrence in the host seat. Good to see you, baby.
Hey guys, hey Dust. If you guys, I had to move some people off the stage and just there's a big speaker request lineup, so I'm trying to give everybody time. So if you could just put your hand up, and if your hand's not up, I'm gonna move you down. And if you get moved down, just re-request and we'll bring you back up. Nothing personal. There's just a big backup, guys. Sorry.
By the way, Austin nominated you, Jen, just so we could hear you cuss out members of Congress when they got out of line. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. All right, let's hit these hands. Allison, thank you for being patient. Go ahead.
Hey, Dustin and Jennifer, thank you. This is a phenomenal and phenom. Actually, I wanted to just applaud everyone for being here. But further than that, I think, just like Phenom said, vote them out. We keep saying vote them out. Vote in America first. Well, the power of the people is the vote, and that we all know is compromised, and that has to be a laser focus. And frankly, everyone that we want in there, that's why I think we need an outside person. Just as General Flynn said, we need somebody with experience, but on the outside, who can come in, who has been there and can negotiate, who is not compromised or otherwise, complying with the deep state. And, we're not going to get transparency because everyone in there is, as General Flynn said, compromised in some way. So in order to remake the whole thing, we really have to change the structure of lobbying, because just as the other gentleman was just saying, they write the legislation. Our House is not really writing legislation. They're not working for us. They are working for the deep state. When they intend to work for us, and then when they get in there, the whole picture changes and they find out what the reality of life is. And so that reality is what has to be changed. And I think we need a maverick coming in. I'm not sure. I mean, so many great names have been called, but I kind of think it has to be somebody from the outside. And also just about voting in and out. We also have to be cognizant we're a major player on the earth, and other bodies, governmental bodies are made up of veteran government officials. So if we always have newbies in there, you know, I'm thinking that, there is a deficit. There is something about institutional knowledge. So I think that the people who are, people who are able to dissect the machinations of the body, figure out a new way that we can somehow hold on, have that institutional knowledge to be able to play in the international forum, in those arenas with policy and with that kind of expertise, and not just always, even though a fresh slate and new people is good, we do need to have veterans out in the field who are negotiating all the America First policies we want to see happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Allison. And I love that Phenom always calls us to like on the ground local action. Like, right, it is so appreciated, and it's got to be the central like piece of the call. I know everybody on the stage except Digital, of course, like who actually gets involved and does important work like locally. And right, I appreciate you guys for doing that. Right, it really it's not. There's no magic silver bullet. The only real solution are a million tiny little actions that add up to the overall victory, right? And so it's one of those things, yeah, that takes some faith, right? You have to have some faith that other people are also doing the same things, and that, you know, all these little changes will add up over time. And that's why it's so important that we keep doing what we're doing, everybody participating. Ron Paul is running away with it, Millie. Like it's almost 35% on the vote. I absolutely adore this idea,
Yeah,
right?
because he's got the skills. I mean, he's been a seasoned congressman, and not only that, but he's been a lone ranger. He's not like been one of those people who sat around and done nothing and voted horribly. He has been like, for the longest time, sounding the alarm about inflation, sounding the alarm about funding all of these wars. I mean, I remember back in even 2012 hearing Ron Paul talk a lot about, like, why are we sending all this money to foreign countries, foreign aid, foreign wars? Like, he has been sounding the alarm on some of these things. And he also has a stance on the border where he thinks, that these people that are here illegally should be deported. They should be deported from the country, which I agree with. We can't just be allowing people to violate our immigration laws and circumvent people who have been waiting in line. So, I think out of all the outsiders, Ron Paul's definitely the best pick. Um, you know, I think it would be interesting to bring some other people in Congress in. I mean, hopefully we'll get some of our representatives to come into this space and actually, um, you know, chime in on what they think needs to be done.
Yeah, 100%. It would be there'd be a certain kind of like justice about Ron Paul coming back as Speaker of the House, right? Even for a short time, because when he was there, right? He was a representative from Congress for more than 20 years. I think he ended up doing like 14 terms, right? But the thing was, he was known as just like this guy who was a curmudgeon, right? And oftentimes he couldn't advance anything. And yet, if you look at the MAGA platform, if you look at the Republican platform now, it's where Ron Paul was 20 years ago, right? As a lone voice standing against the wind, like speaking out for these issues, right? Because he had the knowledge and intelligence and foresight to see that these were going to be the problems we'd be facing right now. And he is brilliant on procedure,
So
like,
Ron Paul movement seeded the MAGA movement.
yeah, no, he would be. I think it would be just fantastic. Like I think we get of all of the outside candidates we've proposed, Roseanne would be hilarious, but Ron Paul, man, I'm kind of in love with that idea. I'm not gonna lie. So let's kick these around. Let's keep the hands going. We are cycling people on and off to try to make room for all you guys requesting. We see you. It's just a busy space, so we'll do our best. I believe Paul, you were next.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. That was pretty cool that General Flynn and you had Patrick Byrne on. He had a lot of cool stuff to say and good information. But I like the direction you guys are going. When it comes to a couple of things here, you're talking about when Matt Gaetz was on. I wish you guys would have held him to his rule that he had with Kevin McCarthy. You know, the one vote, the one member vote type thing where they can vacate the speaker position. And then that would, it wouldn't matter who the hell got in as speaker. They would be held accountable right away. And if need be, we'll just wash, rinse, and repeat. If they want to keep on playing games. Some of the things that we need to accomplish, we got to close that border. It's not going to get done. But the one thing that we could do to, we're not going to be able to rout the deep state until Trump gets back in office. But what we can do is we can cut off their funding and just freeze them. We could cut off these NGOs that are facilitating, and the funding to the UN that are facilitating the goddamn human trafficking. It's ridiculous. I don't know how the hell they're getting away with it for so long. The
So
other thing too,
those are good points. I do want to give. So when we had Matt Gaetz on yesterday, we talked about the motion to vacate, and what he said is he was willing to make a deal, right? Not to get rid of it, but to raise the threshold. So right now, it's one member can cause the motion to vacate. My thinking on it, I don't really care if we go to 5 because we had 5 votes to remove McCarthy. So as long as the threshold doesn't go above what we needed to remove McCarthy, if we could get some lobbying reform or ban on insider trading, that kind of stuff, I'm with Gates. I'd be okay seeing the threshold move.
Yeah, the insider trading, that's gonna have to come down the road. We got priorities right now. I mean, shit, they're already doing it. We gotta stop the funding in Ukraine. We gotta stop the weaponization of the DOJ. I mean, what they're trying to do is bankrupt Trump, and now they're trying to target all of his supporters so that it dissuades us from doing things like even donating to him. Those are our priorities along with the border. A year from now we could do all that other stuff, but the thing about Ron Paul, you guys, I voted, I was a big Ron Paul fan when he first came out. He started the Tea Party, and that was like the OG of MAGA. Now when Trump you have to know that him and Trump not really Trump, but it's more or less Ron Paul. He can't stand Trump because Trump basically took his platform, made it into MAGA. And I'm sure something along the lines of not giving him credit or putting him in the limelight or whatever, but he's got a big chip on his shoulder, you guys. And if he was in the speaker position, I think we might end up with like a Paul Ryan type situation, if Trump gets back in office. So you have to consider that. And then other than that, you guys, I don't know, just keep doing what you're doing. Oh, did you hear that? With the Israel aid, they're trying to. Okay, so they're saying that they're not going to be funding Ukraine anymore, but the Biden administration wants to make the Israel aid and the Ukraine aid as one package to fund them both at the same time. That's something bullshit that we need to do. And I did text my congressman. I'm from North Dakota, so that was Kelly Armstrong, and I sent him out the link to this thing, and I cordially invited him. So, yeah, the election integrity. The ballot. Oh, what do you guys feel? Okay, so with the election integrity, I talked. I was in this other Twitter space. This guy was talking about this thing called a central community, where they have a small Republican club. We've got one here in North Dakota, and I'm in my state capital. I'm about 100 miles away, but I'm sure we can do some trips down there just to solicit and try to get some funding or some kind of legislation going on where. We could support the greater cause, one community at a time type thing. And at the same time, safeguard towards, I'd be down, when Trump when he's been doing his rallies, I've noticed that he's talking about, and on his website, if you go to his, website, he's got some about taking in volunteers, and he keeps on talking about that. So that's another thing, if people are available to help him with that.
Lot of good stuff there to unpack. So I do want to tell you,
Yeah,
we
I'm
have
good.
we have some success on the border security part, which everybody I think like we pulled this yesterday. It was
Uh-huh.
overwhelmingly the most important issue to people. Securing the border and dealing with the illegal threat that's already here. What we did is yesterday's call to action, we asked everybody to reach out to their members of Congress and ask them to form a coalition like of at least 5 Republicans who would refuse to vote for any Speaker of the House that did not commit in writing to fully funding the border and dealing with the illegal immigration issue. And the good
Yeah,
news
right
is
on.
we've seen that coalition formed inside the House. Chip Roy's a part of it, which we've been bullying him mercilessly for like weeks because of his little meltdown. But he ended up like taking the bull by the horns and putting a coalition on border security together. So right now we have a coalition of, I believe it's more than 10 members who have already said that like they won't vote for any speaker without a commitment on border security. So I feel like that's
Is that going to entail like reassigning the new border security guards or the ICE agents, that they've hired to process these immigrants? What did you guys call it? That the Democrats are trying to rephrase it as
oh
like
my God.
assisted migration or something.
Yeah,
Remember?
migration assistance
There you
service or
go.
something.
Yeah,
Matt
and they
Gates
hired,
actually told that to. I'd never heard that before. My God, is that stupid?
but they've been employing all kinds of new border security and soliciting for. I think they're only paying them like 22 grand a year is what the said. Who can live off that? I think it might. Someone must have been mistaken, but that's what I heard.
Can I just chime in on this migrant assistance that was mentioned? So if you guys paid attention, the Homeland Security Oversight Committee had an overhaul. They removed a lot of people from that committee that were actually getting things done. Now, there was an article by the Gateway Pundit speaking about that, and this is something that we should be bringing to their attention about how, these migrants are, provided all these things, but the US government is refusing to send airplanes into an active warlike zone in the Gaza Strip or Israel to evacuate American citizens. And that's concerning because it was a
Yep.
couple weeks ago when I was in New York and I was with the mayor and I was telling him, it was really, really difficult for me to even book a room because the rooms that I usually pay $250 for were suddenly, over $1,000. And I couldn't
Because of all the migrants taking them up.
exactly. And so I found a hotel room that was, doable where all of us, right, were supposed to stay in. And it was crazy. And I found out that the Marriott hotels and the Hilton, well, it was exclusively Marriott and Hilton that had contracts and they're getting paid by the government. So they're paying for these migrants to stay at top rate hotels, even like places like the Ritz. And
This
they
is
won't
this is like the
hire citizens.
Obama. This is like the Obama phone on steroids. Is what they're doing. They've been giving them government IDs, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a
That's
backup
okay.
plan for them to
Yeah, but
do
that's okay.
fraudulent votes.
The phones are okay. The Obama phones were to track people. Are you?
Oh no, but it's like that on steroids. My folks get like $1,400 in Social Security. My mom's $1,600. These guys get like $2,200 a month plus all the whatever they want.
Yeah, but Congress is responsible for that spending. Now, as per the phones, I think Dustin mentioned it yesterday. Hey, they're being handed out phones so we can track them. That was the whole purpose of the Obama phones. It wasn't.
That was another thing I've been thinking about. Is there a way
Obama had us in the same United Nations global migrant treaty that Biden has us in? That's what's funding a lot of this and funding the phones.
Yeah, and
so it bypasses Congress.
Oh, yeah, but I'm working also with a lot of pilots. My gosh, the things that
Are we entitled to that tracking information, you guys? Should that be like disclosed, transparency, or whatever, for Americans? Like, it's our safety. The reason I'm bringing that up is because of all the crimes that are happening, even in North Dakota here. The goddamn news doesn't report it. They protect them. They don't let people know that they're illegals until we go and figure it out ourselves through, either a leak or research. And god damn, I'd be damned if I could figure out how many illegals are here and where they're at.
It's easy. Come on, Paul. I also
No, seriously.
I'm
How
going
do
to
I?
tell you. I texted Kelly as well, right?
So
But
it's okay to
Okay.
track
Yeah.
people, like this is ridiculous. Look, I don't think the illegal immigrants should be allowed to come into the country, period, let alone
Right.
be handed out phones paid by taxpayers. Oh, wait, but don't
Absolutely.
worry because we're tracking them. This is disgusting. Don't give them a phone. Deport them, give a financial incentive to police officers or border patrol officers that apprehend people and deport them. This is freaking ridiculous. We
It
shouldn't be
is.
spending our taxpaying dollars on giving illegals phones.
Well, yeah, you're right. And Dustin made that point yesterday because we were talking about it, weren't we, Dustin? Where you were like, hey, they're all pouring through the border. They should just shut it down. But, like you said, and that was a really good comment, Dustin. You're like, well, at the very least, they're giving them phones, which even though we hate the fact that they're giving them phones, in essence, it's giving some form of blanket security to track them. So, because they're going to come in anyway. They're coming in. And we have to control it because now we're under threat that there's going to be a terrorist attack on our soil.
The big problems with that,
on,
Tori,
Paul.
though, especially with the phones, is one, they'll sell those phones, use that money to get another phone because they know they're going to get tracked. And here's the other problem: there's so much of an illegal criminals that have come into our country that even if you wanted to make it a priority for law enforcement and sheriff's department,
they
don't have the
resources.
ability to address it. And if you try to get them to address it, all the other crime would run rapid. So we're in a position now, and this is scary. We're in a position now where the only way you could probably address the issue is to have our military get involved, in a domestic operation to deport these people.
Yeah.
And I don't like having the military operate in our borders.
Alpha, I'm going to push back just a little bit, right? Which is, I'm not saying it's a silver bullet and we'll solve it all, but God damn it, stop going after the people who are standing outside the Capitol. Stop going after the law enforcement agents who are even 2,000 miles away, right? Like my brother Alpha down there, right? Stop focusing on, right? Christopher Wray saying that MAGA is the new domestic extremist category that they're looking into and prioritizing, and go after the goddamn real threats who cross our border illegally, right? You can't tell me there aren't some resources that could be redirected from the political targeting of Donald Trump and all of us and start actually handling the real security of our people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, there's resources from the federal government. Put all of them, BLM, the feds, IRS, shift all those. But even if you shifted all of them, conservatively, what did they say? We're at 3 million in the last 24 months, and we know it's way more than that. You can't address that with anything short of a military operation.
It's somewhere between 8 to 10 million is what we have since Biden took office. I'm trying to talk about trying to bring it to a community level, because I'll be damned if I'm going to wait for these guys to get off their asses and do something.
Yo, bro, hold on.
What?
Dustin, go ahead.
No, just real quick. I just saw Tori share it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the real one, not the funny one that hangs out in our spaces. I'm gonna resist talking shit for a few moments, only because she's on point with that tweet right there. Right? Let's do this on the House floor instead of behind closed doors. Everybody needs to go retweet, and comment on that. I will go through. I'll give 10 billion CBDC to 5 of the people who are in the space who comment. Go right now. That is our number one priority. Is we need to drag this away from the back-filled, smoke-filled rooms at the Capitol. Do this on the floor where we can all participate. Props to Marjorie Taylor Greene for doing the right thing on this one. Phenom, go ahead, get in.
I just wanted to make a comment, or what you're saying about the Tea Party. Trump did not take the Tea Party. The Tea Party was taken down by Romney and his whole funders. I mean, there's a lot of there's intelligence involved there. I mean, that went to, you can ask any of us that were delegates. That was a huge operation, had nothing to do with President Trump. Then remember also Obama
Oh,
went
I
after,
absolutely know
or
that.
let me just finish.
Um,
Obama went after the Tea Party and conservatives.
yep.
There's a lot of big money behind trying
Y-
to destroy
y-
the Tea Party. And when Donald Trump came along, it just renewed, like there was like new hope for those of
Yes.
us that were part of the Tea Party, and then a lot of Democrats that were disappointed with Obama as well. So it was, it was very organic.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Ron Paul has a chip on his shoulder, and that's the only thing I can relate it to. Why
No, I mean
he has.
if you look at I just retweeted a bunch of Ron Paul stuff that he has said about Trump. I mean, they have some different ideology about how to grow GDP and spending, of course, but he
Uh-huh.
says, will year after year of Trump hate backfire on the haters? Congratulations when Trump said, don't let COVID dominate your life. Trump is divorcing from Fauci. Good job, President Trump. Trump refuses to treat the Ukraine war like a sporting event. So I don't think there's as much hate there as you might say.
Okay.
I also want to say that, Paul, like Ron Paul is the definition of what a real statesman is. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
he took his service like very serious. I'd trust him more than anybody else. I actually, as soon as Millie brought that idea up, I haven't been able to think of anybody else like that. I would like from the outside more than Ron Paul. I'm being completely serious. As somebody who was a Ron Paul, like in the O's, and then became the Tea Party, like wow, what that was an inspired choice. I really think, and there'd just be a
Right
certain
on.
level of like perfect circle justice about it, like him coming back after all these years to take the reign
It's
as
like
speaker.
the ghost of Christmas past haunting you. Like, you shouldn't have spent this money. This is why inflation is so high. I was trying to warn you, right? It's the ghost of Christmas past.
I
I
freaking love
suggested
that.
that. I suggested that first as like a joke, and everyone laughed, and now it's being considered. It's so funny how it can come around.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have the votes right now with his view. Everybody's bringing up when he was talking about his views that Israel is what got Hamas started. And did you see how a lot of the rhinos like Kemp and DeSantis, they're going against Tucker when Tucker just recently had Vivek on, and they talked about how we need to put American interests first, not the war. So a lot of what Vivek and Tucker was saying was kind of echoing Ron Paul's stance, and I just don't. Sadly, I don't think that he would get the votes from any of the neocons. I think that Jim Jordan has a much better chance, sadly.
No, I think you have a point there, Phenom, and that's why I was even saying, because of the current climate though with Israel, I think a lot of these rhinos, look, they want to get involved in, another war, right? And they want to send money and do this other stuff. And somebody earlier was just talking about the Democrats wanting to bundle more Ukraine money with Israel money. So really the only way we can get out of having to continually spend this money is to just have somebody in there that's going to say enough's enough, right? And I don't see who else is going to do that. But the irony here is that there's enough Democrats right now that really don't want the U.S. supporting Israel that they might be crazy enough to support Ron Paul over a rhino war hawk that's going to want to, get dragged into another war. So I mean, I don't know. It's possible. It's possible only because of the current climate.
No, and again, when we talk about potential outside candidates, like I think it's good for us to make and recognize that we're going to watch several of them humiliate themselves before that happens, right? So Tom Emmer thinks that he's going to be able to do what Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan couldn't and fall short, and then we're going to watch several other people try, right? And Kevin Hearn, right? And maybe one of them can pull it off, maybe not. But like as that process stretches out, like people are going to start talking about outside, like potentially outside choices, and we are going to make a shit ton of noise around Ron Paul. You guys, I think it's just such an inspired idea, an inspired choice. I love it. By the way, I'm dropping in the comments right now some of the 10 billion CBDC rewards. So you guys got a couple minutes to get your comments in. I'm gonna give 10 billion allocations away. So I'll send those out here in a little bit. Just send me, if I respond to you, just let me know, DM me your wallet, and I'll send them over. Like, right, this space is powered by American Mission and CBDC, our civic engagement token, designed specifically to incentivize civic engagement. Exactly all the stuff we've been doing in these spaces. Please check it out. And listen, support the project. Go get yourself some tokens, even if you don't earn them. But we'll continue to get them out. Our holder count's about to go through the roof, though. It's going to be epic. Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, Yeah, when we're talking about Congress people, I just want to point out a really good Congressperson who's actually doing something tangible. Corey Mills, he's over in Israel, going into the Gaza Strip and physically rescuing Americans that are being held hostage by Hamas. So everyone should keep Corey Mills, Congressman Corey Mills, in their prayers because he's literally on the ground right now rescuing Americans.
It's a great call. Tank Man, get in here.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Jennifer, great to see all the familiar faces in here. I jotted down some notes while I was listening. I wanted to echo Marjorie. Brokering this process needs to be brought into the light, out from under the table. It was really apropos to hear Matt say yesterday, he described the irredeemable concessions that McCarthy had made. He likened it to post-Civil War Confederate currency. I thought that was really, an incredible description. It was just spot on. And then, for me, most of you know the issue of political persecution and prosecution of the January 6th political prisoners is first and foremost. We need a commission or a committee to really get to the bottom of this, especially since they deleted a terabyte of data. So, anyone who doesn't support that is a non-starter. I like Ron Paul. A lot of these folks are beholden to interests, which we talked about before, but something that really wasn't, it may have been mentioned before I got in, but the military-industrial complex. And that definitely plays a role in a lot of the, situation that we're seeing today. But I really appreciate you allowing me up here, the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate you all. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Hey, I just want to say on MTG, thank you so much for what you said. She will be coming on. She listened to us yesterday when we were reaching out, and I contacted people. This went out. They're trying. There are just a handful of people that are trying to make this more transparent. And Dustin, probably based, after I left, and it's unfortunate that I didn't get to stream it, Matt Gaetz came on, and his podcast was indicative of exactly that want to get the people in the conversation. So, that was fantastic. I also put up in the nest, that's why I jumped in, George Santos saying no on a candidate. I didn't want to play it so it doesn't feedback. Do you want to take a look at it?
Yeah, we played that yesterday, actually. Right, George Santos. Yeah, hard no on Scalise because no one will talk to him. No one will negotiate with him. And so, right, like he literally came out and was like, no one wants to ask me like what my people are telling me that they want. So F off. And, dude, I'm not gonna lie. George Santos has grown on me like freaking crazy. There's something about him just being totally like
unapologetic,
and like he just doesn't give an F.
Nope.
Like he's just reached this point where he's like, you know what? And he's starting to say a lot of the things that like I wish I heard from a lot of other members of Congress.
He's beasting.
It's wild. So no.
I sent him an invite, Dust, or I sent it to his guy, but
Bish?
I didn't. Yeah, I sent it to Bish.
I did too. I texted him.
You guys, I'm sure we're gonna get members in here. Like we have been pounding our contacts, and we are still rewarding people who comment like on the space. Just tag a member of Congress that you'd like to see come in here, right? At whoever the congressman you'd like us most to talk to. Just we cordially invite you to come, like give us an update on what's happening with the speaker vote. That's it, right? And then I'll go through here in a little bit, give a bunch of CBDC away to some of you guys who did it, right? Like we'll continue to like reward and incentivize like this kind of engagement. I just want to talk about in this space what we've accomplished already. So yesterday when we started, right, the first thing that came out was, oh, it's done, bros. Like, don't even fight, bros. It's already Steve Scalise, bros. Like, don't even know. Look away, look elsewhere, bros. It's Steve Scalise. He's already the speaker. Like, we did it on secret ballot. Ain't wrong. Wrong. We shut that shit down real quick. Tory put out a massive tweet that went viral, right, calling for transparency, right? Do not do this in the back rooms. Now we got General Flynn involved. He jumps in today, echoing the exact same message that we were pushing. Like, that is what I'm fired up about, right? Like, more than anything. So not only did we do that, our calls to action, right? Number one, like, Gates comes in yesterday, General Flynn today, Patrick Byrne, like, credible lineup, people coming in. So we're bringing like the best information we could possibly get you guys. But more than that, we asked everybody yesterday to call, email, and post at tweet at their members of Congress or members of Congress requesting that they form a coalition around border security. We got that done as well, right? So right now there's already a coalition of more than 10 members who have said there will be no speaker without a written agreement on border security immediately. That's how we win, you guys, right? This kind of activity. So, welcome to this space. Please keep retweeting it. Please keep getting people in here so that we can continue to use our collective voice to force them to do what they should be doing anyway. But unfortunately, we're in this system where listen, they're afraid when they start hearing from all of us. It makes them worry, like, oh my God, people are really paying attention this time. Right? Maybe I should listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe we should bring this out to the floor. That's exactly what they need to do. So let's keep up the good work. Like, everybody continue to keep tweeting at your members of Congress, inviting them in here. We are all working our back channels the best we can to deliver as many of them as we can. Because as I always say, you can't have accountability without accessibility. So let's keep up the good work.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the messages. Like, if someone sees some big name come into the room and they message me like, "Oh, hey, so and so is here," it does help us out because like trying to do all of this at once can kind of get a little bit overwhelming, surprisingly.
Yeah, no, and like, I saw Joe Pags in here earlier. Freaking love the Joe Pag show. I used to be like kind of a regular, go on like a couple times a quarter. Incredible. We had John Rich in here yesterday, right? He didn't want to come up. He just wanted to come in and listen like everybody else. Like John Rich from Big and Rich. He's also starting the Patriot Bank for all of us who have been debanked. Like, it's pretty freaking awesome the amount
Ooh,
of
can I shamelessly plug it? So I got the bank account, right? And
Girl, I've been on the wait list. Get me a bank
yeah,
account.
well,
What the
yeah,
hell?
it is a fantastic one. I'm just trying to figure out how to migrate. They offer business and personal. So I just opened up my personal one a few weeks ago. I think it was like last month or whatever. I got my debit card 6 weeks ago. That's right. And I'm still looking for it because I didn't activate it because I've been traveling all September. So I put money in there and their app is fantastic. The interface online is fantastic. And you know how you can transfer money is fantastic. I mean, it's a safe haven because I've been canceled by my bank. In fact, the person running in West Virginia against Nate Kane has interest in Key Bank that canceled me right after Don Jr. started sharing my stuff. So I was just nixed completely. And I was with that bank for like 4 years. It was my first bank account that I had in my name for a very long time. And so, you know, because other than that, I had my evil ex on everything. So it was shocking to me to not have a bank and not be able to have anything. And for people that haven't been canceled like that, and it wasn't just
What's the
me.
name, Tor?
Key Bank is where they canceled me.
No, but what's the name of
Old Glory Bank. And
Old Glory?
yeah, and it was a suggestion. I've been trying to find the alternate payment processors with a lot of people for years. There was one again based out of North Dakota that were not biased. So a lot of people have been looking into the alternate banking, and I'm so glad that they got together and got this done. And so I had come in first, obviously, from people, to test out because I was canceled. I was legit canceled. Not only mine, but my kids' accounts too. So it was a big deal. So I'm going to plug it shamelessly, even though I haven't used it. Their card is really cool looking too. The debit card, the security is great. The app is great. I just wanted to say, they're not paying me for this because I haven't even used it yet. Okay. It was very easy opening it up. You could open up online. You just have to send $20, $50. You could either use a credit card, debit card, or your account. They're fantastic so far from what I've seen, even though I haven't used it yet. So, and that's only because I've been busy and migrating banks. I don't know if any of you have done that. It's like a huge task, but they do have business as well. I just wanted to point that out. So if you have a business, they do business accounts too.
No, Tor. So we really need help with that. So if you could hook us up with someone at Old Glory, because
yeah,
we've
of course.
been on the waiting list and we're not moving, and we
Okay.
really need to get a bank
Okay, well,
account open. So we'd really
let's
appreciate
talk
it.
tomorrow offline. And
Yep.
And yeah, of course. I like I said, it's fantastic.
Thanks, Tor. We appreciate you. Vinny, jump in here. We haven't heard from you. Then we'll go to Andrew and then Phenom.
Oh yeah, I was a little bit farther behind, but I'm just kind of looking out for the space. And when do you think we'll move more towards trying to write up and focus in on that? Trying to put together the list of concessions. That way, and when we get a speaker in here, we have something to be like, hey, because maybe people can't get behind a person, but maybe they can get behind a document. It's kind of what works when we're all really divided. So I was just wondering, do you know when we'll think we're going to pivot, Dustin?
I think Des might be on a phone call. So what'd you say, Vinny? Sorry, I was just replying to
No, I
messages
just
in the
yesterday we were
background.
hacking at writing down kind of the list of what we would want so that Gates or anybody could kind of present it, kind of like the contract with the speaker, the contract. So we thought of border security, but now we wanted to start going towards what procedural things do we want to be guaranteed. And then maybe event we can just distill it or bring it down as much as makes sense at as much as time as we have. So while they're fighting, we can the more time we put towards that, the better kind of a contract we can build.
For sure. Kim, you had the list of demands that you collected yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am. They're down in the chat bubble. I can put them up in the nest for a minute if everybody wants them.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kim. Appreciate you. Andrew and then Phenom.
Hey, Jen and Dustin. Yeah, you guys were talking about George Santos. I mean, he's definitely got his issues, but he was down in Lower Manhattan when I was down there, and I was giving Trump support around Lower Manhattan when he first got indicted there. George Santos was down there, and he got driven out of there, and I happened to jump on the media bandwagon and got some good film of him going up the street, but they basically ran him right out of there along with MTG. It was kind of hostile there, but great space. You guys had the great space yesterday, and you already heard my kind of concerns with Jordan. I don't particularly trust him all the way. You guys know that I'm for Trump being an interim speaker for 60 days. I think it's free publicity. I think it's a free platform. 60 days, 90 days. To me, it's a blunder. The Republicans aren't doing that, but you guys have been brainstorming this, and it's awesome with the list of demands that you have and everything. And I didn't even think of this, but General Flynn, you guys mentioned General Flynn. I'm officially for General Flynn to be speaker. That's my position right now. I think anyone that's going to be nominated to be speaker should have the prerequisite of the swamp trying to destroy them. So I know Matt Gaetz had his brushes with different things. Obviously Trump, General Flynn, obviously. So that's why I'm totally behind General Flynn. If it's not going to be Trump, so for me, let's push General Flynn or anyone that has had the deep state try to destroy them. Where Santos may, I don't know what's going on with him, but they're definitely trying to destroy him too. So that's my litmus test for any sort of speaker, and I appreciate. I'll drop down back to listener and make some room.
Awesome, Andrew. Really appreciate you. Yeah, the general Flynn thing is interesting. I mean, although when I heard him, when it was talking about him being the head of the Capitol Police, like that would be really, really interesting. Because what would be able to be uncovered there would be unbelievable. So thanks, Andrew. Always appreciate you when you come up. Phenom, get back in here.
Hey guys, well, I just want to really quick give you an update on a very important trial that's going on right now that's getting almost no media coverage right now. And it's the Bridgeport, Connecticut ballot fraud case. This is happening between two Democrat mayoral candidates that they found footage of illegal ballot trafficking. So now inside the trial, both of the Democrat mayoral candidates have video evidence that they've presented that the other campaign has illegally stuffed drop boxes. What they're also finding is there is some sort of rental data service called Renter's Rebate that they had to subpoena from the city because it's under seal because the Connecticut newspaper, I think it was called the Connecticut Mirror, had a story that said this list was being illegally used for kind of like ghost voting. So in the trial, the first day of the trial, they realized that they aren't doing signature verification, which is similar to happened here in Maricopa. They aren't checking if they're US citizens. They don't verify any reason to request to vote for absentee, and they don't have a way to distinguish between mailed ballots versus a drop box. So the fact that this is a Democrat case, it's in trial, and they're finding a lot of evidence of fraud is just really amazing. And whatever happens here is going to set a really great precedent. So there's a lot of wins that we're having right now in the election integrity realm, and it's directly related to what we're dealing with here. Because a lot of these people, we wonder, like, how do they keep getting in office? And we are learning how that happens.
Awesome. Thanks, Phenom. Keep us updated on that for sure. They definitely wouldn't want people to widely know about that case, obviously. So thanks for bringing it to us. Appreciate you. Let's go to Nick and then Desert, and then we'll go to Chris.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick about hi Tori, hi Millie, hi everybody. I've been watching and following you for a long time. Uh, Real quiet. Just anyway, I wanted to say something about a CBDC. The way that they want to enslave us with it, I was thinking maybe we could use a CBDC since they seem to be an inevitable thing in the world anyway to use to
So
implement
that
smart
let me stop
contracts.
you right there. That's a great idea, and I'm gonna have Dustin chime in on that because they
Okay.
actually created a project called CBDC, which is what we were referring to. But it's a huge project. So Digital or Dustin, do you want to just
Yeah, no,
talk to that real quick?
I can feel that, and sometimes I forget in these big spaces, right, that not everybody's aware. When I say CBDC, I'm not talking about the central bank digital currency. In fact, we just straight stole their acronym because they can suck our balls, right? Like, so we took CBDC, the acronym, away from them, right? And it's the Council on Blockchain, Decentralization, and Currency. Our whole mission statement is about civic engagement and protecting decentralization, immutability, and censorship resistance, right? The things that make these decentralized systems so important. So we have a whole advocacy wing. We're filed as a 501c4. We're getting law journals set up at law schools all over the country. We're planning to file legal briefs on behalf of lots of different crypto companies and in different cases. And we're very active on the piece of legislation that Tom Emmer brought forward on the same day that we were launching to ban the Federal Reserve from creating or participating in its central bank digital currency. So when I say CBDC and we're giving these rewards out for people participating in all of our calls to action, I'm not sending them a central bank digital currency. I'm sending them the token that we're using to incentivize civic engagement.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of that. It's what I'm talking about is the one that they're going to eventually inevitably force upon the world one day. So we might as well take control of it while we have this very small window and small chance to do so. to use it to rein in their government spending and corruption. That way we don't have to worry about them upholding their deal or keeping their word or this or that. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't speak often in front of a lot of people, let alone anything like this. So
You're doing great, Nick.
thank you. Sorry. um, and another thing is a good thought exercise called "What is the problem?" Like think Moneyball, the movie, if you've watched that ever. Uh, what is the problem? We have a problem, and we agree on this, but nobody can really agree on how we go about solving the problem because it's so vast, so wide, so big, over encompassing, and everything. So, uh, I'd like to just say that. And then that Trump did speak on it last night. I'm very glad he did. We are being extorted very hard here in Florida through the insurance companies right now and other various things that are all through monopolies, which isn't being spoken up about enough because we're so scattered. But the monopolies through BlackRock owning everything, force having a 25% controlling interest, they're forcing everybody to do everything. So we're having to replace our roof for no reason that was inspected and perfect and been here for like 50 years just fine. And all of a sudden they say we have to get $15,000 new roof or we're going to lose our house because we have a reverse mortgage because we had to take one out to do something else that they forced us to do earlier. It's like the part of the land grab, a big part of all of one big part of their big plan. Uh, Other than that, I have nothing else to say. I'd like to recommend a channel called John Ward on YouTube. That's about it. Other than that, I'd like to yield back and give up. I see Jake Ansley had popped in here and some of the other bigger people. So I'm going to give up my spot. Thank you guys. It's been great. Great space. Thanks for hosting. Much love. God bless everyone.
Thank
Thanks,
you for
man.
coming. God bless you too, Nick. Go ahead, Dust.
No, I was just gonna say, I love when people come up for the first time, right, and just drop in. And so please continue to come up. I've watched so many people start out nervous like you were, Nick, and end up becoming some of our favorite regular panelists. So please continue to come up. I really appreciated your points.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Everybody have a great night. Bye bye.
Let's go. All right. Desert, you were next.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to get back on the speaker race here. Um, I think we need to leverage Trump. I haven't heard much talk about this, but you see the way he's polling. Republicans should all be backing Trump. We should be able to get anyone we want for speaker. Um, I'd like to see Crane, um, Eli Crane, or Rosendale or Biggs, one of these guys. And I think if you leverage Trump and get Republicans all voting for him, you should be able to leverage him to get a good speaker. But it needs to be brought into the light and into the open. And I think if you see Trump starting to garner some pretty big numbers, the left is going to freak out, and you may be able to get some of them guys to vote for us also. So I I still think that those 8 that voted to oust McCarthy are in as a possibility.
No, listen, I think that's smart strategically, which is, I think it absolutely is necessary that we move the Overton's window in order to push them into making wise decisions, right? Which is take what they fear and then, somebody that's a little more on our team might be considered a little more reasonable. I think that's wise tactically for us to be thinking about. Mr. Philby, how you doing today?
Hanging in there. I continuing to fund the federal government with other people's money. And I listened earlier to Matt Gates' live space, and somebody suggested to him that perhaps Devin Nunes should come out of retirement to become Speaker of the House. And Matt Gaetz said that 100% that he would vote for Devin Nunes as Speaker. That's an interesting pick, given the fact that Devin was pretty much run out of town on a rail by Adam Schiff, who needs to be, I think, recruited by the Israeli Defense Forces. But that's just me. Anyway, this has been a great space as always, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you as always, Chris. Always good to hear from you. Jenny, and then we'll kick it back to Jake.
Well, thank you. I actually am going to put in the nest here, if you don't mind. Jake came up a little bit ago, which I didn't. I'm surprised he's here again. Hi, Jake. I know you had said a whole bunch of talking points earlier, and what I kind of want to mention is, you know, we were all here in spaces while J6 was going down and deciding whether or not we were going to go, et cetera. And when our guys got home, I didn't see the kind of support that I really thought I would for Mr. Jake Chansley, and it surprises me. Now, after we've had him on here for a few months, he's really kind of delineated things in a very simple way. And he literally sacrificed himself and his freedoms, and his family went through hell on J6. And I would like to see the American people really listen to what he had to say. If he was brave enough to stand up and do what he did, perhaps he has some information. So I'm just going to stick his points up in the nest. And Jake, I'm going to refer to you because you're a hell of a lot smarter than me.
Well, thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to I'm a good man just trying to do the right thing, you guys. And I know that Vinny said earlier something about, you know, our demands and what it is that we want. I know that I believe it was Chris or it was the other previous speaker said something about, you know, understanding the problem. And I think that in order to solve a problem, you have to understand it. And if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it fully. The situation that we are dealing with is actually, believe it or not, it's quite simple, but it is made to appear complex by the Mockingbird media. It's made to appear divisive by the Mockingbird media, by the people in government, because they want to keep us divided and fighting one another over the breadcrumbs we get from their table.
Please explain how it's simple.
Sure, absolutely. So I don't know if you were listening earlier, but simply put, this is kind of how this is what the deep state is. This is how it works, okay? What we have is a fourth branch of government that we call the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy has consolidated all three branches of government into a single centralized power. This has been done through the fact that the bureaucracy, there's over 500 bureaucratic agencies that are charged with quote unquote regulating commerce. And the bureaucracies, these regulatory agencies, they write the regulations. And in doing so, they're creating a form of law. What is legal, what is illegal, what we can buy, what we can sell, etc. Now, because they have this ability to essentially write law through regulations, and because they also have their own basically regulatory and law enforcement agents, they also have the executive branch. So now we have legislative, we have executive, and they have their own what are called administrative courts that are outside of the federal court system. And they are the ones that try the people that are found to have violated these regulations from the regulatory agencies. So that is judicial. So that is the consolidation of all three branches of government into a centralized power. And this is actually the founding fathers' very definition of tyranny, is when you consolidate all three branches of government into a centralized power. That's what they were dealing with the crown and the king. He wrote the laws, he had the law enforcement, and he owned the courts. So Now, when we talk about these regulations that are being written by these bureaucracies, the bureaucratic agencies have allied themselves with the very large international corporations that they are charged with regulating. And the corporations are actually writing these regulations and handing them to the bureaucrats and saying, here's what we want. And this is done to essentially eliminate competition, create regulations that only these massive multi-billion-dollar international corporations are able to adhere to. And in the process, they eliminate competition. And they use the government's monopoly on the initiation of force to reinforce their monopolies over our resources and over our labor. They also use the bureaucracy to reinforce the debt-based currency that we call, the dollar, and and reinforcing the.
You're using the word bureaucracy as a substitute for money.
Well, kind of,
I was
yeah.
just going to ask what bureaucracy. Could you define bureaucracy for us?
Well, yeah,
It's money.
Bureaucratic agencies.
No, Jake, let me follow up. So I agree that money controls all of the governance and all of the legislative realities that have occurred. I implore to understand which party has pushed this initiative to exist in the first place, starting with Citizens United and starting with big money cuts for large conglomerate corporations, global conglomerates with tax initiatives. It
Well,
is
it's
the
both
Republican.
party Fidgetal.
Yeah,
Is
No,
exactly.
it's
It's
hold
both
on a
no,
second.
parties.
no, no, no,
It's
no,
both.
no,
Hold on a
no,
second, Fidgetal. It's both parties, and that's
no.
where we get
Citizens
the
United was passed by the
uniparty.
Republican Party. Period.
That's where we get the uniparty.
Citizens
Right.
United
Like,
was
well, Jen,
passed and pushed by the
By the
Republican
Supreme
Party.
Court, you dipshit. Like, it's not a
Dude,
party, it's the
really,
Supreme
dude?
Court.
Really?
well,
So
Jen was
really
just
quick,
talking
if I
about that.
may,
Well,
if
hold
I
on.
may. Oh, go ahead, Jen.
This is
Wait.
just the
That
oldest
dude in Florida
talking
was just
point.
talking about that. Like it is a uniparty because DeSantis is doing those things to us in Florida right now. So, like Jen said, there are two parties working hard against us. Period.
And it's because it's about moving our tax dollars, because we're one of the richest nations in the world. It's about moving our public money into the private hands of non-government organizations, corporations, contractors, etc. So it's basically a money laundering scheme. And the military industrial complex, whether it be in Afghanistan or Iraq, whether it be in Ukraine or Israel or whatever, countries all over the world, they are moving public money into private hands. And that is part of the issue, because the lobbyists are the ones that are paying for the campaigns for these congressmen. And so they're never going to undercut their own campaign financing. And it's the same corporations, it's the same NGOs that are also lobbying the bureaucratic agencies that are handing them these regulations. So in a way, we are not living in a capitalist system. We're actually living in a form of fascism, where we have corporate interests and government's monopoly on the initiation of force merging together. That's why in the things that I've delineated previously regarding the bills that need to be brought for the Congress, why it is that I say those things. Because the thing is, we legislated ourselves into this mess, which means that we can legislate ourselves out. The real
Y'all legislated us into this shit.
Okay, well,
Revisionist
with all
history.
due respect,
Revisionist history,
with
dude.
all due respect,
Okay, but
hold
Fidgetal.
on. It was Woodrow Wilson that passed the Federal Reserve Act. Okay, and it was FDR that gave us hundreds of bureaucratic agencies. It was FDR that created the welfare state, the Social Security numbers, and all that stuff. So it is a uniparty system, and by creating two wings on the same bird, both of them are controlled. Both sides have been moving us towards centralized power, and the Mockingbird media has been basically not talking about the real problems and giving us all divisive talking points to argue with one another about in the process, so that we don't unite around things like single bill voting, criminalizing lobbying, abolishing the Federal Reserve, getting rid of the IRS, defunding and abolishing antiquated federal agencies, et cetera, et cetera. So these are the things that we want. These are the list of things that people have wanted for a long time. This is why I'm saying if the Speaker of the House, if Congress members, whether it be Jim Jordan or it be George Santos, whether it be AOC, it doesn't matter on either side. If they're not talking about these things, then they don't represent the people and they are not your friends.
All right.
So then, Jake, what's your take on decentralized currency?
Well, I'm of the belief that what we really need actually within this country is a threefold system. We need a number one, a precious metal based currency. Number two, something, yes, believe it or not, like cryptocurrency that is kind of outside of the system. And then number three, we need to have some form of a barter system. And then this way, if and when any of these one things ends up falling through, we have these other things to fall back on. With the current petrodollar and the debt-based currency, we've put all of our eggs into one basket.
You understand those three things that you just said don't make any sense, right?
Well, that's based on your projection.
No,
I've
no.
actually,
If the underlying asset doesn't have a value, an inherent value proposition, then creating a stablecoin based on an ulterior asset is not a solution. Secondly,
I think that's why it was a multi-pronged. It was a three-pronged approach. So if
it,
one
it,
didn't work,
it,
the other one did.
yes, but as someone who understands tokenomics and value propositions between conflicting assets, what you propose doesn't make sense.
but
Do you
what
think
I'm
that the
proposing,
stablecoins? Good.
well, what I'm proposing is that we largely decentralize the value system of our socioeconomic system. So if you don't want to use or you don't like using cryptocurrency, well then okay. I mean, there's states all over the country that are making their own gold backs. Okay, and if you don't want to use that, then you can have some form of a barter system with people. And in the presence of abundance, a barter system is easily achievable.
I don't necessarily inherently disagree, but fundamentally, it doesn't make sense from a transactional basis. But I agree with the idea of consumer based and controlled ecosystems that is a barter system on a large scale. So I agree.
If the
Awesome.
Federal
Thanks.
Reserve wasn't here, or sorry, Jen, if I just wondered if we did away with the Federal Reserve and allowed the U.S. to create its own currency, would that change the way that the dollar is held digital? Would that make it more usable?
The whole point is that true decentralization has no reliance on external value proposition. So we don't care about governments. We don't care about temporary governments. We don't care about projected value propositions of not necessarily actually limited resources. Gold is not an actual limited resource. It is, but not in the numbers. We prefer, as Jake was actually saying, a barter system that doesn't rely on external value propositions, but actually creates a transaction ledger proposition of what do I want, what do you want, what can I give you, what can you give me.
Well, and just to let you know, that's also why I advocate for things like Tesla Tower technology being released to the public, because that gives us infinite amounts of energy. It gives us infinite resources, which actually balances and stabilizes our economy in a way to where the transactions on a daily basis, let alone a yearly basis, are far, far lower in number. And in the process, in the presence of infinite abundance of energy, then real value is given to the things of real value: food, water, labor, etc. And so, in as far as I can tell, part of the reason why our economy is so unstable is because it's in the hands of massive energy corporations that seek to monopolize our economy by having control over the energy that we use and metering it, whether it be through gas at the pump or power to your home or what have you. So in the presence of an infinite energy source, then what we will have is a far more stable economy where something like a barter system would actually be plausible.
Thoughts
Awesome.
on
Thanks,
Elon?
Jake. Okay. We're not going to get into the intricacies of the financial system in this space because we have to worry about the speaker race that's happening. Dust, do you want to reset the space real quick and kind of just give an overview of what we're doing here?
While he gets ready, Jen, you guys have some stuff we can send out, right? Like yesterday, we made some calls, and then what do you have? Like, is it in a nest? Where, because I think our voice on these people right now might make a difference.
Yeah, it really does, and I think that's why getting back to that's really important. But I think Dustin's busy. He has all the information, so let's go to Allison real quick, and then we'll go back to Dustin when he's ready. Allison, go ahead.
Progression on the conversation. I'm glad we're back to the speaker. I don't know how many people got to see commenting on, his speakership. And I personally felt it was kind of a hint he was throwing out there. He said, I would do it only for a very short time until until it was reset. So I feel like he has a plan in a speakership position. And I am with Getz and with others who have said they're for Trump for that reason. And beyond that, somebody else was saying, Trump puts people up for us to see, to actually examine. And in terms of Jim Jordan, people have said how he has really not really stood up to major issues with big pharma and energy and such. Well, you know, with this whole attack on Israel, he was the first to say, to send our support for this whole thing. And Trump had said also regarding Bibi, and I'm sure people have seen this too, is that Bibi, when it came to Soleimani and they had the whole plan set, and Israel was supposed to be a part of it, that Bibi backed out at the last minute. Now we went ahead and it was successful, but we all know Trump and his view of loyalty. So this whole, I think there's, we don't know what's behind everything. We're just working on what we're told. But I'm just thinking that a short putting Trump in there, that he has a plan and that it will pass again to somebody else, but he's going to affect something that is going to make the kind of changes that we need to see in the House in short order. So that my vote's for Trump. Thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate you, Allison. Dust, are you back?
Yes, I am back. Sorry, I was giving away CBDC tokens to people who are doing the good work and participating in our calls to action. We are about to, Vinny, I know this will make you happy. We're going to get back to like the list of like what we want, right? Like basically creating our own smart contract, right? I love how like our saying at CBDC is education through adoption. What we're doing in these spaces is actually what the government should be doing, which is the kind of discussions we're having, the kind of debates we're having, the kind of enforcement mechanisms that we're talking about creating in order to hold speaker accountable. All this stuff's available. This is how the Congress is supposed to function. Instead, they are hiding behind closed doors because they don't want us to see who they actually are serving, which is what's happening behind closed doors right now in the speaker race. To just reset, we have not had a single vote for speaker. It's been over a week. It's been over a week since Kevin McCarthy was deposed, and we haven't had a single vote for a new speaker yet. I think that has to be our messaging in the next call to action, by the way.
So, Dustin, I started a document called the Grassroots Contract with the Speaker of the House.
Ooh, I like contract with the Speaker of the House. I think that's solid. But it's been over a week. We haven't had a single vote for speaker yet. This is how we drag them out from behind the listen, these little cowardly Republicans who are afraid of the media are like, oh, they're saying we're in chaos and disarray. We can't go out there and talk and not be you. Like we want to be more like the Democrats and be complete like all vote like sheep. We can't show that there's differing opinions amongst all hundreds of us. This is literally the mindset of the Kevin McCarthy bitch made crowd. So we right calls to action. I'm trying to like button up. I'm sending. I just sent out another 50 billion CBDC. It's crazy how much of this stuff we're sending out. Please don't sell it all. Like you're welcome to. Everybody has sovereignty of their own stuff, but you're going to want it because it's also how you access the organization and how you have voting access inside the organization. So, right, like what we're doing by giving out these incentives, right, is we are also getting all the right people who are going to participate in the guidance of the organization as we get it built out. It's a beautiful system. I literally couldn't be more proud of the team on all the stuff we've been building. And listen, you've got diverse trains of thought as me and Fidgetal, like right, like all on the charge because we all believe in one thing: decentralization. Right? Decentralize all kinds of power, not just around currency, but right, free speech, protecting people's ability not to get booted out of the economy. That's what CBDC is. We need you guys in it and participating. You can earn the tokens by the calls to action. I'm literally like, if you know my man MC Doge, who's just giving away Doge all over the place, I'm doing that with CBDC for all you guys. Like, so if I leave a comment, just I tell you how much the reward is. Just DM me your wallet after I do it, and I'll send it over. It's that simple. That takes a little bit of time to get it done. We're gonna have to create some kind of like automated system to facilitate that going forward. And listen, crypto's taken a beating the last couple days. Our chart's not looking that bad, but we could use some help. Like I want to bring this floor level up, and so I'll post it up top. Swap for some tokens, even if it's just 20 or 30 or 40 bucks, 0.01. Right? Like just get in there. Let's start a new green wave because we have an excellent like crew. Like our chart, we crazy first day like every chart, but we've just been steady, slow and steady building back up. We were over 100K. We got one big sell. We're sitting at like 80,000 market cap right now. I want to push that up to 150. We have hundreds of people in our space. Matt Gates in our space, General Flynn in our space, Patrick Byrne in our space. If you want to support that, you want to keep seeing people participate, got to support the token so we can keep incentivizing people and the incentives get more and more valuable. Let's freaking go. That's my little pitch. I will work on some new calls to action ASAP and give you guys an update of the polls here in just a minute. Whew. Let's
Dustin,
go.
where will we find those? Where do we find those calls to action? Are you putting them on your page, or are you going to put them in the nest?
Yeah, I'll clear the jumbotron, then we'll put them up there. Right now, the two up there that are calls to action, although I already gave the tokens away, there's a tweet from Marjorie Taylor Greene calling on people to, calling on her colleagues to bring what's happening behind closed doors to the floor of the House. We're 100% supporting that. Like, retweet it, leave a comment. I went through, I gave 50 billion away to people who did that already. And then the other calls to action, there's a couple votes up there, right? So we have two polls, the outside the House speaker and inside the House speaker. Like, go drop those, make your vote, like, and retweet those. But we'll work on a little bit more substantive calls to action. Oh, and the last one was comments of this space. Tag a member of Congress and cordially invite them to come give us an update. Those were the three calls to action we have so far. Woo! Kim, go ahead, get in here.
I was just going to say, our out of our list of things that we want, the next most popular one was stopping Ukraine funding and funding all wars. So if that's one that we want to move onto, we could certainly do that.
Yeah, so again, we're not going to go based straight on the vote. I'll explain some of the like strategic reasons why we're building up to. Listen, that's going to be the toughest fight, right? So straight up, what's happening inside the Congress right now is that the most amount of pressure like is literally coming right now from all of these people, right, who want to take advantage of the emotional situation and write a blank check to Israel and Ukraine and fucking everybody else who's ever asked for a penny from us. Like, oh my God, it's emotional time. Everybody gets paid. Yay! Right? So they're applying an immense amount of pressure. That's going to be our toughest fight. We've got to have some wins. We have the border win, right? And next we're going to go procedure, right? We got to protect Matt Gates.
Yes. So that's motion to vacate and no retaliation, right?
Correct. Those are going to be, that's going to be our next like coalition build.
Other ones
There,
that are at the top are election reform and uh, one bill, but that's part of the procedures.
is there, so what, I guess, how would you protect people? Is there a way? Just by saying I'm going to protect people doesn't help, I guess. So I'm trying to think, is there something, Sucks Doc's not in here because he was saying something about the ethics committee things we might be able to affect or something. Or if anyone has any other ideas.
I mean, I think we should be able to use like corporate retaliation laws. I mean, there's plenty of them.
I just
I
sent
agree.
an invite to Doc, so let's see if we can't get him back in here.
It'd be interesting to see on that list too, with speaker, to protect our privacy and our intellectual properties. I think that's something that's been, readily taken away with biometric data and things like that. I don't see a lot of that. Do you guys feel it's also
Well,
difficult to like regulate an agency that totally just screwed us over in the last, performing all kinds of set up illegal, maneuvers and treating our citizens horribly, and then we're electing a speaker into this institution that hasn't yet been held accountable. It's difficult, huh?
well, I think that's in the same vein as like what they're going to do about CISA and the censorship industrial complex that is newly formed. Well, maybe not newly formed, but we're finding out about it through all the Twitter files and everything. So, Derek, running for Congress. Wait, Dustin, you have to do your intro for Derek. I know it's your
My
thing.
man Derek Evans running for the House of Representatives from the state of West Virginia. Can tell you he's already agreed to let me and Vinny pull all the fire alarms we want unless Jamal Bowman is held accountable for his shenanigans. His campaign manager was the one who got kicked by Dan Crenshaw yesterday. He is exactly the kind of person that if we had in Congress right now, we know that he'd be giving us updates from the floor and causing all kinds of problems for the Uniparty. He recently lost his account for being so outspoken on the border. They don't like that. He's rebuilding his account. He'd appreciate a follow and drop him a few bucks. Help my man Derek Evans, running for Congress, West Virginia, put up huge fundraising numbers, by the way. Like he's got all the serious campaign infrastructure he needs to win this thing. I'm a believer. I know he's going to be in Congress next section. It's going to be epic. Go ahead, Derek.
Dustin, man, I love your intros. I'm not even kidding. Like that's awesome. I wanted to quickly just continue to encourage everybody. We don't have enough votes on our side to win necessarily some of these things, but we do have enough votes to keep the other side from winning on some of these things. So the stalemate right now is a win for us. To Dustin's point, he kept saying it yesterday. One phone call to your Congress member is worth 1,000 tweets. Or retweets, and so just want to encourage everybody to keep doing that. We've got some patriots in Congress right now who are holding the line, and it's not easy to do that. Trust me. I mean, I served in the West Virginia State House. They're getting pressure from every side you can imagine right now. Those people who are holding this up, we need to continue reaching out and encouraging them and letting them know that the American people, the MAGA base, the American patriots, the backbone of this country, have their back, so that they can continue to hold the line the way that they are right now. So I just wanted to encourage everybody, man. This is awesome. Keep encouraging your members of Congress to hold the line. Thank you, guys.
Let's freaking go. Super fired up. And the call, okay, so I'm working on the call to action. I'll get that up. We are going to clear like the Jumbotron when we do it. So, right, like we got to like make sure that that's all squared away, ready to go, ready to go. I just saw Dr. Sezki is always dropping hot takes and like information. Troy Nels, Congressman Troy Nels from Louisiana, is proposing, he's saying that if no speaker by Sunday, I will only vote for Trump. So if you guys can't make a decision by Sunday, I will support no speaker that is not Donald Trump. Fuck yeah, Corey Nels or Troy Nels, not Corey. Corey Mills, Troy Nels, whatever. They're all good
I
guys.
love that message.
No, that actually, to be honest, it's so good. I'm tempted to like. Well, we might have to add that to the call to action. We just might have to. Like
Is
as
there
as
any reason? that Trump can't? Like, why wouldn't that not be amazing to watch him walk in there and tell them all the what's what? Like, can he? Can he not?
No, he absolutely can. So, right, the thing is, the Constitution. So, who can be speaker is mandated by the Constitution. It does not say that they have to vote for somebody who's already a member of the House. They can literally vote for anybody. I don't think it even says they have to vote for an American citizen. Right? Like I'm sure AOC could nominate Fidel Castro, right? And like technically it could, like, it's not
Don't give her
illegal.
any ideas.
Elon.
No, we want AOC in here. Like, bring that hot Latina booty up in here. I would love to hear like your take.
You're gonna
Ew.
get slapped in the back of the head.
I love
Ew.
how Vinny's always the first one to laugh at the jokes where Dustin is going to get a hand through the mouth. I love it.
It's the best.
I do what I can. I do what I can. Phenom, go ahead, get in here. I get this call to action put together.
Hey, well, Brandon Strock just put out a tweet that said that he has what on good authority information that when Jordan was pressed repeatedly to counter investigate J6, he became irritated and stated firmly that January 6 will not be investigated by a Republican-led committee. So that's just kind of sad to hear that. I'm also hearing that we are just now approving another $200 million to Ukraine. I don't know if anybody can confirm if that's true. And no one ever mentioned Vivek as a name, just since we're throwing names out there. I mean, he did sue the WEF. He won. He donated the money to the America First Policy Institute. They put out a public statement about that and held a little event about it. And he also did sue the government when they didn't respond with FOIA with the information communications between Jack Smith, the Biden administration, and Merrick Garland.
But Vivek also wants to get us back into the trade deals with China. He's also a big pharma bioengineer type. He also used a lot of Obama's talking points while he was on
Hey,
stage. I'm just
Jake,
saying, like
his
there's
TPP is the same as Trump's. He said why we are divorcing ourselves from like China and hopefully Taiwan, that we would do individual trade deals with other countries that aren't socialist. So
well,
he
what
doesn't
about
really.
him being pro masks and vax? I don't understand.
We're thinking
Well,
about the speaker though, and he's learned a lot. We're not saying he's president. And again, there's the motion to vacate. If he decides to start trying to pull some crazy stuff, you can always vacate. That's what makes that emotion so strong. So we don't have to worry. They're not becoming president. But I understand your concerns.
Well, and there's also, you guys, I mean, there's the old saying, if you want a hero, we'll give one to you. And in all honesty, anybody that is on the Fox News debate stage, in my opinion, is completely untrustworthy, especially considering the fact that they're all talking about saving us from the deep state, yet not a one of them can describe what it is in any sort of a short fashion like I can. And that is contrasting their legitimacy as far as I'm concerned.
I would have to push back. I'm 100% MAGA, but Vivek has explained the deep state pretty thoroughly, and then he has started Strive Fund. It's directly against BlackRock and ESG funding. So he does tend to, his eyes were opened through business that he did. He saw what was happening. He wrote books against it, and then he put his money where his mouth is by creating a large fund that goes against ESG.
That's good. He
I
learned.
just
Dr. Shiva. Like Dr. Shiva has a very, very sharp tongue against almost everyone that we see.
Dr.
He's
Shiva.
crazy. He's nuts. I get it. But he hates everybody. That's kind of what I like about him.
I just want to
Wow.
say that
We
Just don't
dislike him as
disagree that
much
he
as he
didn't
did.
invent email. He might sue
Right?
you.
Or go crazy and
I
scream a lot.
just don't trust Vivek. I don't trust DeSantis. Definitely don't trust Pence or Chris Christie or Nikki Haley or any of these people. If the Mockingbird media is propping them up, then they're not trustworthy.
and I just want to
All
quickly
right.
say
So
that I hate that
I
what happened.
completely agree, Jake.
I hate what happened surrounding January 6th, obviously as a J6 prisoner myself, and I hate what happened to Jake. But I just want to say that the media really messed up making Jake the face of January 6th. I think if they had to do it all over again, they would not have done that because, I mean, we got an incredible patriot who is very intelligent, very well spoken. They tried to, paint him as this crazy guy, and everything is backfiring on them right now. So I just wanted to thank Jake, man, for you represent not just yourself, but man, all of us who were January 6th political prisoners, all of us in that movement and the MAGA movement very well. And just wanted to thank you, man, for rolling with it and taking this terrible situation and turning it for good, man. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Everything I do for you and the American people, my friend. I'll sacrifice everything and gain absolutely nothing if it means that our country is free and that our children are safe.
Jake for speaker.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Derek. We appreciate you guys. Hey, guys, I still have a speaker lineup backlog, so I'm working through it as fast as I can. So if you get dropped, don't take it personally. Just re-request.
Hey,
And
I
we
just want to say
will.
bye, Jen. I just want to say
Oh,
bye. Thank you so much for
bye,
letting me up
girl.
here. I really appreciate you guys. You're working your ass off. I see you all the time. I'm always in the crowd, but I just want to say thanks. I know like what you guys have structured in the back line. You brought a lot of people together, and one thing is one strong media voice. The stronger we are together, the bigger our voices, the louder we'll go, the ceilings will break, the media will abolish. Like, we can do this as long as we stand together. Don't let the petty bullshit get in our freaking way. We know we want our freedoms. And I just want to say thanks to you guys, because I've seen you traveling down to freaking Florida, traveling up the coast, all kinds of places, and busting your ass. And I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart and from my children and children to come. Thank you.
I also want to say thank you as
Aw,
well.
thank you, Jenny. Oh,
I have to go
thanks,
for an
Jake.
interview. So God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Can I pipe in
Thanks,
real
Jake.
quick?
Appreciate you. Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate you. And then Jess, go ahead.
Oh, my name is Jess. Well, actually, it's just call me Spicy, but you can call me Spicy. Hey, my first time on here ever, so I'm a little bit nervous. But I just wanted to first, what's the word? Also say to Jake that I appreciate everything you did, bud, and I am on the same page completely. And I just, I've been on this live or on this whatever this is. What do you call this? Since you guys
A
started
space.
it today, space. Thanks. I don't do a whole lot on X. I'm starting to more. I was actually taken off for a while, and I don't know what I did. And then I got on one day, and my account was back, so I was kind of shocked. But I want to tell Tori, because I'm a long time listener of hers, and I just want to say, Tori, that it is an honor to be able to tell you to your not face, but you can hear me, that you have made such a huge impact on me in my life, and you've helped me learn so much. And I just want you to know that I'm just forever grateful, and I love you. I don't know you, but I love you personally, and I wish we could be friends. Because I think we would just have great conversations. But everything happening right now in the world is so daunting and scary and everything. But I do have faith in the Lord. I know that His will for us is going to prevail in the end, no matter what happens. But this whole speaker thing has me rattled. I know that we apparently can't go to war unless we have one, but I really feel like they're pushing it hard. And, can we say Israel and stuff on here without, is it pretty much open to whatever we want to say? I feel like they are, like, everybody is in cahoots together. And like, it's just one big push for war, and like, everybody's kind of, you don't know who to trust anymore. In Congress, I know that there are a few good players, but generally I feel like just everybody is not for us. And as a person that I do have a social media page, I have a voice. I don't have a huge voice like some of you, but what is the positive outcome that you think is going to transpire out of all of this, you guys? Because it's, as someone who is living in Idaho now, I just moved here from California, and I got out of the craziness there, but I feel like it's just spreading everywhere so rapidly. And like, what is the outcome going to be? What is the positive outcome going to be in the world, do you think? I mean, I know they say that we have to like, it's up to like we the people, right? And we're gonna have to like all band together and everything. But I have to believe that there are good guys behind the scenes too, working for us, and like, um, you know, that are fighting for us and that are helping us. And I just kind of want a take on that a little bit, if and I hope I'm not, I hope I'm making sense. I'm nervous.
No, you're doing fine, and I'll get to it in just a sec. I just want to run by everybody the call to action. It's coming from the Council on Blockchain, right? Powering the entire space. Please support. Anyway, call to action. This is the tweet. Let me know if I need to add anything. It has been more than a week, and we still haven't had a single vote for Speaker. Contact your member of Congress by calling, emailing, and tagging them below, and telling them to bring the discussion out of the back rooms and onto the floor. And this is our call script. Hi, I'm calling to ask why, after more than a week, there still hasn't been a single vote for Speaker. Please bring the discussion out of the back rooms and onto the floor of the House. Thank you. And then I have like the list of where you can swap and get CBDC tokens to support the organization. Does that pretty much cover it? Going once, going twice.
Yeah, sounds good, Dust.
All right, I'll post that here in just a moment. Andrew, good to see you, brother.
Wait, Dust, did you want to respond to Call Me Spicy?
Just
Oh,
call
yes.
me, just spicy. Just say spicy.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my bad, Spicy. I totally spaced after like housekeeping stuff. As far as what we can accomplish, I'll steer you to what we've already accomplished. So number one, we had Matt Gaetz, a member of the House, come in here and like explain his side. So we're already improving a certain level of accessibility that I think is important. Then we have General Flynn and Patrick Byrne like coming on today. I think we'll probably get more members of Congress today, right? Like as things kind of wrap up. We'll see how that goes. Second, right, what we already have accomplished, putting together a coalition of Republicans who will not vote for any Speaker of the House unless they have committed in writing to fully fund border security and address the threat from illegals who have already crossed. So we've already taken and seen some positive action. My biggest hope is that we would get everything that was in the original deal with McCarthy that he betrayed us on, and then some, right? Which is we have the ability right now to like kind of take the Congress by the ear and force them into a deal where they have to take specific actions. And so and we're gonna get a bunch of people involved who won't otherwise be. So I see I think there's a lot of reason for optimism, is despite how dark the world is.
Awesome. Thanks, Dust. Derek, jump back in here, then we'll go to Andrew.
Yep, just wanted to say thank you guys again. I've got to actually get ready to leave. I've got an interview coming up in a few minutes. I just wanted to say bye. Well, at about 6:30, but my time. But I just wanted to say bye. I didn't want to be rude. And then I wanted to say, Spossy, thank you for coming up here. It's amazing. I love hearing new voices, new people who come up and join the spaces. This is a really chill space. Just so you know, since you're in the listener box now, I like to help people when they're first time up here. You can hit the heart down at the bottom now, and when you do that, to the far right, you'll see a hand, and that's how you can raise your hand to be called on. A lot of people don't know that and don't want to ask, so I just wanted to share with you. But God bless you guys. I'll be on the road a lot tomorrow for a campaign event. On the way home, I'll probably listen in the whole way home because you guys are like, I listen to your spaces instead of like the radio or the news or whatever. So thank you guys for all the updates. Appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
And thank you, Derek. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek. We really appreciate you. And guys, make sure to visit Derek's website for all the information about his race in West Virginia. We're all really excited about it. Let's get somebody in here who's actually going to make a difference. So really happy you're here, Derek. Thanks for being here. Andrew, jump back in.
Hey, thanks, Derek. I appreciate all the things you've done, and you know, we were all down at J6 there, and thanks a lot. We definitely appreciate it. So the tides turn. I feel like the tides turn a little bit, but the way I understand it is Jim Jordan, got endorsed from Trump. Could you imagine being Trump and you endorsed Jordan, and then as things are progressing, Jordan then endorses Scalise? Is that how it went down? Because if I was President Trump, I'd kind of be rolling my eyes in the background. So that doesn't make sense. Again, it's more mumbo jumbo. But so I feel like when the time's right, you guys know that I'm for Trump to be speaker for a few months. When the time's right, we'll roll the spaces over into a complete Trump speaker space if and when that happens. But I'm on board with Trump, and again, I'm on the General Flynn train also. But more Republican mumbo jumbo with the whole Jordan going for Scalise, and I'll end it there. I just get so disappointed with him. Again, like, why can't it be just Jim Jordan? Let's get a vote on him. I mean, Trump endorsed him. He must not want to be speaker then if he's not even fighting for himself. So I think Trump recognizes that too. So.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to call you guys' attention to the Jumbotron. We have the new call to action, right? So it's been more than a week, and we haven't had a single vote for speaker yet. I think this may be how we draw them out. So contact your members of Congress, right? Like either by tagging them, like least effective, right? Least effective way is tagging them on social media. Then a level up from that is emailing them. And then like a mountain higher than that as far as effectiveness is making a phone call. Chris, maybe we'll have you call and leave a message if you're up for it.
Who is our lucky victim today?
I feel like we should actually call your congressman because actually I think this one we connect, like all our other calls to action have been directed mostly at Republicans, but this one I actually think that the Democrats, when they realize that they have a talking point of there hasn't been a single vote for speaker and it's been a week, I feel like they can also help like make noise to force this out of the back rooms and onto the floor of the House. So I think we should call your member of Congress, even though they're worthless.
I loathe Jerry Connolly.
Well, you can pick anybody you want. Like I just want to give people an example. Did you
I'm
did you did you
happy.
see the script up
I'm,
there, Chris?
yeah, I'm happy to call Jerry Connolly. I'll take the hit.
Chris is taking one for the team. Thanks, Chris.
I'm sure he loves you too, like hearing from you. Oh fuck, there's Chris Philby again.
I'll I'll take one for the team.
Chris, you sound like Eeyore's dad or something.
Let's see here.
And if somebody could respond with the contact links for members of Congress to that thread, the call to action thread that's the latest thing on the Jumbotron, just to help anybody who wants to make a call. You're going to see how easy it is. Really not a difficult process. It'll take you literally 30 seconds to a minute.
Let's see. Virginia 11. All right. Now everybody knows where I live. Okay. Get them on the phone.
I'm sorry, extension number 519492 didn't answer. You've reached the voicemail. Honorable T. Connolly main line. Please leave a message.
Hi, my name's Chris Philby. I'm one of Representative Connolly's constituents. I'm calling to ask why, after more than a week, there still hasn't been a single vote for Speaker. Please bring the discussion out of the back rooms and onto the floor of the House. It's really important. You can call And three 030082. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks. Your message was sent. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
How hard was that, you guys?
And there
Chris,
you go.
you are the man. Thank you for calling for us. Like, that's all it takes. And that, by the way, is probably the value of 1,000 tweets. I'm not even kidding. Like, as a right, the members of Congress, as far as when they evaluate, they look at it. If somebody is passionate enough to call, they give that way more credit and emphasis than email or tagging on social media. Now, we want you to do all three, and I'm going to be doing my CBDC clause thing where I'm giving out CBDC tokens. But literally, just take, how long did that take? 30 seconds, right? Look up, call your member of Congress, and leave a message. It's been more than a week, and we haven't had a single vote. Why? Like, bring it out of the back rooms and onto the floor of the House. It's a simple call to action.
And I do not want any CBDC for my effort. Thank you.
I attached the House contact list to that tweet.
Thank you, Kim. That's a reward. I owe you some CBDC. By the
I have
way,
plenty.
I got to shout out two of you. Two people just put buys in on the like swap for the CBDC token. That means the world to us. Seriously, thank you guys. Like, really appreciate that. We will continue to work. We have so many good tokenomics and projects, things going on. Like, our team will continue to bust their asses to continue to make this the civic engagement token of the future. By doing all this, we love that we have something to reward people for taking action. Actually, you know what? If you make your phone calls, right, it's going to be an honor system thing. So don't sneak in here and don't make the calls and tell me that you do, but honor system. If you make your phone calls, comment on the thread that you made the calls and tag who you called, and I'll give away another 50 billion CBDC, 10 billion at a time. So 10 billion to 5 different people who make the calls, like
Okay,
as an incentive. That's the whole point of the token. Civic engagement. Let's go.
So,
since Kim and I are not going to take ours, why don't you just burn ours?
ooh.
JP, he's not even here, and I just felt him get excited from 1,000 miles away. Like, very
Hey,
excited.
hey, Dustin, do you want to let people know how they can get wallets and get CBDC if they don't have one?
Yeah, so the easiest way, I have a copy paste, right? That if you don't have a crypto wallet and you're interested in getting involved, just if I'm not following you, just say, hey, I'm trying to DM you, like, right, tag me, and I'll follow you, and I'll walk you through setting it up. It's super simple. It takes, again, like a couple of minutes. We are onboarding people as fast as we can, like tens a day, like slow and steady wins the waves, right? Like slow and steady. We will take it all day long, baby. Andrew, go ahead, get in here.
I'm waiting for some new artwork to come out. Dustin, the artwork was top notch with a lot of these things. So I wanted to throw some props out there to the artwork because I appreciate things like that. And there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure that you do along the lines of that. I'm in a little bit of a hold situation with some other investors, but I'm going to tell you right now, CBDC, I'm going to be going there soon. Um, it, I like I like listening to Chris. Chris give me a follow back. I like even Fidgetal with some of his things that he does. So I appreciate it. And you guys are holding some great spaces, and they're getting bigger. And I think it's a great thing. Thank you so much, Dustin and Jennifer.
Our pleasure. Now go make some phone calls. Let's go. Allison, go ahead, or Vinny and then Allison.
Oh, real quick, I was, of course, I got called on now. I'm wondering, I'm trying to write something. So, we the people having, I don't want to say no confidence. What's a more professional way of saying little confidence?
Um, God, I'm probably
Disenfranchised?
I always call him clown. Like, I'm not nice, so I'm probably not the person for more diplomacy.
Circumcised?
Yeah, retarded. Can we use retarded?
We the people having retarded confidence in the duties of the Speaker of the House.
We the people feeling that members of Congress are retarded,
Have
and
come up with a contract.
have written this contract so that even their dumbasses can't screw it up.
Yeah, well, what's it called? I'm kind of trying to write like a little prelude to them, and then right now I'm kind of like using ChatGPT to help me write like the contract form. And so if anyone wants to, help me with some of the things when I ask, that'd be great. So if anyone wants to message me good professional words for little, or even just you heard what I said and I'm trying to make it super professional sounding. I don't want
Congress is derelict in their duties.
Ooh, I love derelict. That's such a good word.
Do you feel exacerbated, Vinny? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, big words. I don't want to say little.
Checklists.
I want to congratulate Chris for not making an MOP joke there. I thought it was coming. I was like waiting for it, and then nope.
During the daytime, I guess maybe we can just say you down with MOP.
Yes.
It's like our inside joke. I love that. Allison, go ahead, get in here.
Hey there. Hey, I just saw on Truth Social that Trump has taken down Bibi. And I think I love this idea of all of us calling our congressman, and I will call my congressperson, which is Eric Swalwell, who I'm running against. And I think that what we should pitch is really, why hasn't a speaker been proposed? And we want Trump. And I think that will get things moving on all quarters. What do you think?
Well, Allison, I would love, if you were running against Eric Swalwell, I would personally love to talk to you. That little munchkin man is the one who altered my tweet during the second impeachment trial and then presented it to the world as evidence when it was actually manipulated and totally not. Yeah, it's horrible. So if
Whoa, I
you're
would love
running
to talk
against
to you
Eric
too.
Swalwell, would love to talk to you.
I'll be DMing you on that one for sure. Yeah, I mean, well, he's sleazeball city. We know that. We have a great opportunity. I think that Trump has something, a plan, and I think that for a short time he is going to do something, take some action as speaker. He's already said that he would do it. So I think that if we were all to call our Congress people and to say exactly that, we want Trump. You can't decide, and the people want Trump, and then see what happens.
Yeah, and it's really surprising that they're kind of just like ignoring what Trump is saying, even though he is the leader of the party, right? Like it was all about Jim Jordan, and then yesterday morning, all of a sudden, it was about Steve Scalise. Like, what happened to Trump's pick, right? And now I guess he's come out and endorsed Ellie Stefanik, but
Right.
we haven't even like really heard about her. So, like, are they purposely ignoring Trump? And if that's the case, like, we have to address that.
Wait, didn't they say that Trump is going to endorse her?
Well, he
So,
endorsed Jim
Chris,
Jordan too. So I think it's kind of a dance. And the indecision, I think, is leaving the gate open for him to just step in for
He
a hot
doesn't want the
second.
job, though. He doesn't want the job. He's already said
No, I know, but he said he would do it. I mean, I listened to that a couple times. He said that he would do it for America, that he would step in for a brief time. So I would think that he has some, what would he be doing for a brief time if he didn't have something lined up to do that he thinks would make some measurable change in the House.
Yeah,
So
no,
that's
no, I
why I think
agree.
we should go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
I
mean, we
agree.
don't have anybody else with a plan, and he is a person that doesn't broadcast his plans, but he does leave hints, and he did say he would step in for a brief time. He made a very you know toned emphasis on that word, that I think he has a plan. I think there's something that he thinks he can do in short order that would change the dynamics, change something there that needs to be changed. So that's why my vote's for him. He's
Yeah,
the only one that's really had our back the whole time.
Allison, I totally agree.
And we may go to World War III. I mean, we need Trump to avert World War III. This is getting very
Yeah,
serious.
they're dragging
Sorry to
us in.
interrupt.
That's the thing, because
Thanks.
like there's constant talk about Iran getting the money, and we know Iran didn't get the money. That $6 billion was already allocated from that treaty that they reinstated, right? And it's just sitting there, so it's not like they could take it. The king of Jordan came out and said, "No, you're not displacing. You're not getting rid of Palestinians. That's their land. You're not evacuating citizens because Israel said so." And they've all come against, and this is building up to be a big war. They're going to drag us in through the Iran thing, and that's the problem. And that's exactly what these warmongers want. And they want us to be at war so we forget about their crimes. I mean, this is terrible, to displace a whole nation of people because there's a handful of Hamas people that we know for a fact, and it was testified in Congress, were paid and created by Israel and the United States. You remember that, right?
Yes.
So, and the fact that President Trump has been calling out Bibi finally, right, is a big deal. So,
well, they're saving Israel for last. That's what's
yes,
always been
ma'am.
said. So I think it's all coming down, but I do think that, and this whole notion of him being speaker, I think, he's going to do some sort of, shot in the dark into that speakership that's going to change the dynamic. And I think, given the fact that nobody else is really showing themselves as being the one guy that really needs to be there right now. And it's not just for a year. He won't do it for a year. I bet that he'll do it. He'll take some action and pass the baton to the next person. But he'll do it in such a way that some major pieces will be rearranged on the chessboard to things up. So I think that there is a plan in motion, that it is for a brief stay in the brief positioning as a speaker, and then he's out of there and back on to the campaign for 2024. I don't see anything else. I think that this void right now and indecision is really the opportune time for him to step in.
I love it. So Congressman Troy Nehls has put forward what I think is a brilliant tactical move. Like really, I love what he just put out. Troy Nehls put out, if by Sunday they have not chosen a speaker, he will reject anyone not named Trump. Right? And like we keep saying, there's only a working majority of 4 right now in the House, which means if 4 other congressmen join Troy Nehls and they don't have a speaker by Sunday, they can't do anything except nominate Trump. So I want to make sure that we support Troy Nehls on this. We have the call to action now. A couple of you, Michelle, shout out to you. To everybody who joined the Telegram, they're getting a warm welcome there. Make sure you guys check the Telegram out. There's a bunch of things you can do to support the organization, even if you don't want the tokens, right? Get in there and make the calls. Chris called Jerry Connolly. Allison's calling Eric Swalwell. It's a simple message. It has been more than a week, and you people haven't been able to come through and vote on a Speaker of the House? What? Bring it out of the back rooms and have the discussion on the floor where we, the people, can see what's going on. It's a simple call to action. So make those phone calls, send those emails, and tag your member of Congress. And here in a little bit, I'll start giving away another 50 billion CBDC. We hooking you guys up. This is so much fun. I'm so glad we have a way to incentivize and reward people for taking action. Not that you guys need it, right? Not that people aren't doing it for the tokens, but because you deserve a reward. Epic.
If you are a resident of the 4th Congressional District of Ohio and know your zip code, please press 1. If you're not a resident of the 4th...
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Congressman Jim Jordan. Your message is very important to us. Please leave your name, address, the message you want to pass along to the congressman, and a phone number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Hi, Jim. This is Tori, Terpsahori Maris. I'm not going to say my address. You know where I live. It's actually public record. Um, we've had a few conversations. I'm extremely concerned of the fact that we are holding speaker secret meetings in the background to either place you or someone else or an alternative as Speaker of the House. We, the people, demand that we are privy to those conversations to understand what negotiations are going on. We would like you to consider either joining our spaces tomorrow or creating a space where all members of Congress that are participating in this conversation can converse in a public forum as the Constitution provisions lay out so that we are part of the conversation. And my telephone number, you have it as well. So you don't have to call me. You could just tweet me. Yep, there we go. No time. Thank you. Boom. I talk too much. There we go. Got that done.
Hey, I don't know if anybody saw Wyatt on Twitter. Bibi Netanyahu is the operational head of the Khazarian Mafia. The Khazarian Mafia is worldwide organized crime syndicate that has
Wait. We just had a call. I don't want to steer us into that right now.
Okay.
I want to keep us focused, right? Again, Tori, that was on point, and I love the addition. Right. By the way, in the other tweets, because they took our verified badge away, I don't have the ability to like expand it out. But I love the expansion of inviting them to the space or to set up their own space so that we can hear the discussions. Right? Like use the technology that you have available to you in order to make the whole process transparent. And if you get any pushback, if you end up talking to somebody and they push back, well, oh, this is so embarrassing. Like, don't you think this? No, this is an opportunity for us to bypass the mainstream media and show the American people that what we actually are advocating for, what our actual platform is, and what we actually care about. So let's do it. All right. Oh, I'm feeling all fiery and ready to go, baby. Andrew, get in here.
We know that MAGA has its agenda in the House speakership. Where, I consider myself part of MAGA. I consider myself part of the 77 million voters, if not bigger voter block than that. We're in control. We need to have the MAGA agenda going forward. And that's why I'm going to stick with Matt Gaetz and nominate Trump in there. So, Matt Gaetz, he has the voice. He's got the talent, apparently, and he's been attacked by the deep state. So I can appreciate what he's bringing to the table. We need Trump. So the longer this goes, the better it is for me, because I'm in it for Trump to be the speaker for 60 to 90 days, just like the other speaker up here said. Now, if you see Dunez going there, then there's going to be problems on True Social. Isn't he the CEO of True Social? I've followed DWAC for the last few years. I'm not invested in DWAC or anything, but seen the headlines, and he's the CEO. So they're going to have a loss over at Truth, as far as I know. Ron Paul, you guys brought up Ron Paul earlier, Dustin. Ron Paul is the man. You know what I mean? Libertarian. I'm totally in Ron Paul's camp, but I don't think Ron Paul has. I don't know if he literally can be a strong speaker, and we need somebody in there with a huge voice that can bring all the spotlight in to the dark corners of the house, and that's Trump. So I'm going to be on the Trump train, and I'm not giving up on that until there's a new speaker. So I'm on the Trump train, and then second to that, I'm on the General Flynn train. So General Flynn or Trump for me. Second to that, somebody that's been persecuted by the deep state, and I'll land it there. I'm going to drop down, and make some room. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thanks. I see Joe has come back on. If I can't do it from there, I just wanted to say I reinforced the whole attack. The FBI has put out a plea that they're on watch for this Friday. Please, if you have scheduled yourself to go to any Second Amendment rally with guns, do not do that. Highly suggest not to do that. Marjorie Taylor Greene also said the same thing, that they have words that there's a National Day of Jihad. Guys, it's the illegal aliens that have come through the border. We've got to stay vigilant. We've got to be paying attention. I would highly recommend to stay away from, soft targets and, arenas, games. I know, a lot of people can't help themselves, but just please stay safe. Make sure you are armed and your family is safe, but don't go parading around with it so we can keep our nation safe. Did Joe just drop off again? Gosh darn it. I wanted to see if he was with Mike.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Are you with Mike still?
No, he's actually getting ready to go on a call.
Okay.
But, he said he'll come in tomorrow.
Well, welcome to the space here. This is the second day of where we're talking about the speaker race and, how they're having these secret discussions behind closed doors and not including the people. There are a lot of names that have been put out there, either within the House, for those that feel that this must be expedited, and names that are outside of the House that, doesn't have to be expedited, that we could possibly have as Speaker of the House. I think you know where I sit, and I'll just repeat it for those that are new here. I sit on the fence of I'm okay with it being delayed, because the more of the delay, the less they can't drag us into and declare war, because that is exactly where they're going. Let's start this World War III. Confusion, chaos, and everyone will forget everything. And it's quite funny how it all happens now that we started the Hunter Biden hearings, because that is going to take down a very big chunk of people. And we're not just talking Joe Biden. We're not just talking about former Obama administration. We're talking about people that are sitting right now in the House, in the Senate, at the State Department. We have a ton of people that are implicated. And unfortunately, they're banking on the fact that people have this laptop and they can't understand what is going on. They can't pull out the crimes, and they're banking on it, because even though Marco Polo put it out there, it was simply a published. No one's actually pieced together what's really going on. So they know it's coming, and subpoenas and requests before subpoenas have already been sent to very specific targets that I myself have also presented to them. One of them, none of them even thought about it, which is a gold mine. So we have to stay vigilant and call them out to make us part of the conversation. So on that, Joe, what do you have to contribute to that, where they're doing these things behind closed doors? General Flynn was earlier here, and I know you and Mike Lindell wanted to get in, but tech difficulties and stuff. So maybe tomorrow we can have that conversation. But he even said that they should not be doing it behind closed doors. It's unconstitutional. Please go ahead, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I don't think that legal requirements for being legal is actually anything that is a barometer being used by either side. I think they are going to do what they want, and there's not a whole lot of teeth to our judiciary. There's not a whole lot of teeth to even the faculties that they have within the legislative branch. They hold people in contempt. It only holds true if you're trying to persecute someone like Steve Bannon. Other than that, you have others that act with impunity, don't show up. Chris Wray decides that he's not going to release information that is necessary, that shows what the FBI has done during January 6th or after. We are an enemy of the state. So a lot of the things that we keep going through right now is a direct result, and I'll just say it, of stolen elections. And so we're trying to figure out who wants to be the speaker. And McCarthy made promises, he didn't keep them. Well, what's going to be next? I mean, Scalise is McCarthy's little boy. I mean, are we going to get the same thing? Jim Jordan is great when you're talking about rhetoric or speaking about what's really happening. But the reality of it is this is what's called a slow burn. And I've seen this happen internationally before. So the slow burn is that they recognize what is happening, but don't give the American people the ability to have teeth to do anything about it. And so you have a judiciary that's screwed up. You got a guy that's sitting in the White House that, frankly, I don't know how anybody could screw this country up this badly unless they were doing it on purpose. And everyone wants to ignore the fact that the destruction of America feeds right into what World Economic Forum has been talking about for the last decade. But this is exactly what the prescription for what we're seeing right now is exactly what has to happen in order to eliminate 7.5 billion people. And that's not me wearing a tinfoil hat. That's just looking at working the problem, because this would be super easy to fix all of this. And if you want to fix it, then the first thing you would do is you would become energy independent, lower the burden cost on supply and demand on energy. That would actually have a downward effect on inflation very quickly. Anyone in here that understands economics, I was just in another group talking to them about it, and the guy's like, absolutely, I'm a trader, and this is absolutely what you would do in order to stop interest rates from being 8%. But there's 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 a group of people, elitists, not just in the United States but around the world, that want to see war. And in essence, and Tori, any one of you can correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please tell me why. Give me something to point to that can show me any sort of evidence otherwise. But it's purposeful. I mean, there's no way that the Hamas got in that far into Israel, and the military response. Now that we're figuring out based on fact text, it took 7 to 8 hours for them to have a full response and to show up on the scene. I mean, that's just absurd. That's not an intelligence failure. That's purposely putting your own people in jeopardy in order to create problems. And frankly, the people in Israel don't deserve to go through the things that they're going through. And rather than having discussions about this, as President Trump did, we have kabuki theater and people running around, allowing people to talk about having jihad in the United States, and holding.
Have Congress all over that too.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I shared in the space. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, call your representative and tell them who you want for speaker. I'm voting for Jim Jordan, she said. Who should your rep vote for? Now, she put the phone number 202-225-3121, and she said, let them know, repost and tag your rep. I tweeted to her right under there and said, hey, come join our space. Now, as far as all the things that are going on right now, right? War, the threat of an attack on Friday. The FBI has come out formally and said it. MTG tweeted about it. A lot of people are. Something I talked about with you yesterday, right? And
Yeah.
this is a major concern. All of us want a speaker that will get things done, just like Jennifer and Dustin have been saying. We got to have a list of priorities. The border security is number one priority. That can actually come into the conversation considering an attack goes through on Friday. One thing we must be aware of is, please do not, I urge you, please do not react to whatever the media tells you if something happens and now start labeling all Palestinians as terrorists. I can assure you that this operation that is being conducted, because it is an op, will be at the fault of alien that has come through the border. And I'm telling you this, please try to keep yourselves, back on that. Now, back to the speaker thing. We need to fix the border. We also need a speaker that will stand up and call for fair and free elections, that we get rid of these machines. It'll save money for every state and county, and it'll give everyone a peace of mind. We need someone. Who do we have? Jen, Dustin, everybody here. Who do we have in the House? Because Jim Jordan backed out on the whole voting machines, right? Because don't forget, all those people right now that we're asking to throw out the machines were elected with those machines. Okay? Who do we have? We want to talk elections. We want to talk border, right? Who do we have?
No one. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, sorry, I'm just going to say it. She invested 3.5 weeks ago into war stocks, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin. So they're investing in it because they understand and they have access to information that allows for them to say, I'm going to make money off of it. So, I mean, who do we trust inside of a system where the election machines are designed to pick and choose and create a division of the road at the expense of the people? It's institutional slavery. And so I truly believe it's going to take the American people standing up. And everyone's like, well, Joe, you got to have a speaker. And I was like, man, just let it be shut down. I know it's hard for me to say.
No. Guys, any suggestion? Jennifer, Dustin, like, who do we have? We know that most of them will talk about the border, right? Who do we have that'll talk about our elections? Because the reason we're in this mess is because we can't elect people, right? This is why they're in there. And all of them, not just MTG, all of them have been going heavy, Lockheed, Raytheon, all of that. All of them have been stocking up their portfolios. And most of them that are smarter have put it in a blind trust. Blind meaning that they don't see where they invest. But if you know their blind trusts, account numbers, or if it's been published, you can see that they are stocking up. But they can tell you, well, it's blind, so I can't see. The stuff that Romney got nicked on. So I would really love to hear from you guys. Who do you think that's in the House right now? Because that is one of the most important things. We could talk about the border, right? But it doesn't matter. See, they fix the border. We still have people that we don't elect. Who do we have in the House?
See, so this one's tough. Like, if you haven't heard what Ken Buck said about this, so Ken Buck is such a freaking radical idiot. He's literally saying, because I won't vote. He literally like is against Jim Jordan and Scalise because they dare question that the 2020 election was illegitimate, and they're like lukewarm. No, this guy is so insane, it's crazy. And so, to be honest, outside of Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar, I don't know anybody. And even with them, I'm not sure. Like, I love Dr. Gosar. He's been one, like, a handful of
Well,
people.
okay. In respects to Gosar, right? I just want to say he was really uncomfortable when we opened up the conversation in June about this money from the Pentagon. Okay.
100%.
No, I'm telling you.
I was there.
Yeah, I know. He was really uncomfortable, but I sat him down. I even gave cigars, if you remember. And I was like, look, we really need to talk. And we talked about the missing money because I knew that that money was not going to Iran. Okay. That money for Iran is traceable. We're talking about over $6.9 billion that have been misallocated, misappropriated. How's this? Missing. They don't know where it is from the Pentagon. And so he actually got it done and he put that out there. He did that for us. He put it out that the Pentagon is missing this money. And guess what? Conservative Inc. and the left, nobody batted an eyelash. And if you remember the last time the Pentagon misappropriated money, what happened? 9/11 happened. Do you remember that when Rumsfeld came out and then suddenly planes came through? We're seeing, that's why I coined this, another 9/11 event. And so Paul Gosar, he is fighting for us. I don't know about the election part, but this was a really big one, right? That he put it out there because no one else would. So Paul Gosar's got Biggs. Do you think we could get Biggs in here to tell us that he would go there and talk about elections?
Absolutely not.
No.
He will not. He won't do it. And here's the other thing. I got to ask you guys a question. Who and Dustin, Jennifer, I do want to hear what you have to say about this. Is there a way forward? Is there any way forward without removing the machines and the mail-in ballots at Cosme, given all the evidence that we have? Is there any other way that you could restore any sort of equitable trust to the American people if those two things were not removed?
I mean, I think the answer is pretty simply no. Like, I listen, this, you can get me in trouble because, like, I support people being I don't want to, like, discourage people from participating. But people who listen a lot know that I believe elections are the greatest psyop of them all, and that if we could actually change anything by voting, they won't let us do it. But I don't like to discourage. You should all go vote, right? Like, participate and all that good stuff. But I believe the system's been way more rigged than we've been led to believe. But that takes me into, like, tinfoil hat, and even I have to be cautious because this is one area, right? That if you talk about it in a way that's real, like, you get eviscerated for it. And so it makes it really hard because these members of Congress, right, are all reliant on the system to get themselves elected. And so, no, I don't think we'll get anybody. And no, there's no restore. To be honest, until the system is completely and totally transparent, till any concept of a black box anywhere in the election process is completely removed, how can we have any confidence in it? With all the things we see in the world, how can we have any confidence?
Well, I don't think you can. I mean, by the way, I think that if we're going to solve this problem, then we keep trying to look up. We keep trying to look upstream for leadership to do something about it. But the reality of it is they're complicit in the behavior, or we wouldn't be in the place we're in now. I think we have to start bottoming down, and we have to start creating the 300. And the 300 is you get 300 people in every community to go in, and 300 will turn into 500, turn into 1,000, and you just start protecting the voice of the people in the environment, make the police, and make them all make a choice. And that the only time that this has ever worked is when we have applied a righteous indignation in the community and stood up and said, you have to stand with the people who want to get rid of the machines, get the mail-in ballots, and here's the process to do it. And so we do have a thing that we're going to be doing middle of November. Tori will be a part of it. There'll be a lot of people a part of this, but we're going to have a Zoom call in 200 to 300 cities around the United States, and we're going to get people and we're going to walk through, what it would look like, role playing, what it would look like to show up to a county commissioner's office or the commissioner's meetings and have 300 people and one person speak, and they're like, your 3 minutes is up, and it says, well, I yield my time to them. They say no, and then you have them keep talking, and then they call for the police, and then you surround the person and say, no, you're not taking him. He's going to continue speaking. Where the people show without violence that they're willing to risk it all, and risk the divide happening between the police doing their job and standing up for the Constitution in our country. And I think that's what it's really going to take. It's going to take that resound force of standing in the community together, Democrats, Republicans. And we tried this, by the way, in Cortez. I spoke there last weekend, and the people literally said, this is unbelievable. Like, why didn't we do this sooner? And so I think there's a great amount of power that comes with the people recognizing that their voice can be heard and should be heard. So that'll happen middle of November. Should be pretty good. I'll shut up now.
No, not at all.
No,
Actually,
'cause you guys are dead
I'm
air.
trying to give away a bunch of CBDC tokens because you guys are making phone
Okay, well,
calls
can I just
fast and furious. Bring it out. Like, show us the ugliness, right? I want to see how the sausage is made. I want to see on the floor of the House who's cutting deals with who for what.
Yep. I
And
want to
so,
know what Scalise gave him that Jordan didn't. I just wanted to say just kind of just a thing in here. Mark Levin has finally been outed. I had confronted him in 2016 when he had blocked me, a few times on his thing because we were having a conversation in 2016 and I told him, you keep pushing Cruz, you're going to jump on the freaking Trump train. He's like, never, because you're going to want to sell your books. And I said, if you do that, I am going to guarantee you, and I'm telling you this now, that you will be outed for the show that you are. And lo and behold, everyone is starting to see it. And Conservative Inc., they totally banned me, from their club. Like, I give a shit. I am my own club. And it's cooler too, by the way. But this whole thing, this Israel thing, and this speaker thing is helping us take down the media. The media has to constantly change their script, constantly walk back comments they made before about people, about situations, and what's going on. It is a really fun time to be around when you know how the story ends. So I think it's really important that when we're talking speaker, we can, all of them will say something about the border, even the Democrats will. I think the key thing here is to ask them about the elections, because I don't think there's any Democrat that'll sit and say we don't have a problem with the border. They won't say it's not a problem. They're saying, oh, we're helping them and we're giving away money, their usual spiel, right? But okay, fine. Since all of you are going to have something nice to say about that, even Hakeem will say something about that. Let's focus on something that very few will. So can any of us, there's 500 here. We've got a few thousand on the live stream. It's like, I'm not even looking at the Chinese. The last time I looked, it was like 650,000. They're just listening to us, I guess. But, we have a lot of people on. Anybody can provide any inclinage if there's anyone in the House or outside the House, aside from General Flynn, who would be better to be appointed by the House Speaker or something, that would be able to fix the elections, because that's number one. And President Trump emulated the same thing yesterday in his speech and the day before and before, that the top thing that people should focus on is the elections, because we can talk about the border and we'll get that fixed. We could talk about the economy and get that fixed per se, or a Band-Aid like they always do. But if we don't have elections, then what? So anybody?
no, listen. When we did the poll yesterday, it was that was like second or third leading issue. I
Yeah,
forget.
and that's because people
Kim,
don't have their priorities right. Because
yeah, Kim, where did elections fall? Was it third?
For this go around, yes.
yeah, and see, that's a problem, because people don't identify what the root of the cause is. So, all right, let's say we fix the border, right? Who's going to fix it? It could be Hakeem. He could fix it. He could close it up because there's going to be an attack on Friday, right? But then Hakeem's still in office. So's Lindsey Graham, right? So's Cruz. So are all these people, right? And then come 2024, we want elections. They're going to do the same thing again. So then we're back right where we started. And we're probably going to be in a war because we're not selecting the right people, right? So the priorities have to be laid out. We're complaining about who's in the House and who's going to be the speaker, but all of them that are in there were elected on machines that were not certified, that are rigged. And so if we don't focus on the priority, which is elections, we fail. We may get a Band-Aid, but we fail. And I think that's key here. Who do we have in the House right now that would say, you know what? We need to discuss these machines. Who do we have? Because I approached Jim, he said no. I approached others, but they were actually removed from the committee after they made that sentiment. They were removed from the committee, you guys, and I can't speak names, but one person was removed from the committee because they proposed to oversee what DHS is doing with the elections. They wanted to see if that violated digital sovereignty of the states. Now, all you have to do is go and see who was on the Homeland Security Committee. That was one of Republicans' congressmen that was removed because they proposed it. They had balls to do it, and they got chucked. And nobody.
Aren't the elections run by the states, though?
Oh, they're supposed to be. That's the law. But when you have DHS providing, if you guys see, this is why the single bill thing is big. In the CARES Act, they snuck in a thing saying, hey, you know, DHS will give you IPs and monitor your state's IP for free, right? We'll mine the data and protect it. That is what they said. And the first year is free because we're waiving the $20. So
Wait, who asked that question? Who asked that question to run by the states?
I'm not going to reveal the name.
Who just asked the question of who, if they are run by the states? That's a good question.
Oh yeah, that
I
is a good
did.
question. Yeah,
Kim.
Yeah.
So Kim, I need to, sorry, I need to, if I can answer this really quick. This is really important because this is actually not just a Democrat problem or Republican problem. It's a partisan issue. Is that people don't understand the system architecture behind it and what was proven. Let's just take the media and the technology and the fact they've lied. You have to accept the fact that the media has not told us the truth about much, right? And that it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. It can lean both ways depending on what you're actually listening to. But they had the HAVA Act, and the HAVA Act does not allow for. It's supposed to have the autonomy of voting. In other words, the feds are supposed to overlook the elections to make sure that they're fair and that they're run smoothly. But they're supposed to have their own autonomy. They're supposed to be run on a state-by-state basis. Well, then the government came in and instituted what are called Albert sensors. And the Albert sensors in real time give them access to the information as to what is coming through on every election, whether it be at the state level, the local level, the national level, coming through that particular voting system. The fundamentals of all the election systems are all the same. All that information funnels into CITL. From CITL, it goes to Edison. From Edison, it goes to the New York Times and all of the deals. And between that, CITL also takes that data and pushes it back to the Secretary of State's office. But before the information gets there, there's 100 different ways that you can actually have through API, through connectivity, change the outcome of an election. And because the ballots are scanned in, and because to this date, the only place that we've had access to, there's been 3 times we've had access to the actual paper ballots, all 3 times came back with paper not being the right paper on the ballots, things not filled in by hand, ballots that were completely empty. So there's a lot of issues surrounding that. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that they've nationalized our elections and giving access to 1 or 2 or 3 people, or even other nonprofit organizations, to the ability to monitor the elections in real time. And now we're finding what you're seeing on Clear Ballot and ES&S and Dominion and Smartmatic is that you have the ability to change the output of those by creating false, fraudulent, and replacement ballots because of the ADA requirement and the technology they put into the election machines. But none of the things that I just told you ever make it back to the American people. You don't know that you don't have a sovereign system, a system that is run at a state level. That system is directly tied into the ability for governments, whether it be our federal government, outside, it doesn't even matter at this point. But a person can go in and manipulate and change the outcome of that election using PID function or PID controllers, which, by the way, I'm going to tell you, Eric Coomer at Dominion Voting Systems, the one for the strategy and security vice president who holds the adjudication process in not attribution, but the adjudication process, he wrote his doctorate thesis on energy decay models, which is PID controllers. So these are all things that people don't even know, and they're running 50%, 60%, 70% of the vote of the American people, and they're just passing people along to the different organizations. So in essence, you have a state-run election system that on the surface looks as if everyone is run independently, but that's just not true. And when you start talking about APIs, which allow for you to connect outside systems to the election machines themselves, and the what you can do on a USB drive to change the outcome of an election. The SQL management software that they found in Mesa County, it was running side-by-side databases with the election results in Mesa County, Colorado. Or you can talk about the compromise of that happened in Maricopa County. No matter where you look or how you dig into the machines, no, it's not safe. There's no safety in it. There's no security. There's no transparency, and you have no autonomy. None. There's zero. None of the elections are being run on a individual community precinct or even county level. And I bet everything that I have on that stuff that I just said. I'm done.
So spot on. Kim, did you want to respond? And Phenom,
Okay.
get in here.
Yeah, Phenom, did she? Why can't I see hands or anything on my thing? Does
I don't
anybody?
know.
I have a hand.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
I can manage the hands for you, Tori.
Okay, yeah, just tell me so that I don't cut people off because literally on my screen I can't see hands, I can't see anything.
All right, no worries.
Okay, great. So I have a question and a comment. So my question is, when did the Speaker of the House get the ultimate authority to decide what is brought to a vote? That doesn't seem like it's really the best way. There should be some sort of threshold that if a bill gets a certain number of sponsors, that means the people want to consider that. And I feel like that is one of the biggest problems with the powers of the Speaker of the House is because there's all sorts of bills that are constantly like, like how many times has Rand Paul or even Ron before him introduced a bill to ban like the Department of Education or to audit the Federal Reserve? So my question is, when did that happen? And then my statement is, oh, the election situation is so just complicated. But I want to say something white pill because I feel like I black pill people a lot on this. So let's say the election is 2 weeks from now, and let's say we don't get rid of the machines, we don't get to paper ballots hand counted. Let's say we can't get rid of the drop boxes and we can't stop the mail-in voting, right? That it's available. If we look at even with their fraudulent, maladministered numbers where they claim that Trump lost by 40 some thousand votes, okay, we know that's erroneous, but that's the data that they published. So that shows you really how, when we take like all of the data that's been evaluated from people like Joe and others and the cast vote records, we know that it was like a complete Ronald Reagan style landslide, okay? But we are where we are. So at the very least, looking at those margins and the fact that in 2016, we voted 60% in person on election day and 40% early mail and absentee. Move to 2020, only 25% of people voted in person on election day, and 75% voted by mail, early, and absentee. So I believe that if we have nothing else, at least what we can do is exercise our right to go in person, in mass, and vote on election day and encourage as many people as possible to wipe out this crazy idea of like, it might rain, it might snow, somebody might have a wedding on that day.
Yeah,
And
Fino, it doesn't matter though.
well, just let me finish my point, please. So at least there's an opportunity to overwhelm. I mean, I'm just saying that this is our only opportunity unless we go the route of the plenary authority of the electors, of the legislators with the electors. But what I'm just going to say is, again, if the machines aren't taken care of, if we can't move back to small precinct hand counted paper ballots, that at the very least, what we would need to do is avoid at all costs the mail-in and the drop box and the early voting. So at least we're avoiding as much as possible chain of custody issues, adjudication, and the non-existent signature verification. So
Hey,
I know that's not perfect, but I'm just talking reality.
Yeah,
there,
if we
but
can just
reality
shift
we
the,
create it,
if
you
we
know.
could just, I'm talking about what is though.
No,
but
that's
And
here's
not.
the
so,
here's the
and so
problem.
just
If you
please let
don't,
me finish my point, guys.
Yeah.
Can I just, I promise I'll land soon, but just please allow me to finish my point. Because like I've been talking every day for over a year, trying to get people to get in the precincts, get involved in different organizations like New York Citizens Audit, like, you know, Cause of America, everything. And I've been just trying to recruit people. But if that doesn't happen, I'm not saying those things shouldn't happen. So please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. But what we must do is overwhelm them in person at the polls. That is the most important thing we can do. We have to promise ourselves that we will do that and not fall into this mind meme that we shouldn't vote on election day. And then what we can do is, knowing that, we need to fight for everything else.
That's well said, and I appreciate because it's a tightrope to walk, right? Between not discouraging people from being involved and not having people say, "Oh, well, fuck it, I shouldn't vote anyway," right? And being real about the issue. And Phenom, you've worked hard. I know so has Joe, and so has Tori, and so has so many of us.
Yeah, I just wanted to
'Cause-
say something that Phenom said. That's why. And sorry, I really, if you see the live feed, you'll see I see no hands, and sometimes people are talking and it's blank or they're missing something. So, not mean to cut off, but Phenom, I wanted to say you raised 2016. The only reason President Trump won, right, was because there was an overwhelming response of people at the polls. And so you are correct in having people go out the polls, because even though it was rigged, there were people in the background making sure that they couldn't access the equipment they needed in order to rig the elections electronically. And then we saw, you know, Dr. Jill come in, you know, with her third party thing to evaluate, which gave them a heads up on what they needed to remedy for the next amount. And then, and then right as that is happening, Barack Obama had his own Secretary of Homeland Security self-declare the creation of CISA. CISA then offered to all the states free monitoring of their IPs during elections. A lot of them, they had suggested this as DHS and like a non-official CISA. They requested to states, hey, we'll come in and we'll just help, right? We're just going to watch and help cybersecurity and all, right? And I want people to remember, Kemp at that time put out a letter and said that that's a violation of the 9th and 10th Amendment of the Constitution to have federal entities monitoring and assisting with state-run elections. In fact, and this is why I go back to this, in fact, the Constitution clearly says, Article 1, Section 4, that this clause gives the states the power to determine the times, place, and manner of holding elections for senator and representatives, but allows Congress to alter such regulations. Their alteration was very discreet and under our nose, and all those people sitting in the House signed off on it, which was what? That now we have federalized our elections. It's pseudo-federalized, right? Because DHS is all over it. This is why we're not allowed to see records. This is why we can't see things. And in my state of Ohio, believe this or not, the state legislator created a law, an exception, that the Secretary of State, get this, a state that is sovereign, is also an official director of Homeland Security. The fuck out of here. This is where we blur the lines. And that's why I say one thing when we're looking at speaker, and this was a very good training thing to see, that many people look at the hot button topics and omit the kill shot. The kill shot is, let's get rid of these machines so we can fix everything. That's my point. We need to be focusing that we cannot vote. As someone who rigged elections in other countries on behalf of her country to avoid messes, and I apologize that I have done that. I am seeking my redemption. This is why I come out so unapologetically and forcefully on this, right? Because my hands are dirty. I can tell you this is how they control the population. And if we don't do this, if we don't get a speaker that will pull some rule, and that was your question, and I wanted to answer it. There are rules where the Speaker of the House can bring something for a vote, right? First, we have a committee. We have committees. Where's the weaponization committee? Weaponizing DHS to manipulate the government. We can bring it any which way. Homeland Security Committee, something. They can use that. Another one is by scheduling it through the House Majority Leader. They get a legislative counter. Another one is priority and strategy. Now, usually when they use that, that's because they base it on political or policy priority and the strategic goals of the majority party. The GOP's majority strategic goal should be the elections, but we know it's not because they're all rhinos. So then they can also suspend the rules, but that would require 2/3 of the majority approval. To get that done, if it's to get it done, it's pretty easy if it's a non-controversial issue. So these are the things that we need to be looking at. I know all of us are talking about these hot button topics. Again, emotion drives us. We are emotional about the border. We are emotional about all these people sucking on the teat of our infrastructure and collapsing us while getting all these benefits while Americans are starving, unable to eat, and being left stranded in places of conflict. I agree 1,000,000%. And it's emotional. We need to focus on common sense, which is, all right, say that Hakeem comes out and says, all right, we're closing the border, right? It's done. So now what? We need to have something stronger. So I was hoping that we could reflect even through these, things that we saw, that like Phenom said, this is reality. Their reality. They construct everything we see and hear. From your social media to your TV to your radio, we are the masters of our reality, Phenom. We are their bosses, and that's what I'm saying. We need to start flipping the script. President Trump said it himself. It's up to you, the people, to fix it. He said that. So here's an opportunity where we can actually get in and say, all right, speakers, who's got the cojones to do this for us? Who's going to get in there and say, we need to talk about this right now because we can't fix anything because the people don't trust us. This is why we're having a problem appointing a speaker in the first place. They pull our records, they pull our pants down, but who's going to do it? No one in the House. That's why I'm vehemently against having someone that's already in the House to be Speaker of the House because they won't have the balls. We need someone from outside to come in and say, hey, we're going to talk about elections. I'm going to pull this rule and we're going to do this. And to tell you, if Trump actually went in there, being the leader of the party, any rhino that says no will be primaried so hard, their mother will feel it. Okay? So I think that is one thing we should be demanding to them. When are you going to fix the elections? When are you going to, like Phenom said, why are there mail-in ballots? That's fraud. Why are they doing this? I mean, look, Jim Jordan that everyone wants to settle with, and I don't settle, was the one promoting, don't forget to early vote. Don't forget your mail-in ballot. Like, these are things we need to be looking at. Because so what? They tell you that they're going to fix the border, and then what? They're still in office. They're still making money. They're still dragging us into war. So we talk about the war and the money. They're still going to do it because it's a proxy war. We can't say no. We've got agreements in line. We're fucked. We're in a box. The only way to get out of the box is to get rid of them and say those agreements are null and void. I mean, this is where I'm getting at. 2 days we're talking, we're seeing the priorities, and we're prioritizing wrong. We're not taking the kill shot. Vinny, I don't know. I saw you do something. I can't see hands, so I'm dead serious. People could see the live stream. I don't see hands.
No, I can handle it. Chris Rose, one of my guys run for state senate in West Virginia. Good to see you, brother. How you doing tonight?
No, well, Dustin, how you doing, sir?
Fighting Congress. I always uphill battle, but I feel like we've landed some blows, so we'll take it.
And that's what we got to do. We got to keep fighting. And to Chaos's point, I don't care if this speaker ballot, if this fight here goes longer than the one in the 1840s. If we go to 300 ballots, I don't care. Steve Scalise has no business being the speaker. And I understand her on that 1,000%. We have to hold the line here, folks. We've seen what happened with the failure that was Kevin McCarthy. And to Phenom's point, whether it be your state legislature or Congress, let me tell you how important it is that you get the Speaker of the House right, or even a Senate president right, folks. And you may or may not already know this, but if you don't, that person gets to pick who leads committees. They also have influence over those people they appoint on those committees. So long story short, if there's a bill that we the people want, but that speaker or that Senate president does not, then guess what? They go to that committee and tell them to never let it out of committee. So that's why a lot of the stuff that was promised us never happened, because when McCarthy was appointed to speaker, when that negotiation happened, he still had too many people from the moderate side of the party that was on these committees. That's why the speaker vote is that vital. And that's why we have to continue to fight to not settle for Kevin McCarthy 2.0. We have to rally behind someone who is MAGA, and I don't care if it goes to 1,000 ballots. I don't care if they say they can't pass another bill for 5 months because the government shut down. You know why they're scared of that? Because the American people might realize the government needs us more than we need them. That's what they're afraid of, folks. That's why they're wanting to hurry up, have everyone settle on a compromise speaker, and get back to wasting all of our money, sending it to Ukraine, sending it to Iran. So we have to push back. We have to encourage these MAGA conservatives that we have there, that I don't care what kind of pressure's put on you by those in D.C., those who put your ass there in the first place expect you to keep voting hell no until we get a speaker that we, the people, agree with.
Preach. Chris Rose, everybody drop him a follow. Looking forward to seeing him work his way up the political chain, right there in West Virginia. And I'm looking forward to our trip to West Virginia is going to be epic with Chris and Nate Kane and Derek Evans. Like we got a real farm team developing there in West Virginia of like legit people working in politics. Phenom, go ahead. I saw your hand pop up.
So Chris, do you have the answer to that question? Like, why and when did the Speaker of the House have the full power to just say, no, I'm not bringing something to a vote? Because I don't think it was like that originally. And then my second question to this group is, with the rumors that the Dems would want to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, are there any Republicans who would actually break and do that?
Ooh,
No,
good
not if they
question.
want any like career in politics ever. Right?
They
Like
still will. They don't care.
no, that if a Republican votes for Hakeem Jeffries, like they have to switch parties. And right, like I have zero concern of right if they were going to do it. This is how they do it. I'll tell you straight up. They wouldn't switch over and actually vote for him. A certain number of them would abstain to allow the Democrats to have enough votes to get the majority across. So they'd have it wouldn't be 4 or 5. They'd have to get. I'm sorry. They'd have to get like 12 or 14 off the top of my head, like members to abstain, and then that would give the Democrats the overall majority needed to get Hakeem through. Zero risk of Republicans going over to vote. I really like if you vote for Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker as a Republican. And listen, if the Uniparty wants to expose themselves to that degree, I say burn it all down. Like figuratively, but like burn it all down figuratively, right? Like expose it. I have zero concern that Hakeem Jeffries will end up being speaker. Like,
We'll add legally and peacefully to the end of his statement there. Legally and peacefully. Phenom, to answer your question, there has never been legislation the past that actually changed, like law allowed the speaker to pick and choose if a bill can run. That's just something that they've decided to do upon themselves and pass their own little rules. But no, normally the traditional way, which is still a problem, speaker appoints chairs of committees, and then it may die in a committee based on who they put there. But no, there's nothing that's ever been amended in the Constitution that gave a speaker constitutional authority to just say yes or no on a whole list of bills that he can allow out. But the other problem with that is you still have to get the speakership right. Even if we fix that problem, you still have to get the speakership right so we get the right people on these committees. Because if you get a rhino speaker, most of the committee assignments are going to be given to rhinos. It's just the way politics works. Anyone in politics or around politics knows that is how that is not the damage they do as speaker itself. It's the people they appoint to these committees that ultimately do the most damage against our causes.
yep, well said. All right, let's see. Rusty, you've been waiting for a long time.
I knew you'd call me as soon as I got a bite of food in my mouth. Um, the the one thing I really haven't heard anybody touch on that to me is unacceptable was when Matt Gaetz said none of the 8 would be picked. That's unacceptable. That was an agreement everyone agreed to. they decided to, pull the card on it, and now they're no longer, a viable candidate. Matt Gaetz is the only one that doesn't accept big money. He's who I'd want. Um, we need to give Trump a break. I mean, we've got to start finding some future leaders to help this man out. Um, he's getting attacked left and right, all these indictments, and running for president, asking him to step in to help to be speaker. I mean, we've got to find some people that's going to step up and kind of help lead the way. This man needs some help. And I say Matt Gaetz, and I would love to hear anybody in the House explain why those 8 people aren't worthy to be speaker. That's unacceptable to me. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I'll step down.
Yeah, so I think what Gates is saying is that McCarthy has enough friends left, right, to overcome the 5, right? Because we only have a working majority of 4, right? All it takes is 5 to say no, and you can't be. So that's, I think what he's saying is Kevin McCarthy still has enough pull to rally 4 others to prevent any of the people who voted to depose him, like, from being speaker. And I'm with you. Like, I really like Gates, but he also is leaving Congress to run for governor of Florida. So, and I get what you're saying about Trump too. We can't ask him to fix everything all by himself. So, although we also don't really love his original pick of Jim Jordan. So, kind of tough situation. Phenom, I saw you throw the hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just since we have Chris Rose on here, I just wanted to say Chris, is he's got a career 4 generations, I believe, in coal mining, and a lot of what we're seeing in the world today is because of failed energy policies. And so when we think about these, grassroots people that we, in Congress that we want to get behind, it's important that we see that they come from these sectors of, business or American manufacturing or even, international, just somebody who has something to bring. So we're stacking the Congress with people who aren't just jumping on committees like AOC, who has no expert experience in anything, but people like Chris Rose who can get on an energy committee because they truly understand the industry. We have to be a lot more intentional about the people we bring. That's the only way a republic will work. We can't just, throw darts later on because the world's on fire. We have to understand, like, what have we done to intentionally be part of this, the republic. And so Chris is a really wonderful example of somebody who can bring that expertise to Congress. And that's just one. That's just one person out of, over 400.
For sure, Phenom. Thank you. Appreciate you. Hey guys, I'm gonna start to wind this down just because I'm exhausted. We've been doing this for days. Okay. But we'll be back at it tomorrow. Don't worry. Chris, Bumble, and then we'll end with unapologetic. Well, Bumble dropped and Chris isn't answering, so Bumble, where the hell did you go? All right, Chris, are you there? No. Okay, unapologetic. Jump in here.
Christopher, can you hear Jennifer? I'm not sure if you can. Sometimes that happens. She called on you. Otherwise, okay, go to the bathroom, honey. Hurry up. Okay, stop. Sorry, I'm at my son's basketball game, eating some nachos. So I was thinking about these. Who would be a good fit for Speaker of the House. And I don't know, I guess, the rules on like state attorney generals anybody know, I guess, the rules on this as far as state attorney generals becoming Speaker of the House?
I don't know. Sorry.
Okay,
They
no, you're
probably just have
good.
to step down, but yeah, they could probably do it if they step down from their current position.
Well, anybody
Okay.
can. Yeah, anybody can.
Okay, because I was thinking, what about the Attorney General of Missouri, Andrew Bailey, or even Ken Paxton, we know dang well that Ken Paxton would, yeah.
Ooh. Extrapolate Ken Paxton. Oh my gosh, that would be great because they came after him because of the elections, guys.
But don't we need him exactly where he is? Like, we have so few really firebrand attorney generals, and I
Yeah.
think that we need
He
him
could
where he is.
he could find a replacement though.
Yeah, and he's
He ki-
temporary.
he kind of needs to wreck shop in Texas.
Yeah, he does, but I mean, it's temporary, you guys. And he can appoint one of his number twos that are fantastic. I mean, whoa. That's kind of awesome because he went to bat. The FBI, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but years ago, before this Ken Paxton stuff was even out, and I told my audience, on these calls to action, hey, when you write to your attorney general, make sure you forward a copy to Ken Paxton. He's America's attorney general. The reason I did it was without me disclosing that I knew that they were already before the elections, you guys, before the elections, because he was setting up things in Texas so they can't rig it. So before the elections, they opened up an investigation on him because he was trying to prevent the rigging of elections. That's why he went so hard and arrested all those people. Remember the video footage that O'Keefe put out where they were buying ballots and all that. So this is why they came after him, and he won. And so that would be someone that would go in there and he knows the law, that would wreck it. That gavel will be heard across the world if slammed by him, I think. That is, wow.
Right. So, and I don't know, I haven't been paying attention lately as far as his standing and what's going on. Is he now able to prosecute these cases that he started in Texas, or is he still told that he can't?
Tori, I'm going to defer to you on
Yeah,
this. I don't know.
man, no, I don't know.
Look,
I don't know.
just today, Dade Phelan wouldn't even let the legislature bring anything to the floor, any question to the floor. So I don't know how much longer Dade can stay there. But, Ken Paxton, as he said, was looking at 900 different cases. And if he hadn't been there before, like, regardless of the fact they tried to impeach him, like he said, that they are going to try to bring that to Texas. So it's my humble opinion that somebody like him, like, Texas is so vulnerable. Texas is one of those states, like, that you lose Texas, it's just bad. So I think what we need to do there instead is get rid of Dade Phelan and let Ken Paxton just go scorched earth. And we can, his skills are better as Attorney General than they would be as Speaker.
Yeah, but he, as Speaker of the House, it would be for the entire United States of America. It wouldn't be
But
just Texas.
he can't adjudicate any of the election issues in any state as Speaker of the House.
I mean, but he could tackle CISA and DHS.
I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty good thought. I mean, if we can, but I see
It's
what.
definitely interesting, and we're thinking outside the box, which is great.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
sure.
if you guys haven't looked at that injunction that the Attorney General, dang it, I forgot his name, Mr. Bailey, I think, from Missouri won. At first, he only won against Joe Biden, and I don't remember, the White House maybe, but now he got the injunction on CISA, the Department of Homeland Security, the Surgeon General, a whole slew of other things. You should read that lawsuit. I'm going to admit that I haven't fully read it myself, but I'm going to make that a priority here because there's all of these little fires that have been starting around certain states with certain attorney generals that I think that if Missouri and Louisiana, I believe, are the two states, could tackle that front, and Paxton could be Speaker of the House, I don't see why, if we had precedent in other states, right, that Paxton couldn't, leave it to somebody else in his state to finish trying those cases. And I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up, I guess, as far as attorney generals in states versus Speaker of the House.
Awesome. Thanks, Unapologetic. Appreciate you. Bumbo, are you there?
Yes, I am. So
All right.
I've been listening to your space for like 2 days now, and I'm pretty well versed in all your concerns. And I've been watching um like nonstop C-SPAN for about 4 or 5 months right now, and I know George Santos isn't gonna vote for either either of two candidates that are out there already. So I reached out to him and I said, if you're not going to vote on anything, then I want you to put my name in the ring for Speaker of the House. I know all your concerns. I will bring every single one of them. And if these don't back down, I'll shove them down the throat, and I'll make sure that you get everything you want. Bumble, Speaker of the House. I'm announcing my candidacy. Thank you.
Bumble for speaker. Hell yeah. Thanks, Bumble. Appreciate you. Dr. Angela, I brought you up because I think you bought your like CBDC, you got it set up. So take
Oh
the
my
floor.
God, I'm so excited. But I also wanted to tell you, I too would be very much for Ken Paxton. And again, he is a firebrand, but there are a lot of firebrands in Texas. If he could name a number two, and of course he's still alive, he can breathe into that person all of his theories, all of his ideas, and help equip that person while jumping to the next level and whipping our country in shape. Woohoo! I love it.
All right, Ken Paxton, latecomer to the party, but here we are. I don't know
It was
the
actually
legal stuff about that, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, well, we can make our own rules, right? They do it all the time, isn't it, Jennifer? Like they've driven us insane. So, I mean, that's a pretty stellar idea. I just wanted to kind of like again reinforce, please stay away from events, from rallies. They've got these people, the pro-Israel, pro-Palestinians. They're going to take the fall. You know, I'm glad people are, coming onto this. This is just a PSA, man. Don't go anywhere. Don't go looking for trouble. I have been saying this again and again and again because this is a big problem. Now everyone is talking about it. They're expecting something to happen. Again, I point back to Rumsfeld, Pentagon missing money, 9/11. When I had the conversation with Gosar announced missing 6.9 billion or what was it from the Pentagon, and now this is it on our soil. So please.
And it almost seems satanic though that it's on Friday the 13th. Like, I don't know. I think that's weird.
It is. It is. And that's why, and Vinny, you were like cutting me off when Millie was like, show your Second Amendment. I didn't want to say it on air to derail, right? That's why I was like, no, don't advocate that, because I knew what was coming. I've already been watching this, and the border is huge. Ken would also be able to do that too, Jennifer, mind you, right? We don't know the legal thing, but he's got a big, wide ass border there, and I think he would be fantastic. He would hit elections, he would hit that. But you're right. We have to look at the whole, spiel of it. If he can, I mean, he can. He's got a number two there. He's got a lot of number twos. I've spoken to a lot of his people. He's got good people in there. So I think that's great. Tomorrow we can have a space. Are we going to talk about the speaker race because we're expecting some crazy events right now? So I have arranged.
Well, I think we start with the speaker race and then whatever happens.
Okay. Because I'm going to have Mike Lindell in tomorrow. I've organized it because today he was trying to come in, but, we had technical difficulties because he was with Joe Oltman and they were going to just hop in and have a conversation with everyone. But I'll see if we can get everyone in, see if we can get any Congress persons in to have this discussion. And, we should constantly keep talking about it and throwing ideas because this is how we make change when there is public discourse from all walks of life, not just echo chambers, right? We want
Do you know how late they're staying, guys? Because Nancy Mace just said, hey, if he doesn't have the speaker, an hour ago, she said, if he doesn't have the speakers, we should just stay till we get somebody and he should give someone else a chance.
Ooh.
About Scalise.
Do we know anything? I mean, I can text.
That was just an hour ago, so I guess they're still there.
Is he like the Skeksis that's like, I'm still emperor? Like he doesn't want to doesn't want to let go.
It seems like that.
Let me see.
I mean, Gates said earlier on his show, like, he doesn't have the votes. He just doesn't have the votes.
Maybe the rhinos are pushing. Maybe they're like, okay, give us this and that. But still, that's not even written in stone, right? I don't know. What is, let me see. Oh, she stands with Israel.
Wait, Vinny, are you opening up a space right now?
I just did so that people can come over. So if people
Okay,
want
yeah. So we'll close this one down. Everybody go over to Vinny's space and we will continue the conversation. I just have to eat something, guys. Sorry.
God
Yeah,
bless
guys.
everyone. I'll end the stream on all the channels. We'll see you tomorrow about 1300 Mountain Time. Is that good?
Sounds good, guys.
Okay.
We'll see you all later. Thanks
God
everybody
bless.
for participating, and Dust will get you guys all straight on the CBDC. So thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right. So that was very interesting and it was great conversation. This is stuff that we should be doing. I have to say that, sometimes when we go through such, actions where we're all having discussions and we're all throwing out ideas, we have to understand that we have to be at the table with people that don't agree with us. And this is very important that we do that. The reason that we have to partake in conversations with people that don't see eye to eye with us is because we then can figure out where we can meet in the middle. But it also teaches us to see how people prioritize the needs of not only themselves, of what they envision as a priority, but also of their communities and their vicinities and their country and what they seek. So I think it's imperative that we continue having conversations. And this is why I'm streaming. And while I'm streaming, I am AFK sometimes. I'm working on other things. And people hop in, hop off. My archivist is going to have a real field day trying to chop this up in 2-hour bite sizes. But it's really important that we continue these conversations, that we continue to talk and throw out ideas. I believe personally that if we don't have someone that will address the elections, which again, it is a conflict of interest. It is a conflict of interest to actually have someone in the House talk about the elections, because the majority, well, not the majority, all of them that are sitting there right now were elected with the same machines that selected many of them. So it's really hard to tell them, nullify your own election. Therefore, I believe someone from the outside would be fantastic. And, Michelle Bachmann, who called John Brennan to the table and Obama for, illegal drone flights, she would do it. I think she would have the cojones to do it. Carrie Lake would do it. Ken Paxton would definitely be able to do it. Rick Grinnell would definitely be able to do it. Devin Nunes would definitely be able to do it. These are people we need to extrapolate the core issue. The border and the way we are right now as a nation and the way the border is exactly for that reason. The reason is because we don't have anyone we elect. And the reason we are being dragged into these wars and they're signing off our money to Ukraine and now packaging it to other people and, paying NATO that is really stabbing us in the back. Well, that also, my friends, is a big problem, right? Where does it stem from? Elections again. If we can't elect people, we will constantly be in this battle of rolling around the same thing. Oh, what can we do? They're in there and they're unremovable. It's like the career employees in the federal government. It's the most difficult person you can fire. You can't walk in there and say, hey, you fired. You can't do that. You have a procedure. Have you ever looked into recalling your senator? I have. Have you looked into recalling your House representative? I have. They're unimpeachable, unremovable, unless they murder someone or they committed a severe crime. They're stuck. So who do we have? No one in the House, but we have people outside of the House that could be very well done. And the thing is, we've turned a blind eye so much that I am so grateful for President Trump for tiptoeing, to the drum of the mainstream media, regurgitating in a more vague way whatever they're saying, even using their platforms to have his conversation, right? Because that gives him cover to not see him coming, almost like me. I sound a little crazy, so people ignore me. They just realize that's a very big mistake. See, there are strategies to camouflage yourself digitally and, publicly on air. These are the things that we need to be focusing on the key thing that can fix everything, and that's the elections. So if we don't have someone in the House that we know will take it down to the core kill shot, which is let's fix the elections, then anything else is simply a Band-Aid, and we'll be right back here. And while people are saying, well, that's our reality, let's not make it our reality. Let's take control. We are the people that fund them. We are the people in charge. They're supposed to be listening to us. So at the end of the day, it's what I say that goes, not what they say. And that's how you should see things. You are way bigger. The only reason these idiots look like giants is because we are on our knees. And the minute we stand up, it's game over for all of them. So again, I put this tweet out. You guys got to see how I tweet too. Damn it. And I was thinking, oh no. But the one thing that we need to understand is that I don't even know how to verbiate this, because I trash tweet. You didn't see me delete because I keep doing that. But I've been putting out these tweets because it's important that we focus on priorities while we stay away from these emotional, responses. We're emotionally responding to what we want done because that's the hot topic of today. But if you realize with this war, they're covering up for Obama and Hunter with the laptop. You've forgotten everything. And we have a nation right now that has been outcrying for bloodlust. As someone who has a loved one that was a child going through the same thing, where they were the minority somewhere, where their land was occupied by others, and they were committing genocide, religious genocide, where they were dragged out of their house. They didn't even know. They were in a war zone, throwing rocks at snipers, running around. It was normal to them because they were a kid, right? All those children, you're like, how can the kids live there? They grew up in a war-torn zone, and it was normalized. They didn't realize that death was at their door until they dragged them out. And it is the most heartbreaking thing. And I felt horrible yesterday when I was looking at footage and asking them their opinion. I said, I'm so sorry you have to relive this, because everything you're seeing, all these people dying, there are real people dying. But how they're dying is not what they're telling you. If you notice in the video, they said a parking lot. Have you seen geographically that strip? I urge you to go on Google and look up, I don't know, a seaside town in Greece. That's prime real estate. The primest of the primest real estate. Again, it's not okay. We cannot call every Palestinian Hamas, and we cannot displace over 3 million people to other nations because somebody said so, and that's their territory. Bottom line is, if it's Hamas, okay, take out Hamas. Leave the Palestinians there. No. They have to go too. Then it's not about Hamas. We have to be looking at what is being said. We are being duped like crazy. And we don't know. Are the Israelis really behind this, or are they not? Our president clearly said that Bibi left him hanging when he was taking out ISIS. Our president did that. Our president took out ISIS. Now we have Hamas and ISIL to get rid of, right? ISIL and Hamas are left, both created by the United States of America and Israel. So I want you guys to take a sit down and think really hard when we're speaking, because we're all putting out these points of, oh, there's so many dead. Look at the kids. Look at this. Look at that. There's going to be more. Oh, and then a British one and an American one. There's going to be more. And the only way it stops is if we say so and stop picking a fucking side. How many do you need to die? All of them? Do we want to displace them and say, well, it's better that they just pick up and leave and they just don't have a country anymore? No, that's not okay. That is not okay. That is really not okay. And so when we're talking about the Speaker of the House, we have to be focusing on what our needs are as a people. And our needs as a people are to be heard. That's how we fix everything. If we cannot be heard, if our voice is not registered at the ballot box, it doesn't matter what Band-Aid they give us for the border or these endless wars. Because they'll just do it to shut us up. And that's basically it. And I just want to say, my old handle was Pandora's Box. Around the time Hunter Biden's laptop was out. And now my handle is Chaos, which is the predominant. You'll see the chaos coming now. It's just a coincidence, of course. But I want you guys to be paying attention to everything. And don't even listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. No pundits, nothing. Introspect. And listen to your president. He does not give away his plans, but he will indeed tell you exactly what you need to know and how. So please stay diligent. Please be careful out there on Friday and the weekend, I would say. There's a religious holiday and the Sabbath, I guess, and they're gonna come hard. So please, please, please make sure that you're armed. Stay home. You could stay away from big, venues, and that should be it. To solve this, the only thing we have to do is make sure that when we go to the ballot box, that our voice is registered. Hey, who's this good guy? Anybody know this guy? Look what he's putting on my channel. Let's just showcase him. He can't wait to pay me back. Solve all your stupid problems like this. I mean, I like to spotlight too. Let's see what else. Is that a threat? Oh, I'll pray for you, good guy. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I like to showcase things like this. Do you? Where's he at? Did he run off? This is the stuff that a lot of people don't see in my DMs, but this guy's bold. Hey, is that Akbar? I thought he was being investigated for child crimes. Who is it? So it's a good thing that good guy is saying this, because good guy, I have warrants on me. So they're watching too. So they know exactly where you are. I have FISA warrants on me too. So here we go, guys. This is the good guy. I can eat you for lunch if I want to, good guy. But I won't, because God takes care of all my enemies, and he takes care of all our enemies. Anyone that has tried to cause me harm is gone and taken care of. And if all of you see that, right? If all of you can see that, obviously it's for you too. All of our problems can go as long as we allow him in. We should not be apologetic for that. Okay? We should not be apologetic for that. We should always pray. And we should always see that if evil leaves you alone, then you're doing their bidding. If evil keeps bothering you, then you're on the right track. So remember that. Sometimes these trials and things that we go through are important. So people think that they're anonymous behind handles, which is fun. So I'm just having fun with this because I'm feeling a little bit trolly because I've been working all day. Aside from the stream, I've been working all day. So I just want you guys to see my dailies in my DMs that I don't show. This guy is like, no, good guy. Go ahead. You just keep going. I'm just letting it run so that the feds can get a trace. So I'm just going to leave it. I don't even know who this guy is. But I know people that can find out. Our local county and state agencies are more frightening than it. Yes, it is. It is. But that's because our elections are federalized. So anyway, on that note, I think we should play a song. So I'm going to. No, I think I'm going to tease you guys for a second. I'm going to give you a rough draft. Do you guys want some in? Just a little bit. My prologue. Do you want to see it? Do you guys want to see it? Okay. Let me show. Is this it? I'm going to cut it off though at some point. Wait, no, not this one. But I will show you that one. We'll end with that one. Give me a second. Shoot. Where is it? Trying to find my prologue for the documentary. Give me a second, you guys. I'm closing up screens and looking around like it. Shoot. Where'd it go? Let me see. I'll get it. Just a little prologue. I did show you guys on my phone, so I'm just going to pull it up on Indian. Well, let me download it. Done. All right. Okay. Thank you guys for observing the things that I go through every single day. But I still keep going. So here we go. Here's a little bit of it. And just so you know, the audio is a little bit choppy. This is one of our drafts. We have a lot of episodes.
In the intelligence community, every action, every word has weight and intention. Intent. When 50 intelligence officials, a staggering number by any measure, declare the vice president's son's laptop as Russian disinformation, one must pause and ask why.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
Are they guardians of the nation's secrets or gatekeepers of their own transgressions? Perhaps they see their reflection in the deeds they so quickly label as foreign manipulation. They, themselves, could be the architects, or at the very least, the enablers allowing these actions while turning a blind eye. What was being utilized by many.
I know your dad was in the military for right around 30 years. I think he was a colonel. You initially contacted your dad and...
Raid at the office of a former celebrity psychiatrist.
Yes.
Dr. Keith Balllot has faced several...
Well, then, that's all I'm going to show you for now. We got this wrapped up in a bow, you guys. I will see you. Wait until it's out. So I'm hoping that tomorrow I get to premiere it, and but we'll see, because events and things happen and I don't want it drowned out. So on that note, God bless, and I'll leave you with this video of reflections again. Please, if you got to pick a side, pick the side of humanity. God bless. In the tumult of war, truth is not just obscured, it's buried beneath layers of deception. Evil battle cries rise, glorifying death and whispering of genocide. These chilling refrains amplified by the drums of war. Make it easy to forget the silent victims. For in our quest to vanquish a few, we often blind ourselves to the many innocents, men, women, and children, obliterated in our path. We must be that unwavering mirror reflecting the true cost of such zealous proclamations. Beyond every chant of kill them all lies a world of lost potential, of dreams shattered before dawn. It is upon us to challenge these dark echoes and advocate for a narrative that values all human life, ensuring that no innocent becomes just another casualty in a deceptive tale of war. It's imperative now more than ever for us to be the relentless mirror, the unyielding reflection that does not flinch from showing the heart-trending truths of conflict. The broken families, the children with vacant eyes, the very fabric of humanity torn asunder. We must be bold, assertive in presenting this reflection, ensuring that it is not just seen, but deeply felt. Because only by confronting these haunting truths, by feeling the weight of their sorrow, can we aspire to a future where such reflections no longer bear the images of our darkest hours. Forgive us, God.
Are you people dead? Are you people dead? Yes. Oh, good. Good. Are they dead? Oh, good. Where's the Jews? Where's the Jews? Where's the Jews? Where's the Jews?
Kill all Palestinians, all of them. Not one left from the river to the sea. Palestine will be deceased.
Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week. Destroy the whole thing. And anybody that's going to support this Hamas nonsense.
And Israel need to do like this. You see? Now Gaza. Like this. Gaza need to do like this.
The response should be to Gaza.
We gotta wipe them off the fucking map.
I'm
talking about every fucking flatten them like a parking lot.
You can't coexist. They have to be eradicated.
That's why Israel needs us when Hamas and Iran are doing this. And I'll say this to Prime Minister Netanyahu, finish them. Finish them. Hamas did this. You know Iran's behind it. Finish them. They should have hell to pay for what they've just done.
You can't comment about Hamas terrorists chopping off babies' heads.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם. תחקוף אותך! וואלה, אנחנו מנהסים!
Constant flow of civilians being loaded into ambulances here along the Gaza border. People are using their personal cars to drop off their loved ones who were hit by gunfire.
حبيبتي يا بابا حبيبتي
I am seeing
so much hate online and so many famous people who are calling for genocide. I have lost all my love, all my respect, all my admiration for these people. I am so disappointed of humanity. Calling to bomb all Palestinians because of the action of Hamas is like calling to bomb all Syrians because of the action of ISIS. It's like bombing all Pakistanis and Iraqis because of the action of Al-Qaeda. It's like bombing all Ukrainian people because of the action of neo-Nazi. It's like saying bomb all Americans because of the KKK.
World on edge as Hamas claims to hold 150 civilians captive.
The dead rises.
Always praying for all children of the world who are innocent in harm's way on every side of everything. I just think maybe we're on our way to a more sane world sometime soon where people do consider the innocence of children and more human, that they'd be guided by that rather than, this kind of primitive get-even thing, which I hope is leaving. And I hope that's going in the past. But my family lives there, a lot of my family.
Right now, we have people advocating for crimes against humanity, doing inhumane things like pissing on dead bodies, glorifying the deaths that they are causing.
Babies, their heads cut off. That's what they said.
This is biblical. Herod slaughtered babies. Now we have slaughtered babies, but then the reporter backtracked, and so much emotional pandering. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's devastating. Just to see so many people with bloodlust. And we need God more than ever.
This video was released by the Hamas on TikTok. This is my cousin right here, Dorona Sher. This is my aunt over here, and this is one of the kids, all held captive in the vehicle heading to Gaza Strip.
So many people are calling for evil and genocide. I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm so disappointed. I wish for peace for everyone. Peace.
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled so we stop killing all these people and breaking out. I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
Don't forget to pray tonight. Pray like you've never prayed before, and again, use discernment. If this was about a terrorist group, then why are they looking to evacuate all residents of the Strip and repurpose them to stay in either Egypt or Jordan or neighboring countries. This isn't about the terror group that previous administrations, along with previous Israeli administrations, created. I've said war is ugly because borders are drawn and redrawn, and we need to stay impartial to the emotions that they are trying to pander, the group think of stand with this. I appreciate every single one of you. And keep in mind, evil hates good. People who hate good and who hate change for good are demons. And you're seeing them out every single day. Keep your head on a swivel because it's about to get really rocky. The next 7 days are very important. Praying will help us solve a lot. And I know it sounds tedious, but I tell you, it totally is. So please pray, and I will ensure that I will pray for all of you. God bless. God bless America.